We welcome you to Emirates Super Saturday at Meydan. It is the third of 4 huge nights of racing at this racecourse, which culminate in Dubai World Cup night in 5 weeks' time. This evening, horses will be looking to cement their credentials for the 5th of April. And if history is anything to go by, we may well see a future Dubai World Cup night winner this evening. It's the international trials nights of all trials nights, and no better place for it than Meydan Racecourse on Emirates Super Saturday.
Cinderella's dream, all has gone wrong, and she still delivers.
Brilliant horsemanship from William Buick.
Frosted Dawn gets a well-deserved victory.
History is made. Ertigal's track record has gone.
Military Law has to be brave, and Military Law gets the job done. It's Poldak the outside. Poldak takes the Dubai City of Gold. Laurel River.
A dominant performance of real authority from Laurel River. Wow, that is a demolition job from this horse.
Another exciting performance tonight here on Emirates Super Saturday.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Emirates Super Saturday. We kick off with the purebred Arabians. Dr. Jabba Vittar will be hoping to see Unleashed from a good gate continue on his winning ways. Well, she's a classy filly who blew away her rivals last time out in the Moors Stakes. It is Mountain Breeze saddling up against a similar field tonight and should continue on her dominating ways. Horseracing will see Local Dynasty coming into a much more winnable race. He'll be fitter, coming back from the Maktoum Challenge. He contests in the Group 2 tonight, the Burj Nahaar. Westacre was electric last time out to the races. He'll contest the Nat Al Sheba Turf Sprint and looks one of the better plays on the program. Oh, the Globetrotter in Nation's Pride will be one of 2 horses saddling up in the Singspiel for Godolphin tonight. William Buick decides to jump aboard Nation's Pride, who makes a return from the USA. Imperial Emperor, he has continued to rise and rise again to all the tasks put before him. No Walk of Stars tonight. He looks a massive chance in the Maktoum Classic. Arabian Crown looking for 5 on the trot tonight. A winner of his last 4 over in the UK. The Dubai City of Gold awaits for him the 7th event on the card. The Mahab Al Shimaal will be full of speed, and they'll have to chase this boy down. Tuz continuing on his winning ways last time out to the races. He is looking to make it a perfect preparation in tonight's Mahab Al Shimaal. Another step towards the Golden Shaheen. And Ruling Court, a fabulous winner in maiden company at Sandown. Went up against the big boys the following start at York. He comes across and makes his UAE debut. This 2,000 guineas, a long-term target. Let's head to the race card tonight and how they'll shape up. 4 races on the dirt, 5 on the turf, totaling 9. We do have the Group 1 for the purebred Arabians to kick us off, the Maktoum Challenge. The Jumeirah 1,000 guineas for the fillies at listed level. The second event, the Burj Nahaar at Group 3 over the mile on the dirt. We then head to the turf for the next 2 races. The 5 furlong Nat Al Sheba Turf Sprint, the Singspiel Stakes for Group 2 runners over 1,800 metres. The Maktoum Classic over 2,000 on dirt. The Dubai City of Gold at Group 2 level for our stayers over 2,410. The Mahab Al Shimaal, that'll be a quick run, Group 3 over 6, and out to the end, the Jumeirah 2,000 guineas to wrap it all up at listed level over the mile for the boys. Here's our non-runners for tonight. Salim will not take his place for Michael Costa in the 3rd. Salim bin Gudaya will withdraw number 2, Delaley, in the 5th, and Homo Deus will also not take his part for Lucci Botti in race number 6. Take note the rider changes as well, with Adri de Vries and Oscar Chavez after a spill last night indisposed. We do have some rider changes. Tygo Shea to partner Mahab Al Shimaal in the first. Dylan McMonagle partners Fort Payne in the third. Oasis Boy to now be ridden by Connor Beasley in that third event. Race number 6, the 13, William Buick will ride the last start winner King Gold. Race 9, number 5, Case Albacete picks the ride up on Odai. And the track going for tonight, good on the course proper and up the chutes throughout the entire circuit.
You find us in the winner's circle at Meydan Racecourse ahead of Emirates Super Saturday. We've got 9 to preview for you, and it's competitive in some areas, and there look to be some good things in others. So hopefully between Nick Lightfoot, Megan Nichols and I, and your racecourse commentator Pat Comerford, we should find you some winners this evening. We hope. Nick, surely.
I was 0 from 8 last week.
Okay, that's good.
But at least there's another opportunity being the 9th race.
The caveat to that is the meetings away from the 4 big uns are tough.
Yeah.
But we only get we get the big guns out for the big uns. So Megan's here. How are you?
Yeah, delighted to be back, Tom. Yes, obviously a 9-race card and a couple of short prices and smaller fields throughout the evening. But I'm looking forward to seeing a couple of horses returning on the back of a break and sort of stepping stone now towards the World Cup for a few of them, I suppose.
Absolutely. Pat Comerford has taken you through all the details so far, the non-runners and the jockey changes, which we have a few. We'll get stuck straight into the preview. And as I say, hopefully pick out a few horses that are going to go and win for you this evening. Race number 1 is our Maktoum Challenge. It's round 3, sponsored by Arabian Adventures for purebred Arabians. And one of the horses who we will come to is Unleashed. He's going to be on page 2 here, who is surely going to take a bit of beating based upon his performance last time. There's your first 8 lining up. And there's your final 3 with Salb Tariq and Unleashed. So Nick, let's start with Unleashed. Beat Canalia de Faust, beat Jafar Rajah and a few others last time. We know he's going to try and go about it. Drawn to Richard Mullen from the front, simples.
It should be, really, shouldn't it? Based on this performance, and I know we talked about it prior to this race. I don't think anybody was underestimating Unleashed. I thought it actually had probably more depth than today's race, but he lowered the track record. Speaking to Richie Mullen later in the day, do you think another 100 metres would be stopping him? Just look at this evidence. I would say no. And they're going to have, obviously, today, but with an eye on 5 weeks' time as well in the Kahela Classic. I think he's a superb horse. Can anything reverse? No, he'd have to underperform massively.
Yeah, I think when it comes to the Kahela, it's going to be different when you get some of those Saudi horses over, the likes of Tilal Al Khaladia, for example, who won the Abaya Classic in Saudi. But this is his night. I think this is his for the taking, Megan.
Yeah, I think so. Obviously a bit further, and he's yet to win over this distance, but Richie Mullen will probably just hold on to him that little bit longer and be obviously very much aware of that. But he was eased down in the closing stages last time. Richie was very complimentary of him, and as you say, has suggested that the step up in distance won't be an issue. So he looks very hard to beat. He's got a nice draw, and I imagine it will be kept very simple.
Are we all with Unleashed?
2 track records. He's beat his own one, didn't he? I think you're just trying to be clever if you go against him. But based on, as I said, a complete blank last week, I want to get off the mark straight away.
Yeah, you're the same?
I'm the same.
Yeah. Why be clever when you can be really boring?
Yep.
So there we are. Right. All 3 with Unleashed. Hopefully gets us off to a flyer. Race number 2 is one of 2 turf guineas tonight. Jumeirah 1,000 guineas, sponsored by Emirates Skywards. And this is your field. I reckon
this gets more competitive.
We might agree with one here. I don't know. Mountain Breeze is obviously the filly focus, daughter of Lope de Vega, 3-year-old. William Buick takes the ride for Charlie Appy in the Godolphin Blue. This is Mountain Breeze winning the Morge Stakes, sponsored by Emar last time. This was back at the end of January, the week after Fashion Friday, and again, Megan, she was a warm order for this. This is the trial for this contest, stepping up a couple of 100 metres. You wouldn't expect to be a problem.
No, not at all. This was obviously the 1400, where she travelled very sweetly and very much within her comfort zone. You can see she's got that real fast ground action, a flicky action, a good moving filly, quickened up well, and it was just all very smooth. William Buick kept it simple, tracked the leaders, and she was just too good for the rest of them, and stepping up in trip once again isn't an issue for me. She was a very solid 2-year-old performer back at home as well, with some solid group placing efforts. And yeah, I think that it's another opportunity for her to get her head back in front.
Yeah, everything. The form in Europe entitled her to do what she did last time. I think they're going to look to win this, which she should do, assuming nothing disastrous happens, and then look at a Guineas trial in Europe somewhere, because they've got some pretty strong 3-year-old fillies. Look, it was Cinderella's dream last year, I think 20 to 1 on the international markets, and I know that disaster almost happened that day, but again, if you see anything other than this being the script, you're just hoping for something different to happen.
Yeah, she didn't need a saddle last year.
No.
I suppose, yeah, Charlie has had a couple of fillies disappoint this year.
Yeah, romantic style and...
So, but I mean, I'm clutching at straws.
Yeah.
But I don't think she should be.
The Spanish filly in second, she could run all right, and another couple of 100 metres, that shouldn't be a problem for her. But again, look at Mountain Breeze and think she's miles clear. There's no change in the circumstances from last time. They race off the same levels. So, again, we haven't got anything swinging it in the direction of the others.
All right, let's get a bit more competitive then. Race number 3. Yes, this is the Burj Nahaar over the mile. It's produced horses that have lined up in the Godolphin Mile. It's also produced horses that have lined up and won Dubai World Cup. So we'll see what happens off the back of this. This is your first 8, and that takes you through to 16. Not none of there you've got is a Salem for Michael Costa. Okay, let's start with Cagliostro finishing 3rd, Meydan Dubai 6 money finishing 9th. This is the fire break, one of the sort of key steps onto this. This is back on the 24th of Jan, which was Fashion Friday. Well, we know what happened up top. With Laurel River, Nick. This was was it a strange race for you, or was it pretty obvious what happened here?
So it was a strange. Look, I think he just went way too hard, didn't he? And in the end, it allowed closers. The most notable of them, the 66 to 1 shot King Gold, who we'll be talking about a little bit later. But I think if you look at Cagliostro's run in isolation, I think he's run a very, very good race, and I think it springs him into just about being the leading form claim for me. I think Megan's with me.
Yeah, I am. Yeah. I just thought as well it was his, first run for this yard, and they'll have learnt a bit more about him. James Doyle will know a bit more about him as well. And from a rider's perspective, when one goes off as fast as Laurel River, who again was very short odds, you don't necessarily, or wouldn't have necessarily expected him to tire like he did. But from a rider's perspective, when you're in the group, it's quite hard to judge. When do we try and close? When do we let this leader off or not? Because you can give them too much rope. Now, luckily, in no circumstances, Laurel River did tire. We haven't necessarily got the same pace as we did that time around. So I think it will allow James Doyle to get Cagliostro into a nice position and probably travel that bit better this time around. And we know he'll finish well. So I think James will be able to dictate a bit more.
Okay, do you want to have a look at Walker Stars winning a race, Nick?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, that would be, it would be strange if we didn't see him.
He's all right from Saudi, isn't he? I think he had a bit of a, maybe, he ran all right to a point last week.
Yeah, he scoped bad. And Bupat said it's not the first time they sent horses out there that they've done that. This is really all, it's not about Walker Stars. This is about Local Dynasty finishing 5th. Can he go a little bit better here?
Yeah, I think so. I think he's been keeping really good company, and this is a bit of a springboard season for him. I'm not going to compare him to Algiers, but the same sort of connections are going to know exactly what they've got. Drawing 12 should be absolutely fine for his racing style. I think he can run all right.
I fancy Castle Warden will go pretty well with the blinkers on. Obviously full brother to Laurel River. That horse wore blinkers. I think he needed it last time. I think he blew up a touch, and I think he wants a mile, and he'll be. Yeah. I think there's a chance, he might just burn him off. I think that's what they'll try and do anyway.
Could he be too keen in blinkers? I know he was fresh probably last time, but could he be too keen in the blinkers?
If they try and restrain him, yes. But I don't think they'll try and
let him roll.
I think that's the best chance. Tiger Shea is sat on a full brother to Laurel River in blinkers at a 10. What's he going to do other than go? So that's my angle into it.
Yeah, that's fair.
You've got to come and see him in the paddock. He is an oil
monster,
painting.
Right? Yeah.
Oh my word.
Yeah. He said the same about you.
Really?
Yeah, it's nice of him. He's gorgeous, isn't he? But also on that, Meg, he's going to have needed the run last time, right? Because he's a big lad.
He's a big burly horse. He carries a bit of weight. But I don't know, up in trip, he was very keen last time. And I know they did try and get him to settle and restrain him slightly, but he was too free for me. Up in trip with the headgear on as well. Could be a sort of lethal combination.
All right, let's move on to race number 4. We'll confirm the selections from all the guys at the end of this. Race number 4 is the Mahab Al Shimaal Turf Sprint over 1,000 metres, surely made for Westacre. The point being that, you know, that horse will probably line up, or whoever takes this will line up on World Cup night, but that's over 6. But there's a few sort of confirmed 1,000-metre performers in here. We'll come to Westacre very shortly. That's your second page as well. So it's a nice big field. There is Westacre, who is number 15 on there. He's the 3-year-old, or one of them. That's where we're going to start. He proved himself, Meydan, last time against older horses. Pontos finishing second, cover up back in third. Track record performance. I mean, this was just a lovely, calm ride as well. And we've seen it a few times on the straight course this year. A nice hold-up ride suiting. That's not always been the case.
Yeah, he's got a lethal turn of foot, and you know, this was a very good performance. I think a fast run 5 furlongs is his absolute optimum, and you can't see any reason on the back of that why the others might be able to close the gap. He'll be ridden the same way with a bit of restraint. He's got Pontos in 9 drawn next to him, who goes forward and will set a strong pace. I actually bumped into George Scott this morning, and he said, you know, the horse is very well. Everyone's delighted with him. Effectively, it's his race to lose, if you like, because, you know, he's proven he's good enough to beat these older horses. He gets the same pace angle. He gets a nice draw, providing he's in the same form. Yeah. I just can't see him getting beat.
I just want to come to you on Pontos, Nick. Now, Pontos is drawn 14, Frosted Drawn is drawn 2. We can have a look at Pontos in the Jeblani sprint finishing second, but if you frame this, what we're looking at around pace in the race, Nick, so you've got Pontos one side, you've got Frosted Drawn the other. We know what she's going to likely do as well, and try and blitz up the far rail as she did at this track last year, and we know what Pontos is going to do. Well,
that's the nice thing about having him in the race, because when you're going to do your pace map, it's the easiest one you can possibly do, isn't it, given the fact that Pontos is there, and as you say, Frosted Dawn. I guess the question, does he look like reversing the form of Westacre? I think absolutely not. If there was some 800-metre group races around here, I think he'd mop them up because of how fast he is, but it's just those final stages, and he actually ran all right, shows versatility up the hill. Over at Jebel Ali on the dirt, I think he'll run all right. I don't think he's going to reverse the form of Westacre. I'd rather look elsewhere for the danger.
What about the filly that I mentioned?
Frosted Dawn. Yeah. I'm going with her.
Okay.
She had her own track record last year in this very race. She's got a similar draw scenario. It's a different way in because they're bringing her fresh from the Breeders' Cup. Trainer thinks that that's going to be absolutely fine, but I think this is with an idea of launching into the back end of the season, the Alcoz, and then thinking about Europe with her as well. Last year they brought over a dirt filly. They thought she'd be a UAE Guineas filly. She was a bit of a revelation, and she's a complete ball of speed. And if she's got that rail to run up against, and she's in the same sort of form, which she could be fresh, I'd take a chance on her.
Final thoughts on the race, Meydan?
I can't see Westacre getting beat. I also think this year we've very much seen that sort of centre of the sprint track has probably been the place to go, and that far side rail where Frosted Dawn is drawn isn't necessarily an advantage this time around.
It definitely was last year.
Yeah.
She set the track record and she was on a good part of it.
Exactly, and this year it seems as if the sort of track bias has slightly changed. So I just think Westacre's got it all set up nicely for him.
All right, race number 5 is the Singspiel Stakes. This is over 1,800, same trip as the Dubai Turf. It's the key trial for that contest. This is sponsored by Emirates Airline. Dalali is non here, so that's your first 8 or 7 really. Number 8 is Sean. We'll be having a look at him very shortly. And we finish up with Stormy Ocean. All right. First conquest then, beating Cairo. This is first conquest. Meydan's been a bit of a revelation this year. Of course, when he won first up, he wasn't necessarily the fancied one in the race. But William Buick has subsequently got on board him, and the horse has won again. I guess the interesting thing here is you've now got Nation's Pride in the race, who William Buick chooses to ride, and Mikhail Barcelona is back on first conquest. Yeah,
plenty of sort of chat about jockey bookings over this race. First conquest looks an improved horse for sure. He's been showing a good turn of foot, especially here. He was obviously held up towards the rear, and once he was pulled out to the middle of the track, he quickened up extremely well. 2 from 2 over in Dubai. Now, he does step up in grade again. I do think he has to probably improve a little bit more once again in terms of the level of form he's got in comparison to 1 or 2 others, but he is certainly an improving horse and he's in good form.
Must be as hard a decision as William had on the night. And there are some tricky ones a little bit later. I'd say this is quite high up there because he's got, I'm not going to say limitless potential, but since the application of the hood, he's 3 from 3. He's looked dynamite here. I don't think things, as we saw that VT there, played out particularly brilliantly, and I think he still won. And there are, with Nation's Pride, the back form is absolutely not in question. But maybe the last twice, I know that last time was a bit of a throw-out, but maybe the last twice is suggestive of the fact that he might not be quite as good as he was. That's a question in itself.
Yeah.
He's never acted in Bahrain.
No.
But then what happened last time was a bit of a throw-out as well. So
I'd rather
one or two questions.
I'd rather side with the upwardly mobile First Conquest and sort of put jockey bookings to one side, because Will Buick is. It's going to be hard to not ride a horse that's rated £6 superior, and given the races that Nation's Pride has contested. But as a more likely winner of this race, for me, First Conquest. I guess the only, Mahab Barcelona, and he on the turf track here on a whole lot horse, I think he's exceptional. But one you probably wouldn't pick, stall one, because he's going to have to work his way wide. That's the only negative for me. Let's have a look at Sean finishing second. This is in the Law Glitters handicap. I mean, he beat Stormy Ocean, or ahead of Stormy Ocean and Garland here, and just behind a very good Godolphin horse. But Nick, he doesn't do a bad race, this horse.
Not really. He's a pretty reliable horse. That is his great namesake. He's obviously got form in this race as well. Finished third in it last year. I think there are a couple of better horses in the race, but based on the way that he's going at the moment, I think he's firing on the best cylinders he's had. Form-wise, it would suggest so as well. So I can see him running well. He'd be in the money for me.
Who's going to win, Megan?
I've gone Holloway Boy here.
Wow.
Yeah, possibly a little bit rogue.
Well, sorry, it's not. I just didn't expect. I guess when you've got 2 Godolphin Blue in there, I'm playing it safe. But I can. Yeah, he went very close a couple of starts ago. 10 lengths behind Romantic Warrior last time. He's probably not far off.
Very good form, this horse. He's taken to Dubai very well. He wasn't disgraced behind Romantic Warrior at all. We've seen obviously what Romantic Warrior came out to do in Saudi after as well, and I just think he's so consistent. The track has clearly suited him.
Yep.
He's been right up there, narrow defeat, obviously the start before, and obviously a bit further behind next time, but it was in a grade which is way above this. I mean, Romantic Warrior, if we were talking about him running here, I mean, we would not even be looking elsewhere. So if he can repeat that effort, then I think Holloway Boy has a massive chance.
Well, 2 points. I wanted to look at one of the Godolphin horses, but based on, you've touched it, the jockey bookings. I think the last 2 runnings of this have gone to Charlie Appleby, but the apparent second or even third string. William Buick's gone for another, and it's not played out. So actually, history would tell you, recent history, you might lean towards First Conquest. I'm completely with Megan. I've got Holloway Boy to win this as well. Do I get a wow?
No, you a bunch of clever clogs.
After last week,
what did you say? First race. First race. Let's not try and be clever.
Yeah, I know. It's dreadful, isn't it? I think I lose interest by midway point of the card and try and just jazz it up a bit in my own mind. But look, Holloway Boy, the case, and it's really sad, by the way, that we don't have Poker Face, because he would have been in this race, and he so sadly, he lost his life in a horrible injury. So commiserations to the connection of that horse. And he's been bang there with Holloway Boy all the way through this. Holloway Boy actually had to wait for his run a bit in the Jebel Hatter, didn't he? So he could have been even slightly close to Romantic Warrior. He wouldn't have beaten him, of course, but he is right at the peak of his powers, as good as he has ever been. And I think this track and trip will be perfect for him. I think he could beat the Godolphin horses.
Okay.
I'm just clickbaiting.
I like it. That's what we want. Otherwise, it'd just be boring like me. Yeah, interesting. Right, I'm looking forward to that race more than I was. This is what we want. Race number 6 then. This is the Al Maktoum Classic, sponsored by Emirates Airline. I guess the key thing here is, well, the obvious question is, can Kabir Khan come back to his best? And we'll come to that. There are other questions as well. Will Imperial Emperor see it out? Will he stay? He looks as though he's a horse that's going to line up on World Cup night in the earlier race in the Godolphin Mile, given what else the stable have for the World Cup. But look, if he goes and absolutely bolts up here, then maybe that'll be different. This is Imperial Emperor finishing second to Walk of Stars. Tell you what, it's like Walk of Stars isn't even here, for goodness sake. Karib fourth, generous tipper, Kabir Khan global hit. Megan, start with Kabir Khan. He wasn't seen to best effect, but I think there were a couple of things at play. He didn't have his regular rider on board here. No disrespect to Christian Jumeirah, who rode him, but maybe he's a horse that takes a bit of knowing, and he didn't seem to love the kickback either.
Possibly not. He was a bit keen, a bit fresh. I actually saw him in the paddock beforehand, sort of thought he would take a step forward from a return run. So it'd be interesting to see how much fitter he looks this time around and how much he might have improved for the start, back. Imperial Emperor, this was a really big effort. I think a little step up in trips shouldn't be an issue. It wasn't like he was weakening. He just wasn't quite good enough to beat his stablemate Walker Stars. We've now got Tygo Shea on board. He travels well. He tends to jump well and nicely into stride.
Draw?
15, he has got to overcome it. But I think if he can break on terms, he's got a master on board. If he can get a handy enough position, I think he's the one to beat. Because I think he's in form, he's fit, he's got plenty of runs behind him, and he's still, for me, improving. Kabir Khan, yes, he looked the classiest one. He was favourite for last year's World Cup. But he's going to have to take a big step forward fitness-wise. Big step forward on what we saw in his return.
I'm going to go Kabir Khan. I have backed him. Went off a really strong favourite in the World Cup. But I had to do a bit of a check again. 15-8. He was really well backed. We are over a year since that performance of real style and swagger, which propelled him to favouritism for the Dubai World Cup, and he's got to answer the poor run that day when I think he chased the pace, which didn't go right for him in the World Cup itself. Last time, as you said, Tom, he took too much kickback. He didn't like it. I think they're going to ride him slightly differently today based on what Doug Watson said. First run in 10 months, and last time I think they probably felt he was further along than he actually was. So I still think he has enough of a buy to be able to give him a second chance. And the way I've looked at this race is how many of these could actually sort of be worthy of a place in the Dubai World Cup itself. There's probably only 2 in my mind.
Not King Gold, who beat Laurel River last time. We can have a look at King Gold.
He's lovely. I feel bad, but no.
My concern for King Gold is the step up in trip, because he's quite a pacey horse. And Audrey, who rode him this day, he's obviously not riding tonight, so we've got a jockey change there with William Buick up on board. But the whole thing was, he had to get this horse to settle. He did face the kickback, that wasn't an issue. But he's a horse who's got speed. And yes, there was the pace collapse. But if we take Laurel River out, the way he was ridden and the way he quickened up the straight, it was impressive, but it concerns me that he's got the extra couple of furlongs. I think this horse has got too much speed for the 10.
He's amazing though, isn't he? Group 1 sprinter in Europe. Hadn't shown much at all on the dirt prior to that, and then suddenly at the age of 8 puts in an incredible performance. And now we're talking about reinventing, you know, they say, what are they? Don't teach an old dog new tricks. Well, you're kind of going into new territory. 2,000 metres.
Yeah,
different beast.
I don't actually think he's going to be a serious threat in a Dubai.
No, but you still made me feel bad, which is good.
That's what I was trying to do. It was a bit of a meltdown race last time. It was a great result, but not an easily predictable one, and not an obvious one to follow up, I think. I guess what I'm hoping is that turning into the straight, Imperial Emperor is likely in the lead, I think, because that's what they're going to have to do. And Kabir Khan is just tracking him, having come at a 9, let him cross, and you get a real set 2 between the best 2 horses in the race.
Who wins?
I think Kabir Khan is the play, because we know how good he is, and I have a slight doubt about Imperial Emperor actually wanting, not saying he won't stay, but wanting an extra 100 metres from last time. Right, let's move on to race number 7. This is Dubai City of Gold, sponsored by Emirates Airline, 2,410 metres. For this, Godolphin Blue centre stage. Let's get stuck straight into them. Right, Silver Knot and Arabian Crown, first of all. Not forgetting Passion and Glory. But Silver Knot and Arabian Crown are the 2 from Charlie Appy, who are most obvious. William Buick on board Silver Knot. We can have a look at the Joe Hirsch Turf Classic Stakes. This is the Grade 1 at Belmont, with the horse finishing 3rd. Nicky's obviously a fairly good, consistent traveller. He's rated 116, which is £4 superior to Arabian Crown, but he has got to give the horse a kilo, given that horse is a 4-year-old. Silver Knot for you?
No.
Okay, well, okay. Touch on him, though, here.
If you say it's black,
Bad
it's white in my mind, isn't it? That's just. I think I think Charlie Appleby said about this horse, he doesn't run bad races. 2,400 metres is what he wants. He's a proper pioneering, globe-trotting type, based on North America anyway. I just find the profile of the seeming second string that much sexier.
Why is William Buick riding Silver Knot then?
Because Arabian Crown won't be fit.
Okay.
For me.
Because he's using this as a trial for the Sheba Classic?
Yeah, and also, you know, he's a horse that, yes, he was very well fancied for the Derby. He had a setback. He's clearly very talented, but having had a setback on all this time off the track, you're not going to have him 100% revved up for today. They'll have had to ease him back in, and he's obviously ready for his run, but I very much think that there's bigger targets further down the line. He's a kind of typical Dubawi in that he's quite stocky, he's compact, he holds a big middle. And I think he'll need a run to be 95% or plus.
And I suppose as we look at him in the classic trial at Sandown Park over 2,000, I suppose there are some question marks about the distance. I mean, on pedigree, he should be absolutely fine. He's just not tried it before. The other thing, jockey bookings-wise, Nick, which I think is worth touching on, is if Rebels Romance is back here, William Buick's going to ride that horse, so James Doyle could be back on Arabian Crown. So maybe that's the way they're looking at it as well.
Yeah, quite possibly. He's I had to take stock of where we were. He was 7-2 second favourite for the Derby. Not that that means a huge amount necessarily, but he was a big profile 3-year-old when he was so sadly taken out of action last May, I think it was, soon after winning this. I'd completely take Megan's point. If you've got a horse who hasn't had that much racing, 4 from 5, and is stocky, burly, probably going to need the run. I'm just slightly drawn in by this completely unexposed profile. And if today brings him on, absolutely fine. But I'd like to think he could be competitive.
Arabian Crown, Silver
Silver, he goes well fresh as well, and I just think he's the ready horse for today.
Agree with you. Right. We'll confirm those for you at the end. Race number 8 is the Mahab Al Shimaal. It's over 1,200 metres on the dirt. And again, we might well see a Dubai World Cup night winner here if Tuz does what he did on World Cup night last year. And he's taken in every one of the 6 furlong dirt races, top level ones really this year. He's been absolutely relentless and unstoppable so far, which, Nick, hasn't always been the Tuz profile.
No.
But, well, it has been... it has been so far this season. I don't really know what's changed. I just think he's become a bit more streetwise and a bit more sensible, a bit easier. Let's have a look at him in the Al Shindaga.
I think the way that the programme's worked this season as well, they can get a load of racing into him. And the fact that we've got 5 weeks now between opens up Super Saturday to the World Cup again. And they are looking for history to win all of the sprints, which I gather has never been done before. He maybe is more tractable now. This was the moment where Colour Up, who continually gets closer and closer but without actually getting the verdict over Tuz, there was a slight worry, but maybe he's an older boy now and he only does as much as he needs to do. He's just toyed with his opposition. He is the best about here, but there are questions now to answer from further afield, I suppose.
Yeah, I love this horse. He's got so much character. You can actually see when he turns into the straight, Tig bumps off of the running rail in order to be able to get him to switch onto that outside lead, because he's a bit of a stubborn character, and Tig said he doesn't always switch leads for you. Had his ears pricked. Once Colour Up sort of got to his quarters, he ran on, he was strong to the line. I just think he's pretty wise and he only does what he has to do. But as Nick's saying, American Stage is an interesting horse for Japan. He is a 3-year-old, so obviously gets that weight allowance. Drawn widest out in stall 12, but he looks like he could be smart. And I suppose it's hard to know how strong his level of form actually is.
Yeah, and I think you have to. It might be lazy in certain ways to do it, just to go, oh, the trainer's record. But the trainer, I know you were interviewing in Saudi Arabia last week, Tom, the fact that he has this unexposed runner here, and considering his dominance in the Middle East, but also talking about what he's done on World Cup nights in the years gone by, the very fact that this horse is here is fascinating.
Yeah, I can imagine when Bhupat Simar confirmed the horse for this race and then it all came out. There was a little bit of...
Oh, what are you doing here?
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's not World Cup night yet. This is going to be my day.
Yeah, and obviously 2 big rides on the night on Japanese horses, Tia St. Dennis and an American Stage for Oisin Murphy.
Julio Las Coaga. Different day, different pronunciation.
Yes, yes.
He told me today, when I bumped into him at the supermarket, there you go, Drew's Gold is going to win this. Absolutely.
Yeah, go on.
Finest produce. He said Drew's Gold's going to win this.
Did he?
He said he was very confident.
Okay.
Okay.
Can't see it
Well,
myself.
did he say anything else?
I think he was busy sort of scanning his product.
Okay.
Had the most healthy lunch though, green juice the lot. So
you can't see it. Like, so he's got 10 lengths to make up with.
Yeah.
But I think there's the element of that was a fact finder, and the facts have been found, and he's going to win.
You've done it again.
I'm not going with him.
I'm more excited about the race because of that supermarket conversation than I was before the start of it. Who do you like in the race, Nick?
Tuz.
Tuz?
Same.
Yeah, I think so. I think
until proven otherwise. I suppose.
I'm really looking forward to the Japanese runner, but I think Tuz is the safer play. Right, race number 9 we come to then. And this is the Jumeirah 2000 Guineas. The boys lining up here, sponsored by Emirates Holidays, 1,600 metres. We've got a couple of pages here. We've got a good one lining up in the form of Ruling Court, who is number 6, based upon his 2-year-old form last year. We've also got Warsox and Whitegate in there. Warsox for Nils Peterson, who's had a couple of big wins so far this season. Good luck to him. Right, Ruling Court in the Acomb Stakes. Meydan, this is a whopping bit of form to bring out to Meydan, and this is surely a horse who's going to have a Guineas on his agenda this season, Son of Justify, but he's taking this in.
Yeah, I think it's going to be Irish Guineas and then a Derby personally, but the Acomb worked out as probably one of the hottest 2-year-old races of last season. For me, I thought quick ground on a sharp 7 furlongs at York wasn't necessarily going to suit, having won his debut at Sandown. And he's still a horse that's very much on the up and learning for me. As a physical, I'm so looking forward to seeing him. He was €2.3 million from the Arcana Breeze up sale with a massive reputation, a son of Justify. And I saw him at Sandown and I was not disappointed, but I just thought, this horse is not a 2-year-old. Anything he does like last season was going to be a bonus. Tall, lengthy, leggy, and he had so much filling out and strengthening up to do. So the fact that he did that at Sandown and then ran so well in the Acomb, he's got a massive engine.
And just on that, we put to bed any concerns about Justifies at 3, right? That's it. That any concerns, because they were them last year, but we can put that in the bin.
That's now, harsh, right?
We can forget that.
On
now.
Justifies top-rated 3-year-old last year, I think we can probably just about forgive him.
Absolutely. But it was a thing that was levelled at the horse last year, consistently, with regard to City of Troy, Nick.
But I think possibly...
He turned out all right.
He turned out sort of above average, didn't he? But City of Troy, the whole thing about him being a small horse, will he train on, disappointment in the Guineas, etc. This horse is nothing like City of Troy. He's huge, big, rangy, long. He's going to be 3, if not a 4-year-old before he's at his very best.
Nick?
Yes.
Touch on Ruling Court and then move it on.
Megan said it all about the York race. That form is out of the highest order, being behind Lion Winter, Wimbledon Hawkeye, etc. Charlie Appleby saying they're going to use this to maybe find out whether they're going to go Guineas or Derby route. I've just got half an idea. I think Megan's saying about an Irish Guineas. It wouldn't surprise me if he ended up in maybe a Dante, personally, somewhere in between. And it's an important week as well, because it shouldn't be forgotten that back home, they won a very, very significant 3-year-old race as it is now, that Opera Ballo earlier in the week. So we're into March. They're starting to shuffle the pack a bit.
Halassan, it also lines up for Charlie Appleby. James Doyle gets the ride. Now, he was seen 29 days ago when winning here. This was his 3rd start out here so far this season. Megan beats the Fingal Raven and Nadawi. I made a point earlier on that, I've gone for the now Godolphin horse over the what could be, but at this point I can't see. I think the what could be about Ruling Court should be too strong for Halassan.
Yeah, I totally agree. This was obviously the trial and ultimately a nice enough performance. As you say, he's beaten the Fingal Raven and Nadawi here. It was straightforward, he showed a good attitude and was tough, but it's not the same level of form as we've seen from the Acomb in Ruling Court. And he absolutely has to line up, of course, on the back of winning the trial. But I just think that he's probably at a level. And listed level, I think, is going to be his sort of grade, if not Group 3. Where I think Ruling Court is running in a preparation to then be performing up at the very highest level.
Final thoughts?
Look, there's a bit of a boost. Halassan beat Al Qudra. That was a bit of a shock, but Al Qudra's gone on to win in Qatar, so there's a bit of a boost. But I think there'd be some longish faces in the Godolphin camp if Halassan beats the stablemate. I'm sure they'd be delighted to win the race, but I think it would be unlikely if it's not to be Ruling Court anyway.
Picks.
Yeah.
Megan. What you got? 9. You can take it away. You can. If you can't remember them all, they're up there for you.
No pressure. So we got Unleashed in the first. A couple of favourites to go with. Mountain Breeze in the second for a good night for Godolphin. Cagliostro to give Wathnan a winner. Westacre to back up his recent victory. Holloway Boy, he deserves his day in the sun. Imperial Emperor to handle the step up in trip. Silver Knot. Tuz, an absolute legend, of course, couldn't go without him. And finally, Ruling Court to finish the night.
OK, mine. I just saw one of the cameramen taking part. I mean, you're going to follow these in, good luck. Right, I'm going for 6 that Megan's put up as well. Unleash, Mounted Breeze, the cases are obvious. Cagliostro I really like. Frost at Dawn, just because we're in a bit of a tipping league and I think so many people are going to go West Acre, I'm just going to roll the dice and try and find something different. Holloway Boy, Kabir Khan to prove that he is still top draw dirt animal, Arabian Crown, Tuz and Ruling Court. There should be a winner or two among them.
Plenty of similarities for mine. Unleashed, I agree with. Mounted Breeze, obviously. Castle Warden in the blinkers. West Acre. First Conquest, Kabir Khan, maybe hope more than expectation. Silver Knot, Tuz and Ruling Court. There we are.
There we are.
Super Saturday then. It's Emirates Super Saturday, a night which has produced Dubai World Cup night winners in the past. Maybe we weren't sat here, you know, thinking this last year that we were going to see one in Laurel River going on and winning a Dubai World Cup. Yeah. But I think we've come to expect that year on year, that we, you know, 1 or 2 is very much feasible. And you've got 5 weeks now as well to get over it. Yeah, 5 weeks, 6 are winning your ins, and this is exactly what a dress rehearsal should be. I love the fact that the Jebel Hatta got pushed back to give January a real feature, and I don't think it actually really loses much from the day, really, does it? It's still got strength in every single division. Yeah, I think that planning has worked out really well, moving the Jebel Hatta back. Because you've got Romantic Warrior there, yeah. You wouldn't have got him here if that was on the night. We look forward to seeing him back. Which race are you most looking forward to? Which horse are you most looking forward to, Megan?
I think horse, probably seeing Ruling Court back in action, because I think he could be absolutely top class. The race I think I'm most fascinated by is probably the dirt sprint with Tuz. Japanese Raider over. I think that's so good. You know, throughout the season, we've had so many international runners coming in for the big meetings, and so I think that's really interesting. We've got a good spread of horses from across the world, and yeah, I'm sticking with Tuz as a favourite, but I think that's probably the race I'm most fascinated by.
Well, there we are. We're excited. You can't really not be ahead of Emirates Super Saturday, but that excitement pales in comparison to one person in particular. The pumped-up Angus McNay, no doubt. You'll be seeing lots of him on the screen throughout racing, bringing you all the analysis and really getting stuck into how and why races were won or lost. Our captain tonight, Angus McNay, is alongside his first mate, Rishi Prasad.
Tom, thank you very much. It is great to be back at the helm alongside the captain, Angus McNay. Angus, let's deal with conditions tonight. What can we expect, first of all?
First things first, Rishi. This is Emirates Super Saturday. That's what it should be dubbed, because we have 9 fantastic races for you on the turf and on the dirt. I think the dirt will ride as it has been. Pace on the rail is always good there. I think the turf, though, has been riding quite quick. We've had a number of track records out there. It's at its full width. There shouldn't be too much trouble in running, and it's just possible we'll see another track record come tumbling down on the turf today, where Charlie Appleby looks set to dominate.
Who are the horses that most excite you tonight?
One in particular. It is first conquest in the big race, the Singspiel Stakes. He might well be able to overturn Nation's Pride. He quickened like a wild horse when he won a handicap here, a sub-11-second furlong, surging him to the front, and he did the same when he won the Dubai Millennium. But will he get a trip from stall 1, or will he just get bottled up in behind horses and not get at? It'll make for fascinating viewing.
Will we see horses win tonight, or run tonight and win on Dubai World Cup night? Are we going to see a winner for 5 weeks' time?
Very tricky. There could be one, at least. Tuz, if there's going to be one, it's going to be him. He runs in the dirt sprint tonight. He's had a fantastic season for the Bhupat Seema yard. Can't see him getting beaten, and he's heading to try and defend his crown in the Golden Shaheen. He could be the one.
Last question, and Tom asked it originally. Angus McNay's pumpometer level?
Completely and utterly off the scale.
And the reason why it is off the scale is because Super Saturday normally lives up to his billing, as it did 12 months ago.
Starter likes them, and we are underway. Jagurtha de Monlau in second position, sits outside and applies a little bit of pressure, but no pressure at this point in time massively to this leader, who's getting it to his own devices up in front. RB Rich Like Me needs to get a hustle on here. AFL Wajal leading by a half. Sunny DeLoop starting to present on the outside. RB Rich Like Me is not going to get to these leaders here. It's a two-way tussle here in the Group 1. AFL Wajal, Sunny DeLoop getting the better here as they come to the 16th pole. Sunny DeLoop ahead. Sunny DeLoop, AFL Wajal lifting. AFL Wajal making it a very good tussle down to the line. Photo finish, not much in that. Very good finish, not leaving, they'll leave that one to the judge. On the Nonajiri comes up into the outside stall. Set to go at the 1600 metres, and we are immediately underway. Geologist was away fast. Nadelia the same, coming up to the outside. Not overworked in the early stages, but the rest of the runners happy to let Nadelia cross over to the lead. Now Cinderella's Dream Buick deciding to slide out wider and make a mid-race move here. Yamama was next, followed by Kibo, Masaki and Onajiri. Yeah, Buick not liking it. Actually hasn't liked it. He's lost his irons here on the favourite. He has lost the irons on Cinderella's Dream as they make their way into the straight here. So sensation in the Jumeirah 1000 guineas here, and he comes up to the outside about a half length clear. Buick without the irons, still about 2 or 3 lengths clear here of Lightning Paradise. Wow-wee, this is going to be some win. Cinderella's Dream, all has gone wrong, and she still delivers. Cinderella's Dream in a romp. 5 lengths over the Geologist. Emirates Super Saturday, and our second thoroughbred race for the afternoon. Set to go, we are underway. Royal Muse caught it well. Going forward there in the early stages along with Hypothetical. Laurel River wants a piece of it as well as they make their way out to the course proper. Followed there next in turn by Carib, deeper out, Southern Artist, ever fast in that first half dozen. With 900 metres left to travel and taking over the running now is Laurel River. Royal Muse allows him to cross, leading the way there. He sits second, the outside in third was Hypothetical. They've all got to catch Laurel River, who turns into the straight here in the Juddmonte Farm colours out by the best part of 8 or 9 lengths. Laurel River. Wowee, some performance here in race number 3. Laurel River is going to draw away and win this quite convincingly. 5 lengths in the last race. This winner, 7 lengths. And we look set here at the 1,000 metres. Set to run. We're underway in the Nadal Sheba turf sprint. Frosted Dawn was away fast over on the far side with the quality. Logo Hunter, R. Shibley, and also Bill Heil caught the start well, going up there, and they are in the first few. Well, as they make their way past the 400 metres, plenty of hopes here. At this point in time, Pontos hits the lead here from Bill Heil. Over on the far side, Frosted Dawn continues on. She looks like she's got a good advantage here, Frosted Dawn, and continuing. Frosted Dawn here with the 54.5, coming up here with the other filly in Star of Mystery, who's trying to chase her down. Frosted Dawn gets a well-deserved victory. And we are under Shane Ryan's orders here for race number 5. Racing. Now, Al Mutha has stood there and missed it at least 4 or 5 lengths. We'll head back to the end of the field along with Franz Kafka. Solid Stone getting out fast, Trevenant's underneath. Indian File as they make their way down the back here. Trevenant's leads and extends the lead to 4 lengths now as they come past the 1,300 metre marker. Castle Way comes to the outside and looks the big challenger now to the leader. From Bold Act, who's taking in behind them, with Sisfahan, who comes to the wide outside. Then came Warren Point, who once again is on bums looking for runs here up the inside. Solid Stone, Trevenant's claimed on the outside by Bold Act. Working through now, the big challenger is Warren Point. Castle Way next, Godolphin 1, 2 and 3. Sisfahan 4th. It's Bold Act the outside from a very brave Warren Point, who's trying to eat into the margin late, but it is all Bold Act. Bold Act takes the Dubai City of Gold, beats home Warren Point. This is the Al Maktoum Classic, sponsored by Emirates Airlines here on Emirates Super Saturday. Group 2, 1,900 metres, we are underway. Walk of Stars jumped very well early. Pressing up with Quip, who is going to fight forward to the lead up on the running rail. Aldous Huxley burns across along with Military Law. He'll be 4th. Walk of Stars comes up to the inside now and heads up into the runner-up role. From Clapton, who tracks him, Military Law deeper out as they swing the bend here in the Al Maktoum Classic. Out in front, Military Law, Walk of Stars, Clapton a little wayward here. He didn't corner too well. Military Law still with a buffer of 1.5 lengths on Walk of Stars, who's trying to let them up here as well, but it is Military Law still. Military Law under Oscar Chavez with a break of 1.5 lengths here in the Al Maktoum Classic. Now Walk of Stars starts to lift in the late stages. Walk of Stars trying to make this a race. Military Law has to be brave, and Military Law gets the job done. Military Law very brave late. 1,400 metres, and we're racing to the best line of the night. Mountbatten out wide, will have to press forward here at this point in time in a little sticky spot. Changing colours, finds his usual early spot up in front with 700 metres left to travel here in the Ras Al Khor, and it is changing colours by a length and a tail. Second, Marvin. Erzincan's been 3 deep the trip at this point in time. He's been doing it tough. Echo Point spots the lead 4 lengths, still trying to work through with Ventura Rebel out wide. Fort Payne along with Damar. Yanafis tracking into it as well, deeper out. It's changing colours from Noble Dynasty. Here's 4 Fort Payne on the scene here. Fort Payne coming up to the outside of Noble Dynasty. Echo Point working through. Look at Tamburrata flashing from the back as well. Fort Payne, Tamburrata tries down the outside, will miss. Fort Payne from Tamburrata. They're locked and loaded for the Mahab Al Shimaal. Racing. Rawi a little slow and threw the head up in the air as well, cost himself 3 or 4. Freedom Fighter straight up onto the bunny, nice and early here. Meshakal second, 400 to go, and it is Freedom Fighter a half length, now 3/4 of a length. Meshakal tries to level up, but Freedom Fighter holds him at bay at the moment. Leading Spirit though the threat, Leading Spirit down the outside, hot out of the Jebel Ali sprint. Leading Spirit burns to the lead, burns the dirt here this afternoon and into the evening and into the final 100 metres. Leading Spirit under Pat Cosgrave will take the Mahab Al Shimaal. A length and a half. Freedom Fighter second. And we are almost set to go and immediately underway. Musical Act was fast off the machines, going forward there in the early stages with Athan, Legend of Time, just looking to slot in here as well. So might get the back of the stablemate here. Tahoku out 3 deep at the moment. Athan leads them, kicks up underneath Musical Act to lead a half length. Legend of Time, plenty of room to come through. The short price select, out deeper Musical Act, Tahoku. Courtier starts to work into it. A Claim to Royalty seems to have thrown up the white flag. What happens in Vegas passes him, and Musical Act still seems to have something in the locker here. Gives Legend of Time a run for his money. Legend of Time leads a length and a half, now makes it 2 lengths, and he kicks away in the late stages. Legend of Time goes on to record a nice win in the final race, and the margin on the line, 4 lengths. Godolphin go 1-2. Musical Act second, third across Athan, who's stuck on.
Well, welcome to somewhere very special here at Meydan, because we're ushering in Ramadan 2025, which is the holiest month, of course, in the calendar, the Islamic calendar. And here at Meydan, the Dubai Racing Club stressing the importance and how it should be celebrated. It's a period, of course, of great worship, spirituality, kindness, forgiveness, and they have erected a very special Ramadan Majlis here. And this is down in the paddock garden, where it is a time for that little bit of tranquility. You can get some Arabic treats over there as well. There's a fine iftar, a unique iftar as well for those celebrating, indeed the millions who are celebrating worldwide. Hopefully plenty are going to be here today at Meydan, and indeed for the next couple of weeks as well, because Friday the 7th and indeed Friday the 14th of March, they're all going to fall during the holy Ramadan period. And it really is a very special place to be on an afternoon like this. We'll get to Megan.
Well, Emirates Super Saturday couldn't take place without top-class fashion. Now, I've made my way to Grandstand 3, where, to be honest, it is all going on. Personally, I want to make my way to the DRC Millinery Exhibition, where we have got some 4 different milliners have bought a selection of their tip-top favourites, quirky, different hats and styles on offer. Here, some gorgeous pinks, loads of flowers, bit of something for everyone. We've got Vivian Sheriff as well. I'm sort of checking out what I might be able to try and borrow ahead of the World Cup night. There's some really gorgeous pieces on show. Evelyn McDermott as well. I mean, I absolutely love them. They all got so much beautiful detail, all very different. And finally, Victoria Charles has got a gorgeous selection on as well. I mean, look at this, how bright and beautiful. You certainly stand out with some of these hats. Obviously, with all of these hats on show, it goes without saying that there is lots of prizes on offer this evening, because we have got our style stakes as usual. 8:30 this evening, the winners are going to be announced. Best dressed lady, couple, gentleman, everything, you name it, there is a category for you. It's going on throughout the evening, as we say, in Grandstand 3. So we've got a catwalk over there. Make sure you've got your best shoes on. We want to see the strut going on. We've got various different areas of more fashion alongside the hats here in Grandstand 3. So you've got to get involved. The prizes are incredible. I'm going to go and see if we can have a little go on the catwalk ourselves.
welcome to one of the biggest and best occasions in the international racing calendar. 9 races worth $3 million and a host of equine superstars on show. Not only does it serve as the perfect precursor to the Dubai World Cup taking place back here at this magnificent Meydan racecourse in 5 weeks' time, it is always an occasion that also lives up to its billing. Welcome to Emirates Super Saturday.
Cinderella's dream, all has gone wrong, and she still delivers.
Brilliant horsemanship from William Bieg.
Frosted Dawn gets a well-deserved victory.
History is made. Ertugrul's track record has gone.
Military Law has to be brave, and Military Law gets the job done. It's Poldak the outside. Poldak takes the Dubai City of Gold. Laurel River.
A dominant performance of real authority from Laurel River. Wow, that is a demolition job from this horse.
Another exciting performance tonight here on Emirates Super Saturday. The adrenaline is definitely up. Angus McNay alongside me, looking forward to Emirates Super Saturday. Angus, how excited are you?
I'm absolutely pumped for this. I cannot wait
1
for
to
it
10?
to get underway. I'm way off the scale, way off the scale. I'm miles over 10. What a fantastic day we've got in store. Emirates Super Saturday, as I've dubbed it. And we have some tremendous action for you, both on the turf and the dirt. And I personally am not going to leave anything out there on either of those tracks. I'll be on my knees by the end of this.
He is always a man who gives 100%. Now, what about conditions for both the turf and dirt track today? What can we expect?
Okay, let's start with the dirt track. I think it's going to ride as ever. Pace on the rail, important. Generally a low draw, important. But pace is the most important thing. Pace is something we'll be analysing throughout the show, looking at sectionals and all sorts of other data that we can bring you. And on the turf, Rishi, I think you need to be quite prominent as well, even though it is at its full width today, so there won't be so much trouble in running. It's going to be very interesting as far as that's concerned with the Singspiel Stakes, because we've got a horse in First Conquest who has got a wild turn of foot. He's shown it in his last 2 starts in a handicap and in the Dubai Millennium. He's in stall 1 under Mikel Barcelona. He needs holding up. Is he going to get bottled in down on the inside? Will he get out? How will he get out? Fascinating byplay to the Singspiel.
Questions to be answered later on. One important item to talk about is the positioning of the Emirates Super Saturday in relation to the Dubai World Cup. Obviously, for the first time ever, there is now a 5-week gap. How significant do you think that is?
I think it is very significant, isn't it? And the horses need time to recover, especially horses that have tough races on the dirt, and we're going to talk about that a little bit later on in relation to Laurel River getting beaten first time up here on the dirt, and several of those that ran in that attritional race will be running again tonight. So we'll get to that a bit later on, but I think that little bit of extra time makes a big difference. So the Saudi Cup and that meeting has affected this meeting a little bit. It means just sort of diluted the quality a bit, because some of the horses that went to Saudi, they can't back up now. It's too quick a turnaround. So some of them that we would like to have seen, Walk of Stars, for example, and others, they're not going to be here today, but they can freshen up now after Saudi, and it gives them a chance to be ready for World Cup night. So I think that extra bit of time makes a big difference.
And without giving any names away just yet, any names, keep those up your sleeve.
Okay.
Do you think we will see maybe 1, 2, 3, or 0 actually, World Cup winners in action tonight?
Winners.
Will we see a horse that will win on Dubai World Cup night in 5 weeks' time in action on Emirates Super Saturday?
I think we could see 1. I don't think it'll be more than 1. And that one will be Tuz, who comes here in preparation for the Golden Shaheen that he won last year in sensational fashion. Tag O'Shea can rate him on the front evenly like he does so often, not have too hard a race. Off to the Golden Shaheen.
So, Angus is pumped. He says it's a super Saturday. You know what conditions are like. How about some of the stars on show this evening? First up, a purebred Arabian who's been in great form this season, unleashed in the Al Maktoum Challenge.
He's one of the best purebred Arabians around. He's won his last 2. He steps up in trip today, but will be very dangerous if he gets loose on the lead.
Next, the first of Charlie Appleby's big hopes tonight, Mountain Breeze.
A classy 2-year-old with a comeback win in the Morge Stakes last time up. She's definitely the one to beat.
She runs in the Jumeirah 1000 Guineas. After that, it's the Burj Nahaar. Simon and Ed Crisford hoping for big things from local dynasty.
Good turf horse. He's won 4 times on the green stuff, but he does act on dirt, and he's got no walk of stars to trouble him today.
Then we turn to the green stuff for the Mahab Al Shimaal Turf Sprint, and one of the most exciting horses, Westacre, in action.
Yeah, 5 furlong specialist who surged to success in the Blue Point last time up. Can he back that up?
The Singspiel Stakes up next, and Nation's Pride, an old favourite, is back.
1 of 2 for Charlie Appleby in the race. This horse has got a tremendous North American record, but he has to prove that the last 2 defeats were just a blip.
One of the leading contenders for the Al Maktoum Classic is Imperial Emperor.
Our fascinating horse today, the switch to dirt has sparked him into life, and he puts his Dubai World Cup pretensions on the line.
Another big hope for Bupat Simar. And then in race 7, the Dubai City of Gold, former Derby favourite Arabian Crown is back.
Yeah, for the Charlie Appleby team, this horse is all about potential at this trip off a long layoff.
The fastest horse in the desert, Tuz in the Mahab Al Shimaal.
What a dude this fella is. He's won his last 4, and he's tuning up for another tilt at the Golden Shaheen, the race that he won last year on Dubai World Cup night.
And maybe, just maybe, we're saving the best for last. Ruling court in the Jumeirah 2000 Guineas.
Oh, he's a 2-year-old of considerable talent last season, and he could round off a very successful day for Charlie Appleby and William Buick.
9 races, prize money almost totaling $3 million US. 5 races on the turf, 4 on the dirt. On the dirt, it is fast. On the turf, the going is good. And here are the non-runners for today. Race 3, number 13, Salem is out. Race 5, number 2, Delali. And in race 6, number 10, Hermedeus, also out. And the jockey changes are as follows. In race 1, number 2, Hiab Al Zaman, now ridden by Tygo Shea. Race 3, Fort Payne, ridden by Dylan Brown of Monagle. Race 3, also Oasis Boy, now ridden by Connor Beasley. And then in race 6, William Buick gets on the grey, King of Gold, number 13. Race 9, the closing race of the evening, Jumeirah 2000 Guineas, number 5, Odai, ridden by Case Al-Busaidi. So now you're up to date with all the details, as indeed are all our race goers today, making their picks, taking part in the pick 6, the triple try, etc., all the way from races 1 to 9. Well, you've met a couple members of the team, myself and Angus McNeice so far. Let's meet 2 others, Nick Lightfoot and Tom Stanley.
Nick Lightfoot and I will be guiding you through some of the proceedings later on. We'll certainly be providing you with some interviews before and after racing. You're going to be on jockeys,
Yep.
so they'll always be happy, Nick.
Yeah, hopefully. 1 or 2 that have maybe booked their place for the Dubai World Cup night. That's what it's all about, isn't it, here on Emirates Super Saturday?
What do you think, Nick, about the sort of reinvented programme? Because we're now in year 2 of said programme, and it feels like the big nights deliver consistently now.
Absolutely. I thought Fashion Friday was as good a night you'll get outside of the Dubai World Cup. And the relocating of races like the Jebel Hatta, pushing that back, means that you've got real punctuation points in the season. I think this is a really good night, but it's got a feel of a dress rehearsal rather than a final destination.
Yeah, and I think that's what you want it to be. You want horses looking to cement their positions on Dubai World Cup night itself.
6 winning your ins.
Yeah.
That's what it's all about.
And bonuses galore as well. We've got some, well, William Buick had some choices to make. We've got some could-be's for the Godolphin Blue, and we've got some very likelies as well. A bit like this guy was on Dubai World Cup night 25 years ago, Dubai Millennium. So, yeah, you should be talking to William Buick later.
I would think so.
Yeah.
Ruling court in the last, Mountain Breeze, they should win their Guineas. I guess the question is, has he gone right with horses like Silver Knot up against Arabian Crown, with Nation's Pride, the Globetrotter up against First Conquest? They're difficult ones.
Final question for you. Kabir Khan or Kabir Can't?
Oh, that's great. That's good.
Try.
That's what 8 hours on a plane, you think of things like that. I'm very much in the camp that he'll win.
Good.
I think he needs to, though, because the bubble's been burst a bit, hasn't it?
Yeah, that makes it Kabir can.
Kabir can.
I'm with
yeah.
you.
Kabir can.
It's more Kabir hope, I'll be honest, but I'm hoping. Let's get out and join the final member of our team, Megan Nichols.
Well, I'm absolutely delighted to be back here at Meydan for the Emirates Super Saturday. And as you guys are saying, what a card it is. We've got some mega racing on show this evening, and it's hard to say where to start. Well, what am I most excited about? Well, I suppose the Nadal Sheba sprint. I'm very much looking forward to seeing West Acre back in action for George Scott, Callum Shepherd. What an international success they have been the last couple of seasons. But West Acre holding the track record, breaking the track record last time. It was quite a performance, and he's back to prove that it wasn't just a fluke. I suppose we get into things a bit later on. We've got the World Cup trial. For me, Imperial Emperor, he is the one that they have to beat. He was behind Walker Stars last time, and I think the little step up in distance shouldn't be an issue for him, but that is a red-hot race. And I suppose finally the horse to sort of seal the night that I'm most looking forward to seeing back in action is Ruling Court. He was a very expensive purchase as a 2-year-old from the Arcana Breeze Ups. 2.3 million euros he cost. He obviously won on his debut at Sandown before running a huge race in defeat at York in the Acomb, one of the 2-year-old races of last season for me. So I can't wait to see him back in action, get a good look at him in the paddock beforehand, because he could be one to keep an eye on throughout the rest of the year at the very top level.
I think it's fair to say a lot of us are excited about seeing Ruling Court, who made such an impression in his short career as a 2-year-old in the UK. 1 run at Sandown and 1 run at York. He looks very special, but he runs in the last race of the day. Maybe there's a young man who might one day turn out to be a famous trainer or a jockey. Who knows? Or maybe he'd be very wealthy and own a string of racehorses and buy a 2.3 million euro yearling or breeze up horse like Ruling Court. Let's head out and join Tom Stanley.
7 rides for 7 different trainers for Oisin Murphy tonight. Welcome back to Meydan. You're a busy man.
Thanks, Tom. It's great to be back here. Obviously the beginning of Ramadan, but it's a very good meeting, and I'm delighted I've got plenty of opportunities.
The 2 Japanese runners are obviously fascinating. I think it's fair to say Yoshita Yahagi sending American Saint, who must have a great chance off the back of what he's done so far. What do you know about the horse, and what are you expecting?
Yeah, so he's quite lightly raced. He's had 6 starts, and he's never been out of the first 3. Obviously, he's a 3-year-old taking on older horses. He gets 4.5 kilos off the likes of Tuz, who's going to be a tough nut to crack. He has an outside draw in 12, Tom, but I really like the horse, and I hope he'll go very well.
Do you think you have to get him to the front early or not?
No, I'd imagine there'll be a speed battle on, but hopefully he can break and muster some pace into the turn so he isn't caught super wide, and we'll fill up from there and see if he can run Tuz down in the straight.
What are you expecting from Theo St. Denis?
He's a very fast horse. He was able to lead in the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. I think he has a lot of class. When I looked last, he was favourite, and I think he deserves to be bang there, provided he can breathe and doesn't get hassled too much. But he has more class than many in the field.
And obviously you're straight into a bit of an elbow bend, aren't you? But out of 9, you'd be confident he'd have the speed to be right up there.
Yeah, I think so. What he's shown on form anyway, Tom.
Frost at Dawn is another nice ride. When she won here last year in what was a track record time, she was over towards that far side. Is it sort of try and rinse and repeat that and use her speed?
Yeah, exactly. She's drawn in 2. I suppose we'll break and go forward. I spoke to her trainer, William Knight, earlier, and he's very pleased with her. This has been the plan for a while. Last year's winner, West Acre, has been coming from the back. He's been really impressive, and I actually think it's quite a deep field. Obviously Pontus is in there, probably going to lead again, but hopefully it's a fair race.
Another Japanese winner for you last week, that was in Saudi Arabia. You've got 2 here. I mean, sort of internationally, even when the Japanese riders are over, but it feels like you're a bit of their go-to man.
Well, I'm fortunate that I've been available and they've asked me, but Ryan Moore and William Buick and obviously Christophe Lemaire would be very top of the list, and hopefully I can fit in when and if required.
We know this is a really busy time for riders. Sort of how are you coping with this time of year, the amount of travel involved? I mean, do you enjoy it?
I do, because I'm going racing for nice horses, but I'm riding in India tomorrow and then Saudi again next week, and it's all go, but it will steady down from kind of mid-April onwards. After the Dubai World Cup, it'll all become quite routine and boring, so you have to enjoy these this time of year.
Yeah, winter sun's always nice. Thanks, Oisin. Good luck.
Cheers, Tom.
And one suspects he travels in style, courtesy of Emirates, no doubt. Angus, I must ask you about the first horse that Tom mentioned to him, American Stage, the 3-year-old, up against Tuz. He's getting plenty of weight from Tuz, but he's got an awkward draw to overcome.
Yeah, that's going to be a big problem for him. 6 furlongs here on the dirt. You don't want to be too wide. He's a little bit too wide. He's looked pretty impressive in Japan on the dirt. He really does move like a proper dirt horse. He's better when he gets his own way out in front. He likes to roll along in front. He did so when taking the Lance contest last time up. And I'm slightly concerned that he won't get his own way. And the trouble is, it's an away fixture for him. And it's certainly a home fixture for Tuz.
Yes, even though it's on dirt, this is very much his turf.
Yeah.
Tuz in the big sprint on the dirt over 6 furlongs later on. Angus has actually posed one of the most interesting questions of the night already. Is William Buick on the right horse in the Singspiel Stakes? Should he be on the horse that he's riding? We'll find out after the break. Welcome back to Emirates Super Saturday. Now, before the break, we asked the question, is William Buick on the right horse in the Singspiel Stakes this evening? He has a couple of races where his choice of rides could be questioned, and certainly that's the case with the Singspiel Stakes. He is aboard Nation's Pride. Mikel Barcelona is on the other Charlie Appleby runner, First Conquest. The question is William Buick riding the right horse? And that is a question that Angus posed at the very start of this show. Why should this even be a question, Angus?
I think there's a big question, even though there's a difference in the ratings between these two horses. First Conquest is the now horse. Nation's Pride is probably the best horse looking at back form and given what he achieved in North America. But First Conquest has been wildly impressive in his 2 starts here at Meydan, completing a hat-trick in the Dubai Millennium. But we take you back to the handicap that he won before that. A poor draw in stall 15. He's quite a keen horse. He likes to get on with things. And what we'll highlight later on is just how fast he is. He's got a rapid turn of foot. And if he gets some cover today, and he's unleashed inside the final 3 furlongs. He's going to be pretty hard to beat, I think. This must have been a dreadfully difficult choice for William Buick, and maybe he didn't have the choice. Maybe he just had to ride Nation's Pride because he's always ridden a horse generally in North America. This was quite a steadily run race, Rishi, this handicap. It didn't produce a very good final time, but what it did highlight was just how fast this horse is. He really can quicken up well in the closing stages, and he's at a positional disadvantage here, as he was in the Dubai Millennium after this, but he overcame it with his speed. He's a long way back here. He's 3/4 of the way back, and it's only going to be a turn of foot that's going to get him out of trouble. And boy, does he unleash down the outside of the field to surge past his rivals. Now, these rivals are not as good as the ones that he will face today, but he's improving rapidly. And I love horses that can quicken up in the style that he did. Now, just watch this surge of pace, and he'll do a sub-11 second furlong as he quickens up in the home straight. Just gets a bit of running room now. He was able to get out. That's a salient point with his stall 1 draw today. Doesn't look like he's going to get there, does he, from the outside? But now here he goes. 1400 metre to 1600 metre. 10.78 seconds. That's a rare turn of foot. And that has surged him to the front. And he shows sustained speed, not just a 1 furlong burst, but sustained speed with that 11:01 furlong to bring him home clear of the handicappers. And his finishing speed percentage from the rear of the field, where he's at a positional disadvantage, 104.88. So he's 4.88% quicker in the final 400 metres than the rest of the race, telling us just what a turn of foot he's got. And what was even more impressive was those that he beat, they finished fast too. They weren't stopping, they weren't slowing down. He was passing horses who were also running faster in the last part of the race. What about the Dubai Millennium Stakes then after that? Well, he did much the same here. Look where he's positioned. The only thing he can do here is go wide and give away ground. That's exactly what he does, but once again, he quickens. It's his turn of foot that gets him out of trouble. Just over 11 second furlong to surge him to the front here, and he again shows sustained speed with an 11.16 from the 1600 metre to the 1800 metre mark. This was stepping up in trip this day. He got it no problem. He was able to use his turn of foot, and again he's under 12 seconds for the final furlong and not stopping in the closing stages. That was a step up in grade and a very smart performance. And again, his finishing speed percentage is good, 105.13%, so over 5% quicker in the last 400 metres than the rest of the race. So he's going to be able to utilise his turn of foot, I think, tonight, as long as Mikel Barcelona can get a trip. It must have been hard for William Buick to get off this horse, who's rapidly improving.
So when we talk about and ask the question, should William Buick be riding the other horse, basically you're saying he should be on First Conquest.
I personally think First Conquest will win the race, yeah, and I think William should be. You don't know what politics are happening behind the scenes, and William might had to have ride Nation's Pride, who is a very good horse. He's the best horse on ratings in the race, but I do think that he might be regretting it if he did have to make a choice come the end of the Singspiel tonight.
Okay, of course, he's also got a choice to make later on in the Dubai City of Gold, where, of course, Arabian Crown, a lot of people thought he'd be riding Arabian Crown, but he's riding Silver Knot, and that'll be a point of discussion a little bit later on. But we're not that far away for our first race on Emirates Super Saturday. The runners on the way down, the purebred Arabians, for the Al Maktoum Challenge. We'll start focusing on that after the break. Welcome back to Emirates Super Saturday, our first of 9 races, not far away. Let's get you the runners and riders for the Al Maktoum Challenge Round 3. It's worth 600,000 dirhams. The field headed by Jafar with Silvestre de Souza in the saddle. 2 is Mahab Al Shimaal, a reminder that Tiago Shea rides. 3, Indies Day, Andrew Slattery. 4 is Canal de Faust, ridden by Sandro Paiv. And by the way, Adria de Vries is unfortunately not quite recovered yet after his fall. Number 5 is Kif Star, ridden by Bernardo Pinheiro. 6, Mubid, Ray Dawson. 7 is Mujazif, Sam Hitchcott. 8 is Raja, ridden by Danny Tudhope. 9 is Salb, ridden by Connor Beasley. 10, Tariq, ridden by Mikel Barcelona. And 11, many people's idea of the winner and the international market leader, Unleashed, ridden by Richie Mullen. And there is Unleashed, Angus. Drawn in stall 2, which is obviously a positive, and a horse in form. He won the second round of the Al Maktoum Challenge and the Majani.
He did, yeah. Stall 2 is a very good draw for a horse who likes to go forward in his races. He made all the running to beat Canal de Faust last time up, and, well, he won by 3 3/4 lengths. In the end, you can see those that were in behind this day, and he's on the front end, rolling along in this Al Maktoum Challenge, and he was never for catching. He rode that lovely rail to success. Canal de Faust, who was beaten by him earlier in the year, he runs on and grabs second place in the end. Jafar, he's in the field once again, but they were both beaten quite a long way and comprehensively beaten by Unleashed, who steps up in trip today. That's the only slight question mark, but if he can be rated on the front from what is an excellent draw to get to the front, then he's going to be hard to beat. Top rated by a good few pounds here.
Yeah, it appears that Unleashed is clearly the standard if everything goes to plan. Another horse who's had a very good season has been Canal de Faust. You pointed out that's been a second a couple of times to Unleashed, but in between he's run some good races and actually started off the season with a bang with a win.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he's a really good horse, a very consistent horse, and he was going on at the death in that race that we just saw, the Al Maktoum Challenge. He ran on quite strongly late on, having got outpaced and copped a bit of kickback. He ran on pretty well. Step up in trip should be no problem for him, and he goes well here. He's very consistent. He's rated 118 compared to Unleashed 123, but he's right there in the mix, given that he was only 3 3/4 lengths behind Unleashed last time up. He's a big player.
Unleashed stable companion, Mubid, also in the colours of Al Reef Stables, although Mubid, number 6, has got the black cap on. This horse was on a bit of a roll, having won at Sharjah and Meydan, but does the run last time, does that just temper enthusiasm?
Possibly a bit, yeah. He was virtually tailed off, wasn't he, behind Unleashed last time. It was a very disappointing from him, but he was stepping up in trip there, and his Sharjah win was 1,200 metres, and when he won here at Meydan on the dirt, that was over 1,600. So there has to be some slight doubts about this 2,000 metre trip today.
Ray Dawson, who's been in the saddle for all 3 runs this season, is back in the saddle once again. There are a couple of other horses that have run well this season. I thought Salb ran pretty well last time here on Valentine's Day, making up a fair bit of ground to win on that occasion.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, that was just in a handicap, and he ran on well to get up and win by half a length. In the end, that was for horses that are rated 80 to 100. He's been found out in Group 2 company before that, so I think possibly he's got a lot to find. The ratings would certainly say that. He's £20 inferior to Unleashed.
I think that disparity between a fair few of them. Take, for example, Tariq and Mahab Al Shimaal, who ran at Al Ain last time out. And prior to Mahab Al Shimaal's good run last time, was beaten miles behind Unleashed.
Yeah, absolute miles. I thought Tariq had a bit of a squeak. I just thought the angle of stepping back up in trip would help him a little bit. He definitely stays this far, and I thought it'd be interesting him coming back up. He did win by a length, beating Mahab Al Shimaal last time at Al Ain, but he does stay this trip, so he could be interesting despite not a great draw in stall 10. Mikel Barcelona takes the mount on this horse who's rated 110. Mikel Barcelona, well, he has been for years, a really good dirt rider here at Meydan.
just getting a bit warm, Tariq, but represents Connections, who often have more than one runner. He's their only runner tonight, Yaz Racing, and for Majid Al Jahuri, he's the only representative of Yaz Racing in this third round of the Al Maktoum Challenge. Jafar, who was behind Unleashed last time out, I thought he's interesting because that was only his second start after a very long layoff.
Yeah, and back on dirt as well. He'd have found it a bit of a culture shock. He'd been running on the turf, then had a layoff, and then comes back onto dirt where it's all happening really quickly. Bit of a culture shock. He'll be sharper for that today. He could figure. He is rated 113, so he's likely to figure along with Kenai DeFaust and Unleashed. Track record Rishi, Derian, 211.87. He did that in March of 2021 over this 2,000-metre trip.
That's when Derian won the Dubai Kahela Classic 4 years ago under Emirates Mendizabal. The last few coming forward for the first of 9 races on Emirates Super Saturday, and one playing up in stall 9. That is Mujazif. Sam Hitchcock thankfully got out of the saddle quite quickly. We're looking at Hiab Al-Zaman with Tiger Shea in the saddle, but unfortunately a nasty incident. Mujazif, Sam Hitchcock, the horse rearing up. Sam Hitchcock is limping. He's limping away. We hope that he'll be attended to, and none the worse for that, but he is clearly in some discomfort at the moment. We will bring you what news we can on Mujazif as soon as we get it. The horse appears to still be in the stalls, and hopefully he'll be taken out without any injuries or any further mishap. But that was a very worrying and awkward moment just before the last horse went forward for the first race today. Mujazif just seemed to spook, reared up in the stalls. Sam Hitchcock thankfully walking around. Mujazif number 7 understandably and as expected withdrawn from our opening race, and we horse that very shortly the stall handlers will be able to extricate Mujazif from the starting stall. It's a situation that none of us want to see, but at least we know that Sam Hitchcock is seemingly okay to a degree. He just seems to be stretching his left leg somewhat in discomfort.
I think they're going to try and open the front of the stalls to get Mujazif out. They've all remained in the stalls thus far.
Jafar, who's in stall 8 next to Mujazif, also appears to be a little bit unsettled by what's going on, so it's possible we may have a little bit more of a delay, understanding that possibly the bridle or some part of
he's out the front of the stalls. We can see the stalls from our position here in the grandstand, and they have just got him out the front of the stalls, and he is walking away.
And number 8, Jafar, has just become significantly unsettled. Hopefully he will settle down. But now Silvestre de Souza appears out of the saddle, and he is getting out as well. And you'll see a stalls handlers plural, trying to keep Jafar settled, but it appears that he may be also backed out as well. But Mujazif, we do know, has officially been withdrawn. Number 7, who was in stall 9. Sam Hitchcock now standing to the side of the starting stalls. There he is to the left of picture, the outrider on hand and trotting Mujazif back. Doesn't appear any the worse for those moments, worrying moments. Thankfully, it won't leave a lasting mark on his memory. Also, hopefully long before Sam Hitchcock is okay again. But it appears that Silvestre de Souza is getting on board Jafar once again in stall 8, so I can't imagine we'll be much longer in waiting. I think Hiab Al-Zaman was the last one to go forward. Still about to go forward, Hiab Al-Zaman, and Silvestre de Souza just straddling between stalls 8 and 9 before. I don't think he's quite in there yet.
They've been in a long time now, isn't it? I know the purebred Arabians can be quite highly strung, but they have been asked to stand in there a very long time now. It's always difficult for them. The adrenaline's pumping, they're ready to go, they know what this is all about. And just to stand still in the stalls for so long is a tough ask.
I think they just have to wait for Mujazif to come off the track, which I think he's just done. Mujazif is off the track. So now Mahab Al Shimaal can go forward. And we can get Emirates Super Saturday underway. Let's join our commentator, Pat Comerford.
Round 3 of the Al Maktoum Challenge for the purebred Arabians. Locked up, ready to go, racing. And they got away to a nice clean break after all that. Kifstar ridden with vigour. Mahab Al Shimaal up into the early pace along with Mubid. Unleashed is on the back foot early. Not good signs for the international market elect. Tariq works forward along with Mubid. Jafar is 5th. At the post with a lap to travel from Raja, Unleashed, and 3 wide working up with cover is Canal de Fost. It was 3 lengths to Salb, followed by Indy's Day, and scratching at the gates of Mujasif, who doesn't join them here in the field. Pace is genuine enough inside the 1500 in the Al Maktoum Challenge, and Mahab Al Shimaal, who had the benefit of sitting outside the gate, he now goes to the lead under O'Shea by 1.5 lengths on Kifstar. 1.5 lengths as well to Tariq in 3rd, 1.5 lengths to Mubid. They're almost in Indian file here, followed by Jafar on the outside. Canal de Fost starts to improve deeper out without cover from Raja. Then came Unleashed, who's spotting the lead 5 or 6 and buried away on the inner. 3 lengths to Salb and 5 lengths to Indy's Day, who can't go with the gallop. They're past halfway here at the 1,000 metres in the Al Maktoum Challenge for the purebred Arabians, and it is Mahab Al Shimaal who's had it all to his own liking up in front here. Come back under Tiger O'Shea nicely here. Kifstar out wide pressured. Tariq's been doing it deep, doing it hard deeper from Mubid, who's already under pressure. Jafar, Canal de Fost starting to work into the race despite being wide. Next was Raja, who looks beaten from Salb and Indy's Day. It's Mahab Al Shimaal's race to lose here. 1.5 lengths in advance of Tariq. Then came Mubid. Unleashed getting going now from Canal de Fost, who starts to pick up the pace here under a vigorous ride by Sandro Paiva, and best of the rest was Jafar. They straighten into the lane here in the Al Maktoum Challenge, and it is Mahab Al Shimaal swallowed up by Mubid on the outside, who presents with a big challenge. Mubid ranges up on the outside to Mahab Al Shimaal. Tariq trying to get into the margin here late, but Mubid has got them beat here. Mubid coming clear with 150 metres left to travel. It's up on the inside. Mahab Al Shimaal trying to rally again, but Mubid picks up another G1 here at Meydan for the season. Mubid goes on to win by 3 lengths. Tariq second over. Mahab Al Shimaal in a tighty there for 3rd. 4th over, there was a gap back to Unleashed. The start costly. Canal de Fost had a tough run in transit. Salb was next over, a gap to Indy's Day, who did beat a few home in the end. Next over Jafar. Kifstar did too much on the front end. Raja the last one to finish, and once again Mujasif a scratching at the gates.
Mubid is back to form, seemingly the lesser fancied of the Al Reef Stables and Jabba Bitar runners. Mubid has produced the sort of performance that we saw from him on Festive Friday. Back in December, he was very disappointing behind Unleashed in the 2nd round of the Al Maktoum Challenge, but this was more like the old Mubid.
It was, yeah. Who knows what happened last time? Really disappointing. Over 1,900 metres, but back here, putting his best foot forward to land this Al Maktoum Challenge round 3 and do so in pretty good style. In the end, 2:14.12 the time. That's a way outside the track record of 2:11.87. It was, well, Tad O'Shea on the leader, Mahab Al Shimaal from stall 1, who dominated this race, but he couldn't go on inside the final 400 metres, and he's been run down by Mubid in a race that was quite evenly run. They didn't go mad in the early part. 14.91, 12.12, 12.77, 12.88. It was an even enough gallop, and Mubid has finished off well from it. There's Unleashed back in 4th place, never really going, to be honest, off the bridle very early on.
Yeah, he struggled in the early part of the race. Richie Mullen trying to get him enthused from the gates to the first bend, but he seemed a little bit intimidated or unwilling to take a prominent position. However, Mubid travelled very kindly in behind. Mahab Al Shimaal did break well, did adopt the early lead on the rail from stall 1.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he had no problems doing so whatsoever. Maybe the trips just caught him out a little bit. Maybe he hasn't quite seen out this 2,000 metres in the end, but he's run really well. It's a good effort from him. Tariq's not run too badly at all either. He likes this trip. He was stepping up in trip today. That definitely suited him. He stays this far on the turf. He mixes turf and dirt. Back to this on dirt. has really suited him. And Mabid is beginning to make his run. Once they turned for home, has stayed on really strongly.
Jafar was disappointing, the horse with the red cap and the green sleeves, and so was Canal de Faust. But the man on board, very delighted. Mubid, Ray Dawson, he's ridden him all season long. He won the second round, or the first round of the Al Maktoum Challenge back on Festive Friday. And he is back in the winners' enclosure, putting behind him a very poor effort here on Fashion Friday in January.
Dawson just celebrating success on Mubid. Ray, well done indeed. On his best days. This guy's quite a good purebred Arabian, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, that's what we were expecting his last run, and for whatever reason he just didn't turn up. Today he was a lot more relaxed in himself today, even down to post, and in the stalls he was very relaxed, and fairness, he gave me a very good feel the whole way around, and yeah, that's more like the Mubid we know.
Well, given the progress he showed last time over the last year or so, in 5 weeks' time, could it be a big factor in the Kayla Classic?
Yeah, you'd like to think so. You know, but look, these Arabian bred horses, when they're on their day, they can have a lot of ability. But as we've seen last time, Irani, for whatever reason, but look, we put that behind us, and look, off that run and the way he's felt, he'd be bang there on the big night. So,
well done. More success on this night for you, Ray. Good start. Well done.
Thank you.
Ray Dawson has had a fabulous time of it this season. That's his 17th win here in the UAE through the championship season. He's had over 200 rides. He's enjoying himself. And this is the sort of experience that can help propel you even further when certainly he returns back, strongly associated with the Roger Varian team in the UK. But the Jabba Bitter team, Angus, they've had a strong season. Obviously, we talked about Unleashed before the race, stable companion of Mubid. And Mubid, they've got him back.
They've definitely got him back. Yeah, like Ray said there, he just wasn't on a going day last time up. Don't know what it was, but by and large, he's been consistent. He's won 5 of his 8 races to date. He's getting a warm round of applause as he comes back in, Rishi.
Crowd's loving it here at Meydan, loving the performance of Mubid under Ray Dawson. Look how happy Ray Dawson. He's got a big smile on his face as he returns to the winner's enclosure aboard this 5-year-old son of Mahab, Mubid. The Jabba Bitar stable doing extremely well with the purebred Arabians. Well done to all involved with Mubid, our first winner on Emirates Super Saturday. Welcome back to Meydan, where we've seen the first race on Emirates Super Saturday, the third round of the Al Maktoum Challenge, and it's gone the way of Mubid, ridden by Ray Dawson for trainer Jabba Bittar and the Al Reef Stables. They also had the fourth Unleashed. That horse was ridden by Richie Mullen. Second was Tariq for Mikel Barcelona and Majid Al Jurhuri, and back in third was the front-running Hiab Al Zaman for Tygo Shea and Fawzi Nas. So we're going to have a look back at this race once again, Angus, and you can start us off with the quality of the race in terms of how it was run, the strength of pace.
Yeah, I think it was run quite evenly overall. I think basically Tygo Shea is a brilliant dirt rider, has got it absolutely spot on from the front. We can have a look at the efficiency. This is the efficiency percentage for the winner. It's 98.98. It's just about what you'd expect on turf, just under 100%, which would be a completely efficient ride, carving out even fractions. Just getting a little bit tired in the last 400 metres and just slowing down a bit, but not slowing down as much as the rest of his rivals. Last 400 metres, 27.1, and that's commensurate with even fractions, which Tygo Shea carved out on Hiab Al Zaman. And I think that horse didn't really get home because Tygo Shea gave it every chance from the front. Let's have a look at it, Rish, and see how it panned out. We'll pick out the stalls for you. Let's run them on the... Let's roll it and the stalls will come up. There we go. There you go. 5 beats 10, beats 1. And immediately we've got to pick up Unleashed, haven't we? Immediately pick him up, and he just does not travel a yard early on, being pushed and scrubbed along. Let's just pick him out for everybody. There we go. There he is. Now, bear in mind, only when he won here last time, he made all of the running. This time, he can get nowhere near the lead, Rishi, can he?
So say, look at Richie Mullen's bottom, bumping up and down on the saddle, trying to get him. In contrast to Ray Dawson's on Mubid, nice and still.
Nice and still, nice and relaxed, copping a bit of kickback, so his head's coming up a bit, but he's okay. Now, Tygo Shea in front, look at there. He's just getting really animated. Look at him sat low in the saddle there, animated. Why is he doing that? Because he wants to maintain his pitch on the inside. He doesn't want to give up that rail, so he gets aggressive around the bend there. There he goes, and it's worked. He holds his position on the bend, and in fact, Hiab Al Zaman has responded well to those urgings and has taken himself to the front ahead of Kif Star, who was pushing him for the pace early on. Unleashed is still not going against the rail. He's here and not travelling at all. But look at the trip, the lovely trip that the winner's getting right round the inside, going well at this stage and just in the perfect striking position and saving ground as well, Rish.
One horse who was disappointing, but who could potentially be forgiven, is this grey here, Angus, in 5th spot. That's Jafar. He got worked up beforehand when Mujazif played up.
Yeah, he was in the stall next door. He was in stall 8. He got himself into a bit of a stew, and Sylvester de Souza got off him, and that kind of helped him. So perhaps you give him a pass as far as this race is concerned. Tygo Shea's decided to go on the rail here. And, well, he's established a little bit of a lead, and you think that might be significant, but I don't think this horse has got home, because Tag has got evenly 12-12, 12-77, 12-88, 13-27, 13-44. He's given this horse every chance to see out 2,000 metres, and I don't think the horse did, but here comes the horse who is not slowing down as quick as his rivals with that 98% finishing speed percentage. He's running on gamely in the closing stages, and he's one going away, putting behind him that dreadful effort last time where he was tailed off, distanced, whatever you want to say, thrashed, use any adjective you want, but he wasn't very good that day. He was good this day. Unleashed, he's down near the line. What I would say about Unleashed, Rish, is I hope he's all right, because he didn't travel a yard there at all, and that's not him.
The likelihood is we'll see a few of those back here in 5 weeks' time for the Dubai Kahela Classic. We are going to take a break. When we come back, we'll be chatting away to one of the star riders of the season here in the UAE. Connor Beasley just getting his mic on. Welcome back. As you saw before the break, Connor Beasley just getting his mic on and it fits perfectly. Connor, welcome to the show. And the first thing is to say congratulations on winning the Saudi Derby, what is it, just a week ago on Golden Vekoma?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, obviously good achievement, good to get the job done. And yeah, up against some good contenders over in Saudi. Obviously, you know, the whole world was there really, Japanese, American, you name it, they were there. And no, to get the job done was an honour and a pleasure really. He did it in good style. So no, onwards and upwards.
Did you go there with confidence?
I suppose you'd have to. Yeah, obviously we didn't know how deep the race was here that he won, you know, his previous 2 starts, but at the same time he was doing it in good manner, and you know, he was always improving by each run. So we're fairly confident, and no, he went and did it well.
And a nice finger point as well.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's what it's all about.
Angus had an interesting question for you.
Yeah, Connor, tell me about riding the dirt at Saudi compared to the dirt here. People say it's different. I know there's a longer straight, and it's quite hard to hang on, and sometimes the inside's quite deep. But tell us how different it is, or whether you think it's similar to Meydan. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, obviously, you know, it's a big swoop and bends there, and obviously the dirt there's a lot more. It's a lot more soft. It's not as harsh on me or the horse, but you know, it's a lot more deeper the surface there. But rides well, and you know, obviously just shown. Obviously, he is a lot quicker. Sometimes it's quicker, sometimes it's slower. But you know, I think there's pretty consistent, as in it's always deep, but at the same time they always get through it. So no, it was a kind service and a good service to ride on.
And the kickback not quite as fierce as here.
No, definitely not. Was obviously a lot more softer and a lot more, you know, easier on them. But you know, I suppose all depends on which horse you ride at the same time. But no, I felt it was pretty kind, and you know, obviously I got the job done, so that was even kinder, you know.
Yeah. I wanted to ask you about your season so far, and I've interviewed you a few times when you've won out here, and I often point out about how it's so noticeable from when you first started coming out here, how much more confidence you have, not just carrying yourself around, but when you're in the saddle, like you look, every time you go out, you seem to know what you want to do. I mean, it doesn't always work out like that. But it appears to us watching from the outside that that's the case. Is that how it feels to you?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, obviously, you know, you're riding against a lot of different jockeys over here. You know, they from all over the world really, and you know, you've just got to adapt. And I suppose, you know, I had good success from the word go, but as the years go by and the seasons go by, you know, you know where you need to be. You know, I know the track's inside out there now, and you know, you can just let it happen a little bit more easier. Whereas before, you know, you always wanted things to happen a bit more quicker than what it was. But no, I've just obviously got into the groove of things and settled well over here, and you know, things are going really well.
You're 6 behind Tig in the championship. Is that easily attainable?
Listen, we'll keep going. Obviously, he's a hard man to peg back. Obviously, he's got a lot of big yards to ride for and good ammunition. Not saying that I don't, but he would obviously have a bit more firepower than what I would have really at this stage. But no, listen, we'll keep kicking, and whatever happens, we've had a good season and a good crack at it. And yeah, I'm young, I'm ambitious, and I've got plenty of fire left in my belly. So hopefully one day I'll get it.
Well, hopefully plenty of fire in your belly for tonight. We'll have a look at the rides that you've got. Now, you've picked up a spare on Oasis Boy, who I think is your next ride. Then you've got Dark Saffron, Stormy Ocean, Olzakan, One Smooth Operator, Eastern World, and White Gate. Who would be the top picks for you on that list?
I suppose Dark Saffron and One Smooth Operator would have to be up there with the better chances. You know, obviously tonight it's good solid racing. You know, you need every bit of luck on my side, but at the same time, the horses that are being in consistent form. So hopefully, you know, they can keep that form up, and hopefully we can nick one of them.
Well, Connor, it's a real pleasure to have you joining us. Congratulations hugely on Golden Vekoma. Is Golden Vekoma, last thing I want to ask you, Golden Vekoma running here on World Cup night?
Yeah, that'll be the plan, yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah, that'll be the plan, and see how we go, and then hopefully might head to Kentucky.
Exciting times.
Yeah,
wow. Connor Beasley winning the Run for the Roses. That'll be something else. Connor, thank you. Good luck for the rest of the night. And now let's get the runners and riders for our second race of the night, the Jumeirah 1000 Guineas. This race sponsored by Emirates Skywards. It's over 1,600 metres. And of course, this is a listed race on the turf. It's worth 800,000 dirhams. Just a small field. There might be a star in it. And the field headed by Could She Be Magic, ridden by Case Al-Busaidi. 2 is La Sonora, ridden by Silvestre de Souza. 3 is Lakpa, Oisin Murphy. 4, Mountain Breeze, William Buick. 5, Octans for Vaclav Janacek. And 6, Rain de Ciel for Michael Bravo. Here's Could She Be Magic. Angus has a fair bit to find here.
Yeah, she's got plenty to find, Rishi. She was with Eve Johnson-Horton in the UK. She's still a maiden, though. She had 4 goes in the UK, didn't manage to win. She has had a couple of goes here in the UAE. She was 3rd at Abu Dhabi last time up, beaten just over 4 lengths. She's quite modest, really.
Here's number 3, Lakpa, who on the most recent run behind Mountain Breeze has a fair bit to find, but I think she could get a bit closer.
Possibly, yes. She was 8.5 lengths behind Mountain Breeze in that Morge Stakes, but she's got some ability. She won her first 2 starts in France at Compiègne and Deauville. She's a bit overfaced in Group 1 and Group 3 company after.
And here is the very short price favourite on the international market, the beautifully bred Mountain Breeze.
Yeah, she stands head and shoulders above these in terms of form, doesn't she? 4th in the Albany Stakes to Fairy Godmother at Royal Ascot as a 2-year-old when the yard wasn't going particularly well. She's been Group 2 and Group 3 placed at Newmarket and was pretty impressive when she won the Morge here last time on her 3-year-old debut.
She was second to arguably the best filly in Europe last year, Lake Victoria. Arguably, you can remove arguably. She was the best filly in Europe. Here's number 5, Octans, who didn't run too badly behind Mountain Breeze.
No, Spanish raider to the Meydan track. 5 times winner in Spain. The wins have come over 5, 6 and 7 furlongs. And that's a pretty good career record, isn't it? 4 from 7, placed on a couple of occasions, and didn't run too badly behind Mountain Breeze.
Yeah, Guillermo Aricoreta with a winner this season here at Meydan. And finally, number 6, Rain de Ciel. Just had the 1 start at Meydan and was beaten a mile.
Yeah, beaten an awful long way there. That was a very disappointing effort. Has won a couple of times in her career, though, but they were sprinting at 5 and 6 furlongs.
And finally, here is number 2, La Sonora, who has joined the rest of them. She was late coming down the tunnel from the pre-parade ring to the paddock. She's had 2 runs and has hardly got close to a rival.
No, afraid not. Yeah, beaten 11 lengths or so here at Meydan and 6.5 lengths at Abu Dhabi, 5th on both occasions.
Well, not only do we have a magnificent racecourse, there's also a stunning hotel at the end of the home straight. It is a perfect setting for a fabulous night of racing. We'll take a break. When we come back, our first race of the night on turf. Welcome back to Meydan for Emirates Super Saturday, and there is Mountain Breeze, the daughter of Lope de Vega. She's very closely related to a horse called Pinatubo, who was an outstanding horse for Charlie Appleby a few years back, and now a very exciting young stallion. And Mountain Breeze exciting herself, Angus. She won the Morge Stakes, had a few rivals in behind, and she looks, as her international odds suggest, a pretty clear-cut and solid favourite.
Yeah, she quickened up well this day, Rishi, and she won by 6.5 lengths in the end. Octane's back in second place. That horse ran pretty well, but was no match really for Mountain Breeze, who was the best of these as a two-year-old. Is rated over 100, 103 is her official rating, which is way above all of these, and a repetition will see her win easily. I mean, she could easily be a 1,000 guineas horse for Newmarket later this year, but they're getting more experience into her. It's good for her to get her head in front, and she should take care of these.
Yeah, Charlie Appleby has a fair few good horses on show tonight. I think we mentioned it at the very start of the show. It's possible the best of them all might be the one that runs in the last race, Ruling Court. The only entry that Charlie Appleby made for the Derby at the first entry stage, which was just last week. There is another entry stage in April, which of course he could add more horses to. That's of course the Derby at Epsom in the UK. But tonight he may be unleashing a horse in Mountain Breeze who could well run like last year's winner of this race, Cinderella's Dream, in the 1,000 guineas at Newmarket as well. I think it's a distinct possibility. She's only tried this trip once before. It was at Woodbine, and she was well beaten there. But she looks like a mile will be no problem for her whatsoever. She's by Lope de Vega out of a Dalakani mare. Loads of emphasis for stamina on the dam side of the pedigree. So a mile should be fine. And as long as she gets a good trip round, then she'll win this. We said the same about Cinderella's Dream, didn't we? And then, yes.
Then look what happened to poor William Buick. Lost his irons, but she still managed to win for him. It was a remarkable performance when she took this race. But
I don't wish ill of William Buick.
I don't.
I think if the same thing happened, she'd do it again.
I think she probably will, because there's not a lot of strength in depth here as far as these 3-year-old fillies are concerned. And I wouldn't be surprised if the decision is taken by William Buick to get out and make the running, to be honest. Stall 2, great draw, really good draw. And I would imagine he might just say, let's get on with it. Let's not make this messy. He's got Octanes to his inside. He might just get a lead off that one. But one thing's for sure, he'll be handy.
Who's going to finish second?
Oh, I don't know. It's a very tough shout. Probably Octanes again, I would imagine. The track record's Master of the Seas, another Godolphin horse. It's at 134.28. Don't expect to see that come down, but it gives us a bit of a marker on 34.28.
Okay, Mountain Breeze. As Angus says, a daughter of Lope de Vega, beautifully bred. Her second to Lake Victoria in the Sweet Solera Stakes of Newmarket last season. By some way, the best form in this race, as is her win in the Morge Stakes. She's looking to follow up here and win the Jumeirah 1,000 guineas, as Charlie Appleby and William Buick and Godolphin did 12 months ago. Here's Pat with the call.
To back it up from the Morge Stakes last start. Set to run. And racing in the Jumeirah 1,000 guineas. Luck for the French filly, a little slow. We'll head back to the end. It was the Spaniard in Octanes who's going to go up and lead in the early stages, and they're going at a pretty sedate pace early. Reined in second position was Mountain Breeze to head in behind the leader. La Senora is going to creep up to sit up in second. It was 3 lengths back from the initial division to Rain du Ciel, 3/4 of a length to Could She Be Magic, and half a length now to Luckpa, who's a little keen, but is having to take its medicine at the back of the field here and sit last, where it's Octanes at the 1,100 metres, who leads the Jumeirah 1,000 guineas field to the top turn. Into second, a length away, La Senora. Mountain Breeze getting the run of the race in behind and plenty of cover. A length and a half to Rain du Ciel, working alongside to the outside of Could She Be Magic, and Luckpa would be 7 or 8 lengths away from the leader, which is Octanes, past the 750, out by a half a length now of La Senora, who gets a little closer. Now, this has provided Mountain Breeze a little bit of a concern here. Plenty of time to let the race unfold, but the gap isn't going to appear as quickly as it did last time. She's up in cluttered room from Could She Be Magic, Rain du Ciel, and Luckpa is last. pass. Mountain Breeze now gets plenty of room to run, but it is the Spaniard she has to chase down in Octans, but doing so now, Mountain Breeze, coming up to the outside here, and the daughter of Lope de Vega goes past Octans, who is very game to stick on in the late stages. They're broken away from Lakpa, who's run on from last, but going from strength to strength is Mountain Breeze, a filly on the way up. Mountain Breeze way too good. Beats home Octans, who has won a really nice race in second. Lakpa third over from Could She Be Magic. La Senora dropped away, and the last one home, Rain du Ciel.
Easy breezy for Mountain Breeze. She has cruised home. I think Pat Comerford got a little bit excited that there might be a turn up on the cards when turning for home, and William Buick was clearly going very, very well, Angus.
Never in doubt, Rishi, was it? Never in doubt. Pat Comerford trying to get everybody very excited. 1:38.06 the time. Oh, wow, that's over 4 seconds outside the track record. They just went steady early on. It turned into a bit of a dash, but she quickened up well, a 10.91. Penultimate furlong, settled the deal, did so in style, and as she comes back in, she thinks to herself, was that just a bit of morning exercise, or am I actually on the racetrack?
The second has run very well once again. Mentioned Guillermo Anicoreta's horses have had a good carnival. He's even trained a winner this season, and his horse Octans has run a fine race in defeat.
Yeah, she quickened as well. Looking at the sectionals, she quickened up in the home straight, did an 11.67 before she was run down once she turned for home. So Mountain Breeze had to go and fetch her, so to speak, had to go and pick her up, but she did that easily, and then she ran clear of her. Look at Le Cap running on in the closing stages, missed the break. I think Oisin Murphy was keen to drop her in, but she was a bit tardy out of the gates and a bit slowly into stride, but she's run on well into third spot, picking up pieces late on, but that's all it was really, as Mountain Breeze ran out a very easy winner.
So it's the same 1, 2, 3 as the Morge Stakes. Mountain Breeze beats Octans, beat Lakpa, and Mountain Breeze, we assume, probably heads to the 1,000 guineas at Newmarket in May. But she's a very talented filly. It's possible she's improved further this season. She was behind Leg Victoria, mentioned her in the Sweet Solera. Leg Victoria, the standout 2-year-old filly in Europe, and also fairly in North America as well. She won the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf. Let's join Nick Lightfoot, who's going to be chatting to William Buick.
We'll get a word with William Buick after Mountain Breeze doubled up at Meydan. William, well done. Great start to the night. Look, she was facing a lot of the same fillies from last time. Were you expecting a performance like that?
We were. Yeah. I think, you know, obviously she's only ran over a mile once before, and it didn't really happen for that day. So that was the only question mark, really. But we thought she would stay, and as important as anything else, it was just nice for her to do it nice and smooth and not having to be asked. And hopefully this will set her up for a nice campaign back home.
Well, you've got lovely 3-year-old fillies to look forward to back there, but we talked last time about the best of her European form at 2. If she goes back and rubber stamps what she's been doing out here, how much of a player can she be in classic trials and the like?
I think she's proven at stakes level, you know, solid Group 3.
Yeah.
And she looks to me like she's improved a little bit physically over the winter, so if she keeps going the right way, then I'm sure she'll figure in some of the nice races.
I must ask very quickly, some difficult decisions later today, or were there?
Oh yeah, absolutely. They are most weeks, but no, it wasn't easy. And look, obviously, as always, myself and Charlie and the whole team get together, and look, as you know, it's they're all nice horses, and they're all in the right races. So fingers crossed.
Saddle stayed in place this year. Well done, Will.
Thank you.
Cheers, and William Buick confirming that it's not easy to choose between the horses like First Conquest and Nations Prize, etc. But we'll talk more about that later on. Let's focus on Mountain Breeze, who's clearly a very, very good filly. And I get the impression, just looking at her physically, that she has improved for a little bit of a break and the winter, and she could be quite an exciting horse for this season ahead. You can imagine that she could have some international plans, not only the 1,000 guineas at Newmarket, but potentially go further afield.
I think they'd be right to do so as well. She's got raw speed, and at any trip it is speed that marks you out as being exceptional and better than the rest. She's done this easily, and when we have a look at the data, you'll see just how quick she was in the closing stages. An impressive performance from her, even though she was up against rivals that are much inferior to her.
Hugh Anderson, David Loader, Anthony Stroud, they're all in there, along with Charlie Appleby. We're looking forward to seeing what she could do for the rest of 2025. So, we are looking forward to assessing the performance of Mountain Breeze in the Jumeirah 1000 Guineas. Angus, alongside me, what sort of time performance was this in terms of the way the race was run?
Right, it's a modest overall time. She's over 4 seconds outside the Master of the Seas track record. But it's not the final time that's important. It's the time that she achieved. How did she do that? And she did it by quickening up off what was quite a steady pace, as these numbers tell us. Look at her finishing speed percentage, 111.18%. What does that mean, Rishi? What it tells us is that she was 11.18% faster in the final 400 meters than she was in the rest of the race. The rest of the race, therefore, was run steadily, where she saved energy for a fast finish. And if we look at her final 400 meters as displayed there, 22.05. She quickened up in fine style late on.
Let's have a look back at it.
Yeah, let's have a good look at this race, which was steadily run. You can see Lakpa just slowly out of the stalls there in the red colours. I think by design by Oisin Murphy. You can see he's got a very tight hold of her head coming out of the stalls, and I think he was keen to drop her out and just get her settled. Look at Mountain Breeze here. She's just a little bit keen. William's anxious to just keep hold of her. Look, her mouth is open. She's taking a bit of a grip. She wants to get on with it. And why is that? It's because this pace is pretty steady in the early part of the race. 15.64, 12.29, 12.08, 11.77, 12.02. You'd expect at least even 12s or just under 12 seconds in a race like this. They're going quite steady in front. Octan's getting the run of the race, dictating matters from stall one. But then what happens is she's not able to quicken up as well as Mountain Breeze. This is the only problem William Buick had. Where was he going to go? Was he going to take back and come round them, or was he going to wait and try and get a gap between those two? That's what a jockey has to think about. What am I going to do? Where am I going to get my run? I'm going best, but I need to get out.
Well, I often think the very best jockeys know what's around them. They've got the big picture in their head.
Yeah.
And he would have known that the horse to his outside is significantly inferior to his filly, so eventually she's going to fall away.
She's going to fall away. He could, because he's on such a good filly, he could have taken back and gone wide and been 3 wide. But he's a top-class jockey. He doesn't want to go 3 wide and give away ground on the bend. And he just sits and sits, and he waits for the gap, and there you go. And as you said, Rishi, this horse is dropping away on his outside. It creates a space, it creates a gap. And now Mountain Breeze quickens up. Her penultimate furlong was very impressive. She went 10.91 without William Buick really going through the gears and asking for everything. Look at his body language. He's just pushing her out, hands and heels, just grabbing hold of her, and she's responded in fine style with that 10.91 penultimate furlong, which basically blew the race apart, got rid of Octan's. You can see the third horse, Lakpa, just running on in the closing stages, having been given a ride to get in the frame, I would say, by Oisin Murphy. Steadied out the stalls, ran on strongly late on. Never had any chance with this filly. I was really impressed with the turn of foot she showed here, Rishi. I know the final time's not very good. I know the opposition in terms of official ratings were inferior, but she could do no more than she did here, and this will set her up nicely for her campaign in Europe coming up.
It will set her up nicely. A lot of people will look at the result of this race and look at the horses in behind and say, well, she hasn't beaten very much. This is a filly in Mountain Breeze who was second to Lake Victoria. That's a good bit of form, very strong in the context of European and even North American turf fillies. So what sort of level do you think she could achieve this season if I have mused and others have mused that physically she's improving?
I think ultimately, Charlie Appleby will be looking to run her in Group 1 races. I think Group 1 contests, I think he'll have a think about the 1,000 guineas at Newmarket. But one point I'd like to make is never ask what a horse has beaten, ask how fast a horse has been able to run. And she was able to run very fast here, particularly in those last 2 furlongs.
So the Jumeirah 1000 Guineas, sponsored by Emirates Skywards, a listed race won by Mountain Breeze from Octans and Lakpa, with Could She Be Magic back in fourth. It's the same 1, 2, 3 that we saw in the Morge Stakes. Mountain Breeze with a notable double at this year's Dubai Racing Carnival.
It is presentation time for the first of our thoroughbred evenings races, second race of the evening. And to make the presentation, please welcome to the stage for the Jumeirah 1000 Guineas listed race sponsored by Emirates Skywards, Nancy Clark, the Vice President Partnerships at Skywards. Nancy, thank you. Nancy will be presenting 3 awards tonight. And then we'll have our group photo at the end. To the winning connections of Mountain Breeze. And the first of those awards that Nancy will be presenting will be to the person collecting on behalf of the winners Godolphin. Please welcome to the stage Hugh Anderson.
Better with the saddle on, no?
Well done to Hugh and to Godolphin. And now the winning trainer. Please welcome Charlie Appleby. And now please welcome the winning rider, William Buick. And once again, they'll all come together if they can with Nancy. Our thanks to Nancy for presenting the awards. Well done to Hugh, William, Charlie. Winning connections of race number 2, the Jumeirah 1000 Guineas, sponsored by Emirates Skywards. Connections of Mountain Breeze.
Well, it's likely we'll see those connections back up on the stage, receiving a prize at some point later on tonight. A good start so far for Godolphin, Charlie Appleby and William Buick. Welcome back to Meydan, where we've just seen Godolphin, Charlie Appleby and William Buick win the second race of the day, the Jumeirah 1000 Guineas. And Mountain Breeze is a horse that might be one that we'll hear a fair bit more about in 2025. Now, we do have a cannon going off as well to signify that the sun has gone down, and that did catch me slightly by surprise. I wasn't quite expecting it to be that moment, but I thought we'd be coming to it at some point. Nonetheless, but it announces not only that sundown, it also announces that we can have a look at the fan engagement and data from our second race, courtesy of Race IQ Angus. What are you picking up from this?
A great fanfare for Race IQ, that, wasn't it? Tremendous. Well, look, we've got early speed to start with, and, well, Mountain Breeze was very quickly into stride, wasn't she? She was away and gone 2.69 seconds to get up to 30 kilometres an hour. Look at her top speed, 67.38 kilometres an hour, fastest in the race, fastest finishing speed, 22.26. The final couple of furlongs, and then 58.74 kilometres an hour, her average speed. Again, she was fastest. Finishing speed percentage, we've mentioned that. It was very quick indeed. She's come home really strongly. Every metric that you look at there, courtesy of Race IQ, tells us that she was dominant throughout the whole race, and that's just showing us how easily she won, and she was much the best there.
Mountain Breeze, a class apart in the Jumeirah 1000 Guineas. Now, this time last week, we were deep into what was a memorable night of racing at the Saudi Cup.
Good enough, and he is in second place. Then weaving through on the inside is Goman. Anaf trying to weave through, and Dark Trooper from a long way back. Win Marvel. Ascoli Paceno gathered up by Christophe Lemaire with 200 to travel. Has a length and a half to find on Win Marvel, who is not lying down. Ascoli Paceno is running out of ground. Goman in third. Ascoli Paceno coming at Win Marvel. They go for the line. Ascoli Paceno maybe in the final bound. Heads up, heads down.
Japan continuing to dominate on the international stage. Yoshito Yohagi once again to the fore with an outstanding horse in Forever Young. But Angus, just reflecting on that Saudi Cup and that tremendous stretch duel, as Richard Hoyle said, a race for the ages. Where did you stand on Romantic Warrior's effort and James McDonald's ride?
Okay, I think it was a tremendous horse race, but I think Romantic Warrior should have won. I think there was a lot of focus after the race simply on what a great race it was, and not a lot of focus on Romantic Warrior's performance. James McDonald is a world-class jockey. He's proved that over years. One of his biggest fans. This was not his finest moment. He decided to pull 4 or 5 wide to challenge, and then he kicked clear and he went past Forever Young. He had the race in the bag, and then he got tired, and Forever Young kept going and rallied and got back past him. I think if whenever you pass a horse and you make your effort, your big race effort, and that horse then comes back and gets back past you, you've gone too soon. And that would be my reading of that race. It may sound a little harsh, and it may put a dampener on what a fantastic horse race it was, and it was a fantastic horse race, but I think Romantic Warrior should have won.
World Cup night here at Meydan in 5 weeks' time. Both horses are in action. Forever Young is going for the Dubai World Cup, and Romantic Warrior is going for, by all accounts, the Dubai turf. Now, in certain sports in the world, they use appearance fees to perhaps entice people to compete in important tournaments, for example. Is it possible that it's worth saying to connections of Romantic Warrior, can we entice you to run in the Dubai World Cup? Because surely it would be much more exciting for the build-up of the Dubai World Cup if we get a rematch between those two horses, because I think Romantic Warrior has unfinished business on the dirt. Now, I know you spoke to Connor Beasley talking about different surfaces, but he went pretty well on the dirt surface in Saudi, and he clearly is a very versatile horse. Wouldn't you love, as a racing fan, to see Romantic Warrior have another go against one of the best dirt horses in the world in Forever Young, and potentially horses coming from America?
Yeah, I'd love them to clash again. That would be a race for the ages. The rematch. It would be fantastic to see him here on the dirt. Another furlong, of course, they'd have to go. So that would be interesting. It's a slightly different dirt surface, as Connor was telling us. It's a bit more abrasive. The kickback's a bit fiercer. But they can train him here. He's back here now. They can train him on the dirt. They can put him in behind horses.
He's been here since January.
They can try and work their way through that if they want to. If they go for the turf, I think that's a penalty kick. I think they can win that, put the cash in the bag and disappear off home. Job done. But it would be very sporting if they were to have a crack at the Dubai World Cup, and if some incentive was proffered.
I'm only talking out loud.
Then maybe they.
If I had the money, if I ran everything and I had unlimited funds, I'd say, this is what you'd have won if you win the Dubai turf, plus the bonus for winning the Jebel Hatta and the Dubai turf. Here's that money, running the Dubai World Cup against. So you've got nothing to lose financially.
Yeah.
It's just for the sport now. Yeah. Make it a great race.
It would be an amazing evening. It'd be amazing, and then we could all discuss ad nauseum as to who's going to handle this track better and how tactics are going to pan out, and who knows how they would pan out. But it would be brilliant if they were to meet again. Yeah, I think for Forever Young's Dubai World Cup chance, I think he's a strong stayer at the trip. You know, he wants quite an attritional race, and he wants to grind it out. He'd like that. I don't know how he'd get on.
He nearly won the Kentucky Derby and the Classic.
Look, he's a really talented racehorse, yeah, and he would give Laurel River plenty to think about, I think, around here. But come on, Romantic Warrior, it'd be great if you'd take him on the dirt, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't it be brilliant? Those two, plus Laurel River, the defending champion for the Dubai World Cup. It would be a race for the ages.
But Romantic Warrior would beat him.
Well, there's only one way to prove it.
He will. He should have beaten him last time. He really should.
Well, just imagine, Angus.
Delayed effort, beat him, and then he could come here as the short price favourite for the Dubai World Cup.
Just imagine what it'd be like in 5 weeks' time. Dubai World Cup night. Laurel River, the defending champion, against Romantic Warrior and Forever Young.
Wow.
Under these floodlights, those stands will be heaving for one of the greatest races of the century. Angus is just on the phone to His Highness Sheikh Mohammed, putting my idea to him now about getting Romantic Warrior in the Dubai World Cup. Let us know if he gets you back to you.
Yes, sir. No, it was my idea, not his. Yes.
It's time for race 3 on Emirates Super Saturday, the Burj Nahaar. And the field headed by Ancient Road, ridden by Callum Shepherd for Charlie Hills. 2 is Cagliostro, James Doyle riding for Hamad Al Jahani. 3 is Laurel River's brother, Castle Warden for Tygo Shea, Bupat Seamar. 4 is Fort Payne, Dylan McMonigal taking over from the injured Adra de Vries. 5 is Local Dynasty, William Buick. 6, Made in Dubai, Bernardo Pinheiro. 7, Mendelssohn Bay, ridden by Richie Mullen. 8 is Massal, ridden by Silvestre de Souza. 9 is Mubaka, Jim Crowley. 10, New Kingdom, Pat Cosgrave. 11, Oasis Boy, Connor Beasley taking over from Oscar Chavez. 12, Rawi, ridden by Pat Dobbs. 13, Doesn't Go. 14, Sound Money, Mikel Barcelona. 15, Street Mood, Danny Tudhope. And 16, the Japanese challenger Tio St. Denis, ridden by Oisin Murphy. And here is Ancient Rome, who's a pretty talented performer on the international stage. Angus, how will he go here at Meydan tonight?
Well, he's got a big question to answer, Ish, hasn't he? First time on the dirt. It's a huge ask for him. He's not really bred for it by Warfront out of a Sadler's Wells mare. He's talented, though. He won a Grade 3 at Kentucky Downs in 2023, 3rd in the Arlington Million, to nation's pride.
Next up is Cagliostro, who ran huge behind King Gold.
Good horse in America, yeah, Keeneland and at Churchill Downs. And he was 3rd to King Gold. That was a very good run, and that was in the fire break. Laurel River was in 2nd place. There wasn't much between them all. It was a real attritional race.
It really was. Here's number 3, Laurel River's brother, Castle Warden.
Yeah, good horse for Brad Cox in the United States of America. Handles dirt, no problem. He's now with Bupat Seamar, and he ran in a handicap on his debut for Bupat and was 3rd to Asad Zabil for mark of 103. He raced wide that day. He's wide today as well, still 10.
Yeah, that awkward draw to overcome, but I think he'll improve significantly from that first run back after a significant layoff. Here's 4, Fort Payne, another where the dirt is a big question.
Yeah, I think it is. It's a massive question, really. He really is a turf horse, and he's won on the all-weather as well on 6 occasions. He's had 1 run on the dirt, and he was 9th in the fire break, and he was well beaten in that. That was a poor effort. I think he's got plenty to prove on the surface.
Here's number 5, Local Dynasty. Ran well 2 starts back when just beaten by Violent Justice. What about last time?
Yeah, 5th to Walk of Stars in the Al Maktoum Challenge. He didn't run too bad. He was beaten 9 lengths. Walk of Stars got the better of him in the Entisar as well. Former Charlie Appleby horse. All of his wins have come on turf, but he does act on the dirt.
Made in Dubai, struggled against King of Gold, etc. last time?
Yeah, fire break 6th that day. And just to give you context of where he's at, really, he has won, or he was 2nd in a handicap off a mark of 89. That sort of sums up his ability, really. He has won on the dirt here a long time ago off a mark of 80. Another horse stepping out of handicap company is Massal for Mahab Al Shimaal and Silvestre de Souza. Yeah, Jebel Ali specialist. He's won 4 times there. He's a horse who can compete off the high 90s in handicaps, very lightly raced. He's clearly had problems for a 7-year-old. He's by Ghost Sapper, the brilliant Ghost Sapper. 9 is Mubaka, who's always been a decent horse. He was behind Asad Zabil last time out, and also behind Castle Warden. He was, yeah. His last win came here in January of 2022, so it's been a long time between drinks. He's got a wide draw in stall 13, and it was his first run since 2023 when 4th here in a handicap last time. 10, New Kingdom, also ran for the first time since 2023, a couple of weeks ago at Jebel Ali. Yeah, just 2nd run on dirt today. That was an okay run at Jebel Ali. It was in the Jebel Ali Mile. It's a very strongly contested race, that always. He finished 8th there. I think he figures to improve for that on his 2nd start on dirt for Bupat. All 3 wins have come on turf. Oasis Boy started off the season really well with a good, brave win, but since then it's been very disappointing. Oh yeah, he really has. He's won 3 dirt races in his career in Argentina. Won a minor stakes race in December of last year, of 7 furlongs here on the dirt. He was 5th in the UAE 2000 Guineas in 2024, but he's not in any sort of form. Not a horse that has lived up to his reputation. That's Rawi. Yeah, I'm afraid not. No, he looked like he was going to be a really useful sprinter. He was pretty good in 2023, 2024. He's proved he stays 7 furlongs, not necessarily at this trip. They've gradually stepped him up in trip to try and eke a bit more out of him. 5th to Tuz in the Jibawi Stakes and 4th in the Jebel Ali Sprint last time.
Well, here's a horse who won on Super Saturday, what is it, 2 years ago? Sound Money.
Yeah, he was another horse that was with Chad Brown in the United States of America, and he ran well in Grade 2s and Grade 3s, one with Chad. And he won the Mahab Al Shimaal in 2023. This is his first run in a year last time when he was 9th in the Firebreak. Clearly had issues.
And here is number 16, Tio St. Denis for Team Japan, Oisin Murphy in the saddle. He's run a couple of decent races in America.
Yeah, he's quite a fast horse, isn't he?
Yeah.
He was 2nd in the Grade 2 Ali Sheba in May of last year. He's been pretty poor, I think, in a couple of runs since, albeit one was when he was 9th in the Breeders' Cup Mile at Del Mar, where he bowled along in front for a while.
Okay. Sometimes they can go as fast as that, and the track rides as tight as that. The next race here on Emirates Super Saturday is the Burj Nahaar, worth 1.2 million dirhams. We look forward to you joining us after the break. Welcome back to Meydan. Eyes fixed on the Burj Nahaar. Everyone taking a vantage point ahead of our third race of the evening. It's quite a valuable one, 1.2 million dirhams on offer. We were talking about the success of Japan on the international stage, and they have a leading contender here, Tio St. Denis.
Well, it is absolutely brilliant to have some Japanese representatives and runners here in Meydan this evening. And I am joined by Tio St. Denis's connections, trainer Dasaki Takanyagi and translator Mr. Ando. Really great to have you here. How has this horse traveled over and trained?
Thank you for having us here, and travel really well.
He seems to be better at a shorter distance. Are you confident that the 1600 is fine?
1600って距離は自信ありますかって。
この距離としてはベストです。
I believe this is his best distance, 1 mile.
Okay, and sometimes his form, he can run really well, and then maybe not quite so good next time, a bit in and out.
なんかあるんですかねって。
やっぱり気象の難しい馬なんで、そうですね。波があります。
He has a little difficult attitude, so that's why the racing result is like a waving.
Okay.
But yes.
Confident tonight, though.
今回はどうですか？ I believe he had a great order for condition-wise, but so let's see how it happens.
Very best of luck and delighted to have you here.
本当に嬉しいです。来てくれて。
こちらこそ呼んでもらって嬉しいです。
I really pleased I got here. Thank you very much.
And we're delighted to have Japanese runners on Emirates Super Saturday. And this horse, he does have a very good chance, Angus, but he can be a little bit in and out, I'd say, looking at the best of his form.
I think he can be, Rishi. Yeah, I didn't think he ran too badly in the Breeders' Cup Mile. Oisin Murphy seemed positive enough about him when interviewed by Tom earlier on. Stall 9 to overcome. He's just on the cusp of being an OK draw, wider than that, and you struggle to win here because they start in the chute, remember, and then angle to their left. So a low draw is favourable. He's wide enough in 9. I think we'll see him flashing along towards the front.
Bhupat Seema won this race with a horse in the Judman colours last year. That was Laurel River. His wife Caroline standing in close attendance just behind him. And Bhupat has a leading contender for the race this year, Laurel River's little brother, Castle Warden.
He's an interesting import from the United States of America, this fella, isn't he? He was with Brad Cox, where he won at Oaklawn and Churchill Downs. So he's a confirmed dirt performer. His maiden debut wasn't in a big race at all. They thought they'll get him going in a handicap. And he was third there off a mark of 103. Now, clearly, they're dropping him in a bit deeper here, although this isn't sort of the deepest Burj that we've seen. But nonetheless, they make him, give him a tougher task here. And he raced wide that day. He was forced very wide, and that didn't help him. So they may have felt that he was a bit unlucky. He didn't get the run of the race and gave away a lot of ground, so they thought they'd come here and up him in grade. And he's possibly been showing them plenty at home. But another wide draw, I'm afraid.
One thing I will say in his favour is that having seen him run on the 17th and been here, he looks much fitter tonight, Castle Warden. I will tell you that. Horse number 2, Cagliostro, ran into Castle Warden's brother, Laurel River. But King Gold was too good for both of them.
Yeah, that was an absolute war, that race. The fire break it was. Laurel River was second. Cagliostro was in third place, and King Gold won it. Finishing speed percentage of the winner in that was 95.37. That's how hard Laurel River went in front. The others were plodding, but they plodded faster than Laurel River in the closing stages. Cagliostro did his best to get involved, and he nearly got up for second place again. It was a big effort. Will he bounce out of that? That's the real problem here. Godolphin mile trial of this, Rish, effectively. It's interesting to see if any horse can throw a marker down. Muntazar did when he won it in 2019, and he has the track record, 134.99.
I'm expecting a lightning quick pace. Who do you think will win?
I think they're going to go absolutely bonkers. I think it'll be really fast. I don't think there'll be any messing around at all. Who do I think will win? I've got no idea. I think it's absolutely wide open, this race. If I had to hazard a guess, I'd go Cagliostro, as long as he doesn't rebound from a big effort last time, and that's a possibility.
I think we'll get a better idea as to where Castle Warden stands. Fitness-wise, he looks much better. If he gets a decent run around, I think he'll go close. But he is in stall 10. The last one to go forward will be the grey Mubaka, the Burj Nahaar 2025, about to unfold. Here's Pat Comerford.
Ready to go, Group 3, Burj Nahaar. Racing. Local Dynasty slow, Cagliostro on the back foot as well. Mubaka's heading back along with Ancient Rome, Made in Dubai, to his usual rearward roll. And as they make their way towards the end of the chute here and out onto the course proper, it's Rawi and New Kingdom who are going to lead them early. T.O. St. Denis splits them in third from Sound Money, who's got a nice spot on the fence. Then came Mersal from Castle Warden, half a length back to Oasis Boy. Next in running was Mendelssohn Bay, 3 lengths to Fort Payne. Cagliostro's been off the bridle the whole way here so far, not good signs. Half a length back to Mubaka, then came Local Dynasty, who's trying to recover now in the middle stages of the race. Made in Dubai up to third to last from Ancient Rome, and Street Mood has almost been pulled out of the contest here, and he's not being ridden at all by Danny Tudopia. as they come down past the 700-metre mark. It's Sound Money who works through. Underbars Alona to take up the lead from the inside draw. New Kingdom shaken along, Oasis Boy the inside. Then came Castle Warden, Teo St. Denis is going backwards. Then came Fort Payne, Mendelssohn Bay, Rawi also dropping away. Cagliostro tries to improve but has got a fair bit of traffic in front of him. Local Dynasty, Meydan Dubai takes the short way home again. It's Sound Money leading them here into the straight in the Burj Nahaar. Oasis Boy, the best turned out on the night, starting to present, showing a bit of the Oasis Boy of old. Fort Payne looking for another winner as well. It's Oasis Boy and Fort Payne, 2-horse race. Fort Payne coming up to the outside of Oasis Boy. A good tussle in the final 16th of a mile, but it is going to be Fort Payne who strikes gold once again in the Meydan season. There's your win for Nicola Cooley. Goes on to beat Oasis Boy, who was very promising there. He's hit his straps again. Mendelssohn Bay ran on well. Cagliostro, start costly for him. Then came Sound Money, who dropped away. Local Dynasty, Castle Warden. Street Mood, not his night tonight from New Kingdom, Ancient Rome. Meydan Dubai dropping away. Teo St. Denis, his race was done with 600 to go. Mubaka next over, and they were followed there back in the field by Mursal.
It's the old switcheroo from turf to dirt for the French-trained Fort Payne, cruising into a fiercely run race under Dylan McMonagle, winning in a time of 1:36.89, Angus.
Yeah, 2 seconds there, thereabouts, outside Muntazar's track record in a race that appeared to fall apart a bit. They went very hard in the early part of the race, and Fort Payne picked up the pieces from a good draw in stall 2, running on too strongly for Oasis Boy in second place for the Doug Watson team. He came from stall 1, so low draws prevailing here in a real attritional contest.
It was attritional. You pointed out to me halfway through the race how fast they were going in the early parts of the contest, and that caught 1 or 2 out, including Cagliostro, who's never really showed. Castle Warden came to have every chance turning in, ran out of steam.
Yeah, he stopped really, didn't he? He got a good trip. He was 3 wide turning in. He had dead aim at those in front, but he couldn't go on thereafter. And it's left to the old boy Mendelssohn Bay to run on in the closing stages and just nab 3rd spot. I think he's just got up there ahead of Cagliostro, who was back in 4th, Sound Money 5th, Local Dynasty in 6th spot, but they went very hard early on. Oisin Murphy was determined to get Teo St. Denis to the front. He did that, but at plenty of cost, Rishi.
Dylan McMonagle, in comparison to all the riders turning into the straight, relatively quiet. Sound Money, the horse down on the inside with the 4 white bandages, a horse who's got 6 furlong speed. He was able to tow them along early on, but he was running out of stamina late on. Yeah, he'd had enough by the final 400 metres. He's got plenty of boot, but he really had enough. And there's a few that were well beaten off him behind, including Ancient Rome, who completely fluffed the start. So the Fort Payne being smuggled into it. I think there's been a real pace collapse here. He's been able to get into it from off the pace and go and nail Oasis Boy. Connor Beasley not quite able to get his spare ride up in the Burj Nahaar, but Oasis Boy nonetheless has run very well indeed. He'd not run so well in a handicap last time up where he'd been beaten 12 lengths. This was a step up on that, and Fort Payne handling the dirt okay. Yeah, many people will remember his sire Rio de la Plata, who's a very smart 2-year-old, and then 3-year-old, and then 4-year-old, then 5-year-old for Said bin Suror. He was a very talented horse on turf back in the day. Fort Payne and the runner-up, Oasis Boy, spare rides for Dylan Brown McMonagle and Connor Beasley, respectively. But Fort Payne has done his running on the turf, enjoying the switch to the dirt, and a familiar and friendly face with a winner here, Nicola Coleri, the winning trainer.
Henry rightly praising the horse, Fort Payne. Look at what he's had to face there. She was acknowledging as well. We're going to get a word with the winning rider, but Marine just acknowledging Adri would have ridden it. Dylan Brown McMonagle, well done indeed. Chance spare, couldn't have gone any better.
Yeah, it was really smooth. Obviously, it's very unfortunate for Audrey in the circumstances, but we wish him a speedy recovery. And I spoke to him before the race, and he filled me with loads of confidence. He says he rode him work the other day on the dirt, and he couldn't believe how well he felt. So everyone was really happy going into it, so I'm just very lucky to get my leg across. It was plain sailing.
Well, it was. Dylan, what's your relationship been like with the dirt surface? Is this number one?
This is my third ride on the dirt, so not much experience, but when you've got a horse under you like this fella, it makes it a lot easier for sure.
Top man, just summarise how special it is, Super Saturday, Emirates Super Saturday here at Meydan under the lights.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. This is the kind of places you want to be riding winners, and it's a great experience to be over here riding on the dirt and getting to see how it works. But definitely delighted to get that one ticked off.
Dylan Mahab.
Thank you.
Fabulous performance from horse and rider. Fort Payne before the race, I'll be honest, Angus, I think we both said it, thought he would struggle on this surface against some hardened dirt performers.
Yeah, he's had one run previously on the dirt race, Firebreak last year in 2024, and he finished 9th. He was absolutely thrashed. He appeared not to like it. But he's picked up pieces here as horses stopped in front of him. He's weaved through them. It looks like he's got covered in kickback, but he's bravely gone through it.
He has. His trainer, Nicolas Koyari, just followed him into the winner's enclosure there. And he has got the most wonderful hair, Nicolas Koyari. I often look at it with jealous eyes. But I'll also be looking at him tonight with jealous eyes because he has made a switch from turf to dirt with this horse, and many of us doubted it, yet this son of Rio de la Plata has cruised into the race, I say relatively cruised into the race under Dylan Brown McMonagle to win the Burj Nahaar. Very delighted connections. Wonder what they'll do with him. Must go for the Godolphin Mile.
They'll probably have a crack at it. Well, look at the kickback on his face. He's absolutely covered in it. But he's run through it. He's run through it really well. Dylan Brown McMonagle's some jockey. He's a really good lad. He's made a real name for himself in Ireland, and he's got a decent winner on the international stage now, which will really please him. And, well, they'll give him a go in the Godolphin Mile. You would have thought, what else is there to go for? They might as well have a crack at it, but it was a hard race. It was a really tough race. Cagliostro might have rebounded a little bit from that big performance last time up. But Fort Payne wins for Nicolas Koyari, who has actually got quite a good record here at Meydan.
He has got. Do you remember Golden Wood?
Indeed,
also
yeah,
Christophe Soumillon used to ride out. And there is Dylan Brown McMonagle checking in with the correct weight after the win in the Burj Nahaar aboard Fort Payne. So Angus and I are now going to put some numbers on the performance of Fort Payne. We're trying to understand how this horse, who's normally a turf horse, produced an effort like this on the dirt.
He was given something of a turf ride, wasn't he? Given a patient ride in behind, because they went absolutely bonkers in front, Rishi. They went really fast. The early fractions were 11.57, 10.42, 10.77, 11.23. They've gone really hard here. What it means is that the winner only had to come home with an efficiency of 94.54%. So the winner was slowing down considerably in the closing stages, but not slowing down as quick as his rivals, who are absolutely on fumes. Final 400 metres, nothing flash at 25.55. So this was a proper attritional dirt race, and he's picked up pieces as those in front of him stopped.
Okay, I guess the question is, do you think he can reproduce it? Okay, they often say horses might be able to do it once. Could he do it again?
I think it'd be a very tough ask in the Godolphin Mile, to be honest. I think the horses that will go from the front there, the horses that will be prominent there, their speed will carry a lot further than horses here. And to be honest, there was some cheap speed here. We saw that from the sectionals, 10.42, 10.77, 11.23 for furlongs 2, 3, 4. And then that cheap speed folded, and horses were able to come through and pick up from there.
Okay. By the way, the result is now official. We know that Fort Payne is confirmed as the winner of the Burj Nahaar. Let's have a look back at the race again. And Angus, you can talk us through what they did to earn that cheap speed, as you mentioned.
There was plenty of it, yeah. 2, 1, 16, the stalls here. Winner from 2, the second from 1. And Mendelssohn Bay's done really well. Back to something like his best of the past. He's quite a good horse in days gone by. I just want to pick out Ancient Rome. First time on the dirt, he completely fluffed the start. He went down on his nose, and then he copped loads of kickback. Ultimately, he was taken very wide. Yeah, there's the winner, Rish, well pointed out. He was taken very wide, Ancient Rome, but he couldn't get involved thereafter. He's probably just a turf horse. He ran really well in the Arlington Million. Probably stick to the turf with him now from there. But look at Fort Payne. He's way off this furious early gallop. And it's Théo Saint-Denis who goes forward from stall number 9. He wants plenty of the early gallop. And the winner and the second, they're riding the rail, Rishi. They're going the shortest way round, but they're away from that furious early gallop.
Cagliostro, who's just got the red cap on in behind, he is copping a lot of kickback himself. You can actually see, how
all the
he's
kickback
covered.
there. I'll try and highlight it for everyone.
Well.
Look at the kickback.
And he's been off the bridle since the start. I think he's done well to finish as close as he had. He also came from a long way back in the King Gold race.
Yeah, he did. He stayed on really strongly. That was an attritional race as well. He stayed on very strongly that day and just failed to get up. The winner's down here still against the rail, just biding his time. Meanwhile, there's 3 of them going at it up front, taking each other on. You've got Oisin Murphy out widest on Théo Saint-Denis, and he's just about done for now. And it's at this stage that Castle Warden in here begins to make some ground up, and he looks to be going pretty well at this stage.
He foxed me. I thought he was the winner.
Yeah, he travelled up into the race very well, with Fort Payne much further back, but still on the rail. And now you can see all this cheap speed stopping in front, and Fort Payne can just smuggle his way in. Here he comes. He's right in there. He's just angled off the rail, and now he's got dead aim on those in front of him, and they are stopping. And make no mistake, he's stopping as well. It's just that they're shattered in front of him. They've all gone very hard, and the pace has just collapsed in front of him. Sound Money has done well to hang on in there for a long time against the rail. He's done by Oasis Boy, who then is caught and passed by Fort Payne. Late gains from Cagliostro once he gets out of the kickback. Mendelssohn Bay just hanging on for third, but in a very strongly run race. Lots of them could not cope. And in the end, it was Fort Payne. Patient ride on the dirt. You don't often see that because the kickback stops them. Didn't stop him.
Let's confirm the result of the 2025 Burj Nahaar, sponsored by Emirates Airline. The Group 3 race going the way of Fort Payne. A win for France. Second was Oasis Boy. Mendelssohn Bay back in third. Cagliostro fourth. Time for the presentation.
Time for the presentation for race number 3, the Burj Nahaar, sponsored by Emirates Airline. And to make the presentation, please welcome to the stage the Senior Vice President Commercial Operations, Mr. Adil Al-Ghaith. He'll be presenting 3 awards. And we'll also see him later on. So our thanks to Adil for his commitment throughout the evening. And welcome to our Emirates representatives on stage as well. So this, the Burj Nahaar, sponsored by Emirates Airline. Adil Al-Ghaith presenting the 3 awards. First of all, collecting on behalf of the winning owner of Fort Payne, Alain Jacquerie. Please welcome to the stage, Nicolas Gombrez. Thank you to Nicolas. He'll be presenting the... There we are, Adil. Yeah, give it over to Nicolas. We'll take our photos. Thank you. Even better. And then you pop that one down and we'll welcome the winning trainer. Another Super Saturday winner. Another Dubai Racing Carnival winner for Nicolas Collery. Accompanying him, please welcome his son, Charles. Well done to Nicolas and Charles. And the winning rider now, please welcome Dylan Brown McMonagle. Do it again. And once again, everyone will come back together. A reminder for Fort Payne, this is a win and you're in for the Godolphin Mile, and there is also a $100,000 bonus up for grabs should he take that. So we look forward to seeing this horse on Dubai World Cup night, 5th of April, Fort Payne.
Well done to Connections of Fort Payne, and we have a new guest on the sofa, just musing about how talented he is. I'm talking about how lovely his hair is, and as a man losing most of mine, I'm very jealous of it. Obviously a brilliant trainer, but I've also heard a rumour that he might be an excellent DJ as well. At least that's what Safi Osborne's been telling us.
Well, I got told that he was a DJ as well. So
he's not playing this, is he? Because
I don't think so. I think that's an Emirates ad.
Safi, thanks for joining Angus and I here on the sofa. There's lots to talk about, but first of all, how's your winter going? Because you've been around the world, as they say.
Yep, have saddle, will travel, I suppose. I've been in Australia here and riding back in the UK a bit now, once the season's starting to get it going again. So no, it's been a good winter.
What was the Aussie experience like?
I loved it. It's very different, the racing over there, and it's just nice to be able to go and ride in quality races at a time of year where England doesn't necessarily have them, and riding for Kieran Maher was brilliant. He's obviously probably one of the biggest trainers in the world, and yeah, it was a really great experience.
Did you learn something in particular, something that you'd take away forever?
Yeah, I think it really sharpens your riding up a lot. They're very quick from the gates, quick into stride, and you have to find your position very, very early on, and it's something that's very important because their tracks are so tight, and it's something that really sharpens you up, bringing you back into European racing.
Heart of Honour is the horse.
Not so sharp out the gates.
That's a very important point to make. Very, very true. He's an exciting horse. There's no doubt about that. Obviously, watched your last run here with Heart of Honour, missing the start, then making up lots of ground. Obviously, the draw is also a little bit awkward for him. But the thing about him is, Heart of Honour by name, he has got a real willing attitude and a lot of heart in the race itself, hasn't he?
Yeah, I think also he's just got a very laid-back attitude about his racing, which probably at this point isn't standing him in great stead.
He's in fourth spot here.
Yeah, and he's a very talented horse, and he's a horse that we have a lot of belief in, that he's going to be a very nice horse. And I think a few tweaks and changes before the UAE Derby, probably a set of blinkers on, and you see a lot of horses on the dirt race in blinkers purely because you have to be able to travel and hold your position early, and it's something that he's probably just lacking, that tactical speed element at the moment. But yeah, there's a lot of ability there, and he's a real raw product, and hopefully a horse that's going to get better with time.
If he jumped keenly, if he did come out the gates, do you think he could go the pace? He could sit handy?
Yes, definitely. Like he managed to jump and travel with them over a mile first time, and I think it's more just he's a very laid-back attitude of a horse. And I was constantly, I don't think there was ever a point that I was on the bridle the whole way through the race, which just makes your life impossible. It means you're not able to take gaps when they arrive, and it means you're just always on the back foot, having to just niggle along and try and press them out of their comfort zone a little bit, and it just doesn't allow you to like sit and give them a breather. And yeah, when you get beaten the margin that he did, it's unbelievably frustrating, and people will want to try and say you did this, that and the other, and the reality is I was flat out the whole way. And yeah, I think a few tweaks and changes will really sharpen him up for you.
And he'll go through kickback, won't he? He's absolutely fine. Doesn't bother him, does it? It might bother you, but it doesn't bother.
I went through 4 sets of goggles there last week. Yeah, it doesn't seem to bother him too much.
No.
Yeah, no, he doesn't seem to mind.
I guess one of the things that probably counts against him is the fact that your dad trained Toast of New York, and that a lot of people will immediately compare him. But they're quite different horses. Would that be fair?
I think this time, however long it is, 11 years ago, Toast was running in a Wolverhampton Meydan, and Meydan was still to Peter. So. Two very different setups. It's obviously a very niche race for a European trainer to have two horses good enough to compete in, and I think he really does go there with a live chance. And yeah, so it would be a dream to think he might reach the heights that Toasted New York did, but yeah, one step at a time at the minute.
Well, obviously Connor Beasley was there earlier saying Golden Vekoma did well. They might be heading to Churchill Downs. You'd love to go there, wouldn't you?
Yeah, he's had a fairly busy time. I say he needs to be winning a UAE Derby to justify going there, but
isn't it one of the races on the road? So if you win it, you've got to think about
yeah, you never know. That's obviously not my department, but yeah, his form ties in really well with Golden Vekoma.
Yeah.
He obviously beat him carrying a lot more weight than him first time here, and probably was unlucky not to be even closer to beating him in the 2000 Guineas. Same sort of story, just very lazy. Probably needs that headgear will be there. And yeah, no, it's yeah, really exciting times.
Well, we're very ambitious for you anyway. You've got, was it 3 rides tonight? You've got Sean, Sea Hector and the Fingal Raven.
Yeah.
Sean, obviously, we have, well, he's almost like a friend of the show.
He's a legend, isn't he?
I mean, especially with a name like that, you can't not love him. He's also, yeah, he's a really cool horse. He's been so unlucky. He falls into that really tricky bracket, whether he's here or back at home, where he's almost too high to be running in handicaps, and then probably just falls short of that real stakes class in England. Which just puts him in a really tricky bracket, but he's run some unbelievable races. Like, he just got beat in the Dubai Millennium last year and second last time out here, just beaten. And yeah, tonight looks a pretty stiff task, but you'd like to think he goes there with another shout.
Sea Hector ran terrific race first time up, big prize. What sort of chance getting involved tonight?
I think obviously up in trips, a bit of a question mark. Plan will be to just ride him cold, and that's what Pat did first time, and he seemed to finish off his race really well. And he just looked last time that he was probably up on the front end with lacking cover and just a bit keen. And I think going back to the tactics from the first time should really help him finish off his race.
And the Fingal Raven would probably be your best chance?
Yeah, this is a horse that we've all love, and I think Dad's sung absolute lyrical about him, and he's obviously got to find plenty with ruling court, but he's a horse that has a lot of ability. He's very quirky. We've always thought a lot of him. He just needs to learn to do everything right. Yeah, whatever happens tonight, I think he's going to be a really exciting horse to go back to England with this year.
Safi, thank you so much for coming to join us in our lofty perch here, paddock side. We wish you the very best of luck with all the runs tonight. And if we don't get the chance to see you before World Cup night, we'll certainly be cheering you on with Heart of Honour, and we'll see you at Churchill Downs first Saturday in May.
Get out of those gates.
Roses. Thank you very much to Safi Osborne. Good luck with her rides tonight. Hopefully they'll be going a little bit quicker than this, but that's the sort of position she sometimes is in when she's riding Heart of Honour at the gates. Welcome back. Now, with each passing moment, the action just hots up that little bit more. And we cannot wait for our next race because it's sprinting time on the turf. It's the Mahab Al Shimaal turf sprint worth 1.2 million dirhams. It's over 5 furlongs or 1,000 meters on the straight course here at Meydan. The field headed by Bombay Bazaar. Andrew Slattery riding for Bhupat Seymour. 2 is Cover Up, William Buick in the saddle. 3, a former Al-Quoz winner, Danyar, with Jim Crowley riding. 4 is Desperate Hero, Bernardo Pinheiro in the saddle. 5 is Jacajaro, Richie Mullen. 6 is Killian for Luke Morris. 7, Pontos, the speedy Pontos, Mikel Barcelona. 8, Power Mode, Tygo Shea. 9 is Rassas, Pat Dobbs. 10, Tawala, Michael Costa teaming up with Ray Dawson. 11, Topper Bill for Masaba Al-Mahiri and Danny Tudhope. 12 is last year's winner of this race, Frost at Dawn, Sheen Murphy riding for William Knight. 13 is Dark Saffron, Connor Beasley and Ahmad Bin Amash. 14, King's Call for Dylan Cunha and Silvestre de Souza. And 15, the one most people think is the horse to beat, Westacre, trained by George Scott and ridden by Callum Shepherd. And first of all, Bombay Bazaar. He's drawn in stall 1 and he ran pretty well in handicap company last time, Angus.
Yeah, he's joined Bhupat Seymour after being with Richard Fahy in the UK, and he's had 5 runs here in the UAE. His best effort was here when second off a mark of 96 in a handicap. And back to 5 furlongs, I think, is a plus.
What about the former Al-Quoz winner, Danya?
5 furlongs is a negative, I think, for him. Yeah, former Al-Quoz winner, but he's never raced at this trip, and he's probably best at 7 furlongs. He won a very strongly run at Al-Quoz, but I just worry about the trip for him. And he's not quite as good as he was in 2023 when he won that big race.
The grey, number 4, Desperate Hero, well beaten behind Westacre last time.
Yeah, he didn't really deliver, or he hasn't delivered since he came to the UAE. He's a good sprinter in the UK for the Jack Shannon team. He's very impressive at Hamilton when he won in a really fast time. He was 4th in the Prix de l'Abbé at Longchamp. 2 Meydan runs have not been good.
Yeah, there's a fair bit of improvement needed to get involved today. There is horse number 5, Jacajaro for Robert Cowell. Richard Mullen riding. Again, another one behind Westacre last time.
200 grand, 200,000 out of the David Marnane yard, and he was 6th to Westacre last time here at Meydan. He's got some grade 2 form in Ireland for the Marnane team. Robert Cowell's got a nab hand with sprinters, and he might just have needed that first run. He's an interesting runner.
And here is number 6, Killian. Slightly lost his way for the Carl Burt team, but has come back well for Archie Watson.
Yeah, he has. He's a hold-up sprinter generally. He's on a hat-trick. He won at Wolverhampton last time off a mark of 101. He's in good form. He's won 3 of his last 4 starts. Let's see how he takes to Meydan.
Here's our old favourite, Pontos. He's a regular at the Dubai Racing Carnival. Last time, though, he had a dip on the dirt. I think he'll enjoy being back on the green stuff.
I think he will. That was the Jebel Ali sprint behind the Salim bin Gadai trained Royal Commando. He was 2nd to Westacre here, beaten 3.5 lengths. He's £5 better off as well.
How about this horse? He's been running pretty consistently, Rassas.
He has. He's got stall 15 today. He won a maiden handicap here in January. 6 furlongs there. He was 3rd in the Jebel Ali sprint that we were just talking about, with Pontos in 2nd spot. That was an improved effort. Pontos £3 better off with him now.
Tawala is on a rich run of form.
Quite like him, you know. He's thoroughly progressive, this horse. He's on a 4-timer. He's won 3 handicaps off 84, 91 and 96. Really progressing well. And his last win at Meydan was a cosy one, 2 3/4 lengths.
11 is Topper Bill. Danny Tudhope riding this horse, who has put up a couple of performances that have been in keeping what we saw last season, but in between there have been some disappointing ones.
Yeah, very inconsistent, isn't he? He was 3rd to Rassas this January. Off 95. That's his best, most recent form anyway.
Last year's winner, Frost at Dawn.
Good Meydan record, won this last year, set a new track record when doing so. That's since tumbled to Westacre. But that was a really good effort. Perhaps a bit flattered, led a trio of horses over on the far side when the far side was the place to be, and didn't back up in the Al-Quoz sprint when 10th.
Yeah, beat Star of Mystery in the race last year, last seen, so running out at the Breeders' Cup. Here's 13, Dark Saffron for Connor Beasley and Ahmed Bin Amash.
He's been very consistent, this horse, and stall 5 today's okay. he was, he's been consistent. 1, 3, 3, 2, his form figures, his last 4 starts at Meydan. He's versatile, whether it's dirt or turf. He's quite keen, so back to 5 furlongs will suit.
Here's a horse who's been terrific for Dylan Cunha, King's Call. How will he go today?
Yeah, he's a former Kevin Ryan horse. He was 4th to Rassas last time. And then he was, sorry, 2 starts ago, but last time he was just behind Symbol of Honour and Westacre. Finished 6th, but he ran pretty well.
And horse number 2, Cover Up, has just been playing up a little bit and caused a bit of a delay. Just behind him, the other horse with the red hood is Westacre, who is, of course, the international market leader and the one that everyone thinks is the one to beat, representing a bang-informed combination of Callum Shepherd and George Scott. More on Westacre after the break. Now, whatever sport you are interested in and you have a passion for, what is always exciting is when a new star emerges on the scene. And I think a few people felt that they'd seen a new star when Westacre won the Blue Point Sprint in quite impressive fashion, Angus.
Yeah, and look at all of those top left-hand side of your screen that were behind him at this day. Look, he's a hold-up sprinter with a bit of a turn of pace. And they went hard in this. Pontos generally does. And Westacre picked him up and ran him down. Now, he tried to do the same on his previous start, but that was over further. That was over 6 furlongs, 1,200 metres, and he couldn't get past Symbol of Honour that day, who stays further. So I think George Scott, who we interviewed after that success, and there he is, felt that he's just an out-and-out 5-furlong performer. Reminds me of Al Dassim, who won this race last year as a 3-year-old as well. And I think he's going to be very hard to beat, this fella, because there's loads of pace signed on. He'll drop in again. He'll get a nice toe into the race. And he's just got, for a sprinter, that little turn of gear to go and drag runners back that have got first shout on him.
Do you think he's out of the very top draw, time-wise?
Not at this stage of his career, no. I think he's just he's a proper 5-furlong sprinter. I know that they think an awful lot of him. George was saying that he felt he was a very good 2-year-old, but they had their issues with him, and he couldn't really show what he was capable of, really. But they've always thought a lot of him, and they'll be hopeful to land this. And then it's a question of whether they decide to have a crack at the Alcors over further. But he doesn't really stay. This is the perfect race for him.
All right. Well, he's strong on the international markets. Westacre,
yeah,
a son of Memas.
And he's going to try and break his own track record, of course, Reece.
Oh.
He's having a little race with himself, 55.38.
He's up against horses with an outstanding overall record here. There's Dania going in, winner of the Alquoz Sprint a couple of seasons back. Frost at Dawn won this race last year. We know that Pontos obviously has an excellent record here. Who are the main dangers to Westacre?
I think Tawala's the big danger. Progressive handicapper, rising through the ranks very quickly for Michael Costa. 84 he won off, then he won off 91, then he won off 96. That was an easy 96 success in a handicap. He goes into this great Group 3 now, so okay, it's tougher. Yeah, of course it's tougher, but he's really progressive. I can see him definitely making the frame.
All right. Just going forward, horse number 8, Power Mode, one of the runners in this race for Bhupat Seema. Frost at Dawn remains interesting because, of course, she produced quite a good effort stateside before the disappointing run on dirt, and she won here last year. I think she's very talented, and I think this is a sort of test that suits her.
She likes this. I think this quick 5's okay for her. She's very fast. She'll be up there early. I think there's a good few of them like to get on with it. She'll be there. Desperate Hero will be there. Pontos will be there, and no doubt a few others will.
Where will the race be funneled? Will it be across the track, middle?
It's hard to know.
Pontos is in the middle.
What they'll go, yeah, I think they'll end up in a V down the middle probably.
All right. A pretty good renewal of the Mahab Al Shimaal Turf Sprint ahead of us. We've got a new burgeoning star in the shape of Westacre. Last year's winner, Frost at Dawn, some established old stalwarts, the likes of Dania, maybe one or two underestimated horses like Tawala. Very good field with just 3 more left to load up for this year's Mahab Al Shimaal Turf Sprint. It's worth 1.2 million, 720,000 dirhams to the winner. What do you need for this race? Brazen speed. Pat.
2 million, the Mahab Al Shimaal Trophy at Group 3. Ready and away. They all broke to a clean start. Killian just hampered a little bit with Pontos coming right out of the stalls. He's going to go and lead them up here in the early part from Rasas, Desperate Hero, Killian into the first 5, along with Tawala. Then came Jacka Jaro from Dark Saffron, who leads up the far side division. Power Mode. They all work across to the centre here. Frost at Dawn on the back foot early into the back half dozen here, along with Bombay Bazaar, and they're going to split off now in the middle part. Westacre works through the middle of the pack from Rasas. Jacka Jaro now out to the end with King's Call top of bill. It's Pontos the one to chase here. A few of these now getting into their work. Dark Saffron, Westacre. Westacre still with 2.5 to pick up from Power Mode, who's running on just as well. It's Pontos all out up in front though, but still with enough at bay. Pontos from Westacre, who's getting there with every stride here in the Mahab Al Shimaal Trophy. It's going to be a tidy, but Westacre pulling out all the sticks late. A loyalist believe, but breathe a sigh of relief here. Westacre, the good thing of the night, gets home. Pontos has run out of his skin. Power Mode next over, followed there by... They crossed over very, very tightly there. Dania was running on with Cover Up. Then came Top of Bill from Jacka Jaro. Next over Tawala from Rasas. Killian dropped away. Frost at Dawn and Bombay Bazaar failed to make an impression. Desperate Hero at the back of the field along with King's Call. Westacre, ridden patiently, the class and the cream rises to the top here in the Mahab Al Shimaal Trophy. 56.68 the time here, 56.68. which on a noticeably slower track here compared to the last few weeks has run a very slick time here. But unfortunately, he does not topple his track record here tonight, but still a very slick time. What about the run of Pontos? Wow.
And add courage to the list, because Pontos looked to have slipped the field, but Westacre had a bit of ground to make up approaching the 300-metre marker, and he knuckled down with everything he could find to wear down the old warrior Pontos.
Yeah, 5 furlong specialist, a tremendous performance from him. He hasn't lowered his track record. He went 56.68. The track record he set was 55.38, so he's outside that by a fair bit, but he is a really good 5 furlong sprinter. Pontos has run to his best. He's led them a merry dance out in front. They went strong fractions, 11.42, 10.13, 10.34, 10.89. There was no hiding place out there on this straight track, and Pontos, he nabbed a length or so's advantage going into the final 200 metres, but Westacre has run him down. He's just got that little turn of foot, and what a good ride this is from Callum Shepherd, who struck up a tremendous partnership with this horse.
He, as Pat said, he's got the class, but when he had to get really dirty in order to reel back in Pontos, he was willing, and actually just watching him changing his legs, looking for that little bit more when Callum Shepherd asked him. You get a good view of it here as he lets himself go low in the saddle to ask for absolutely everything for Westacre, because he was in trouble. Pontos looked to have him covered.
Pontos looked to have them all at it in behind, but Westacre's the one that can pick up. He's just got that ability to find a little bit extra, find that extra gear, and under a very strong ride from Callum, he's got up to deny Pontos.
Westacre's done it again. Callum Shepherd's done it again. A little bit of different style this time around. Callum, just talk us through it.
Yeah, sure, it was certainly harder work. We got away well and took up a nice position. Pontos gone to his normal groove, just slightly away from us, and that maybe suited him, maybe not us. Would have been nice to have direct sort of aim at him, but he dug deep, he was gritty, and he still galloped out really strong off the line, so I fancy he could be even better at the 6 furlongs of the Alquois.
There you go, so winning you're in 5 weeks' time. Did what happened beforehand with cover-up, you were kept away, but did it have any material difference on his performance, or difficult to know?
No, he kept ice cold, he really did, so no, he was absolutely fine. It was just harder work today. Pontos put up a good fight, and we'll be ready in 5 weeks.
I'm sure you will. I'll tell you what, he's quick on the track, he's quick walking in. I'm out of breath, well done.
Thanks, Nick.
Well done, buddy.
Well, Callum Shepherd saying that Pontos got into the groove. And certainly Callum Shepherd and Westacre had to find a little bit something to prove, the way he had to knuckle down and bring back that old warrior Pontos. It's his attitude as much as anything else that's really impressed me today, Angus. He showed that dazzling turn of foot last time, but this time he's had to add another element to his performances.
Yeah, he has. He's had to really get down and dirty out there, Ish, and find loads for pressure, strong pressure from Callum. But he's responded all the way to the line. He's only small, isn't he? But he's very fast.
And what a spell Callum Shepherd and George Scott have been having on the international stage recently. And of course they enjoyed Royal Ascot's success last year with Isle of Jura. Callum Shepherd, who obviously he's had his trials and tribulations, losing the odd high-profile ride, but my goodness, he has responded well over the last few months, and together with the support of George Scott, they have done remarkably well, and they have some exciting horses on their team, in particular this fella, Westacre. He's the winner of this year's Mahab Al Shimaal Turf Sprint, and interesting to hear what Callum Shepherd had to say about having a go at the Alquois Sprint. Thinks he'd be all right, thinks he'd be improving for that.
Yeah, there's nowhere else to go, is there? So they might just have a go again at 1,200 metres, drop him out, wait, and challenge late. Just because he finished quick here doesn't mean he'd stay 1,200 metres. I don't think he stayed behind Symbol of Honour, but they might as well have a go. It's a big pot, it's World Cup night. Why not?
Why not, indeed. I think they're probably just talking about it now.
Yeah.
And Callum Shepherd said, listen, exactly, I've just heard Angus McNay talking about it, and we've got to go to the Alquois Sprint. George said, well, if Angus is saying it, then fine. And that's pretty much the conversation. Callum said, you sure? Yeah, definitely. Yep. And away he goes to weigh in after the success of Westacre in the Mahab Al Shimaal Turf Sprint. And of course, one thing that we can say is, visually, we think it's a terrific performance in terms of the way he's shown a new element to his characteristics and his makeup, Westacre. But Angus is now going to put some detail onto that and confirm whether this is true or not.
Yeah, I think he's a really good sprinter, isn't he? He's got loads of talent. Of course, he won here last time. He took the blue point, and now he's backed that up. He's not bounced out of that. And look what Callum Shepherd has done out there. He's ridden a perfectly efficient race when others possibly went a bit quick in front of him. There's his efficiency. Look at that, the finishing speed percentage, 100.1 1-2. If you get 100, you've got it bang on as a jockey. He's really got the pace right here. So by sitting back a little bit, sitting away from Pontos and all of the other pace influences, he's judged the race to perfection. Look at his last 400 meters, 22.42. So he's just able to pick up a little bit in the closing stages to go and nab Pontos, who went very hard. His sectionals early on. Get this, 11.42, 10.13 for the second, and 10.34 for the third, and then a 10.89. That left Pontos a little bit vulnerable to a horse that was ridden perfectly. The pace was judged perfectly on. And that was Westacre, and that was Callum Shepherd. Brilliant ride this, really good ride.
Confirmed, the result is official for this year's Nadal Sheba Turf Sprint. Let's have a look back at how he did it from the start. And as you pointed out, Angus, because Pontos was going to go forward, the race would develop where he was.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, mainly down the middle, wasn't it? 8.94, the first three home. There's the winner, and Callum Shepherd. 9 for Pontos, and stall 4 for Power Mode, who was back in third spot. Now, Pontos wasn't carrying a penalty this time. When he met Westacre last time, he had a penalty, but he's gone very fast. I gave you those sectionals, and just as we look at it now, he's isolated on the far side, and he's running those sub-11s, 10.13 and 10.34, and that's softened him up a little bit. And look at Callum Shepherd judging it to perfection in here, just sitting and waiting. He's a few lengths off. That's a bit of a deceptive angle. He is a few lengths off them.
Those two had no chance.
I don't think so. I think they're isolated over on the far side. They needed to be where the speed was. The Pontos was really setting the race. He was making the race, and Callum Shepherd was judging it perfectly over down the middle of the track. Just going past Tawala now, looking for a gap. He needs a bit of room, and once he gets the room, this horse responds and comes home evenly. So what those figures that we just looked at tell us is that he didn't really quicken. He didn't slow down in the final 400 meters. He just kept going. And therefore, this race can be described as one where he just kept going better than the rest who slowed down around him. That's what this win was all about. And the reason he could do that was because Callum Shepherd saved energy in the early part of the race when others were expending it, when others were using up a lot of petrol. And I think this is an excellent ride, I really do.
It is an excellent ride. He's an exciting young sprinter, but also spare a thought for the old boy, Pontos. What a fantastic horse he has been, coming to the Carnival year after year and turning out these magnificent efforts.
Do you know what? He never disappoints, does he? He always performs, this fella, wherever he goes. I thought he had a little bit of a lull a few starts ago, but he loves Meydan. He's really good here. He's very fast, and he just brings his speed to every race that he runs in. Sometimes he gets collared, and then the odd time he hangs on, and we go, oh, look at old Pontos, he's done it again. Doesn't always do it, but this time he's run a brave race, and he's just got caught by a really decent sprinter.
So let's confirm the result of this year's Nadal Sheba Turf Sprint. Sponsored by Emirates Sky Cargo, this Group 3 race won by the British challenger Westacre for George Scott and Callum Shepherd. Second, Pontos. Third, Power Mode. And back in fourth was Cover Up. Time now for the presentation.
Time for the presentation then for our fourth contest on the turf here for the Nadal Sheba Turf Sprint, sponsored by Emirates Sky Cargo. And we'll meet the connections of Westacre very shortly, going up to collect the awards. 3 awards to present for our presenter, the Vice President, Cargo Commercial. Please welcome to the stage Khalid Mahab Al Shimaal. Thank you to Khalid. He'll be presenting those 3 trophies to everyone in your race car, bar Mr. Michael Plenko. He has a representative in his place tonight. So first of all, please welcome to the stage, man that knows the horse very well, rides in most mornings. This is Milan Kovacs. Congratulations to Milan, huge affection for the horse. He has so too for the winning trainer, please welcome to the stage George Scott. Thank you, Milan. We'll make sure you don't run off with the trophy, don't worry. We'll keep it there. Well done to George Scott, ladies and gentlemen. More success at the Dubai Racing Carnival for George. And indeed in the Middle East. And so too for this man. Please welcome the winning rider, Callum Shepherd. Everyone back together for the winning photo. Well done to Milan and George and Callum. Thank you to Khalid Mohammed Al Hanai. Reminder, this is a win and you're in for the Alcos, where we will see the horse in 5 weeks' time, and $150,000 US bonus will be up for grabs for Westacre.
What an exciting young horse Westacre is. We are well and truly underway on Emirates Super Saturday. And of course, we've had a couple of international winners, one for France and one for Britain in our last 2 races. 5 more races still to come. We'll see you very shortly after this break. And welcome back to Emirates Super Saturday. 4 races down, 5 more to go. But as you can see to my right, we have a new guest, Baroness Dido Harding, who is the senior steward of the Jockey Club, one of the long-standing historic sporting bodies in the UK, running 15 race courses in the UK. Dido, welcome to Meydan.
Thank you.
What have you made of your evening so far?
I've had a fantastic evening so far. I haven't been here for about 10 years.
Right.
So it's really moved on. Lots and lots to learn and to like.
I presume not just the race course. I presume Dubai itself has, well, you know, you've seen it
absolutely
grow exponentially.
Absolutely. So it's been a brilliant 24 hours. Here for more racing tomorrow at Double Alley. So get a proper induction into racing in Dubai.
Now, back in December, a relationship was announced and launched between the Dubai Racing Club and the Jockey Club. Tell us how that came about.
Yes, so we've a partnership initially. The Jockey Club sponsored a race here in January, and the Dubai Racing Club will be sponsoring a race at Newmarket in July. And racing between Dubai and the UK, particularly Newmarket, is completely intertwined. So many horses today we've seen. I'm looking forward to seeing them run in the UK in the summer, but a number of them won races in the UK last summer, and lots of familiar faces in the paddock here today. So we're completely intertwined, and of course His Highness Sheikh Mohammed has been such a huge figure in racing, not just here in Dubai, but in the UK as well, and particularly in Newmarket. You know, his support of the racing, the breeding, and actually the community activities and engagement that he's led in Newmarket is enormous. So we're intrinsically bound together.
And of course, as you mentioned, you're sponsoring a race here, which you did in January. The Dubai Racing Club sponsoring at Newmarket later on in the year. But also, I presume, the sharing of ideas. Obviously, you're here tonight at Meydan. We can all learn from each other. This is the beauty about the world we live in now.
Well, spot on. And racing is a global sport. And we're not in competition with each other. We benefit from learning from each other, seeing horses travel the world and compete. You know, so actually, it's just a brilliant opportunity to come together. It's, I hope, the beginning of many creative ideas that will come out of working with Dubai.
And I suspect this is quite an exciting time for you at the Jockey Club, because not only are you here travelling the world, but you've also got some big events coming up in the UK.
Yes, well, of course, we're only about 10 days away from the Cheltenham Festival.
How's the heartbeat? How's the...
Well, you know, and the Grand Nationals are 3 or 4 weeks away. So, you know, both parts of my racing life, over the jumps and on the flat, are really humming.
And, of course, the Grand National, unusually, for the first time ever,
is on the same day as the Dubai World Cup. I know, so I'm split. I can't be here. I'm really sorry. I would love to be. Next year, I hope they won't be on the same day.
Well, the good news is that here in Dubai, we will be showing the Grand National in between the Dubai Sheba Classic and the Dubai World Cup.
I know, which is fantastic. And I very much look forward to being able to watch the Dubai World Cup while I'm at Aintree as well.
Well, certainly people coming here to Meydan will be able to enjoy both events. And of course, the flat season, you're talking about all the people that you're seeing, all these familiar faces. You'll be seeing them again in the UK. And again, that's not far away, is it?
50 days to the Craven meeting at Newmarket, where I'm pretty certain that I will see a number of the people racing here today and some of the horses as well.
Have you been chatting to Charlie Appleby, asking him whether Mountain Breeze is going to run in the Guineas?
I have indeed.
Have you actually?
I have
right,
indeed.
Excellent.
Literally.
What did he say?
Well, he seemed to be implying that she might be going to France rather than to the UK, I'm afraid.
Okay. Well, actually, thank you. We've been musing all night.
I don't know for sure, but that's the paddock gossip I just picked up.
Do you fancy being a reporter for the team?
I've got enough responsibility in racing already. I don't want to take on yours.
If you need something to fall back on, you've provided more information than most of us here tonight.
Yeah, but you don't know whether it's correct. That's just the gossip, remember.
The beauty is we tend to run with what people say. And anything else that, you know, in terms of 2025 and the Jockey Club and all the events that you're covering, anything else that you're particularly excited about? I presume Epsom is always...
I would say racing is really good at talking ourselves down, and yet we provide fabulous entertainment. You know, I've been really struck today by the innovation here at Meydan, the paddock gardens. There are lots of children playing, wonderful, wonderful stuff.
Yeah.
So I think we just have to look forward with great excitement. There are some amazing horses on the flat and over jumps all around the world, and we are part of a sport that gives people so much joy. So actually, I'm just looking forward to 25 with excitement and anticipation.
Baroness Dido Harding, thank you so much for sparing the time to chat to us this evening. Give this lady a mic, because I think she can get a job with our team. Dido, thank you very much.
My pleasure. Lovely to see you.
Lovely to see you too. We have lots of racing still to come here at Meydan. As you heard from Dido Harding just a moment ago, so many lovely facilities to enjoy here at Meydan. Very shortly, the attention will switch to the racecourse once again. The horses heading into the paddock for our 5th race of the evening, the Singspiel Stakes. It's an exciting race. Angus was talking about it earlier on this evening, particularly about William Buick's choices. But just briefly reflecting on Westacre's win in the Mahab Al Shimaal Turf Sprint, Angus, there are some numbers just to highlight what an excellent performance that was.
Yeah, this data provided by Race IQ, it's very interesting data indeed. Look at the early speed that Westacre showed here, not very quickly away, and only 6th fastest to get up to 30 kilometres per hour. Pontos, of course, would have been faster than that, and Pontos took them along. Top speed as well was only 4th fastest, 71.01 kilometres per hour. But the finishing speed is what mattered here, really, and the average speed. And the average speed was best in the field because Callum Shepherd really rated this horse well throughout the contest, as we said in the analysis. And that led to a finishing speed percentage. It's been slightly tweaked. It was just over 100. It's 99.58. Once we've got all of the data in, we can actually check the numbers and tweak them. And finishing speed percentage, 99.58, just rated evenly through the race by Callum Shepherd as the pace collapsed around him, and finished off strongly through that final 400 metres. Again, a well-judged ride, and it perhaps helped him that he wasn't quickly up to speed, up to that 30 kilometres per hour.
Finished well. Okay, let's move on to race 5. It's a Group 2, the Singspiel Stakes, and this race sponsored by Emirates Airline. It's over 1,800 metres on the turf, worth 1.4 million dirhams, 840,000 to the winner. And the field headed by the British challenger, and that is Cairo. Used to be with the Aidan O'Brien team, now with Alice Haynes, Silvestre de Souza riding. 2 doesn't go. 3 is El Najam for Michael Costa and Ray Dawson. 4 is First Conquest for Charlie Appleby, Mikel Barcelona. 5, Galen, Joseph O'Brien and Dylan Brown McMonagle. 6, Holloway Boy, Danny Tudhope. 7, Nation's Pride, the choice of William Buick. 8 is Sean, Southie Osborne. 9, Stormy Ocean, Connor Beasley. And here is Cairo. He's run a couple of very good races out here, including behind the ill-fated Measured Time, and last time behind your pal, First Conquest.
Yeah, Dubai Millennium Stakes, he ran really well. He was second there. He got first run on First Conquest, but he was run down in the closing stages as First Conquest showed that fine turn of foot to get to him. Also second in the Al Rashidiyah, Cairo, to the ill-fated Measured Time. Horse who races prominently and put up his best effort for the yard last time. If he gets first kick and First Conquest is stuck in behind, well, it would be interesting to see where Cairo can finish, but he seems to be at his best at the moment.
All right, wax away about First Conquest, Angus.
Really like him. I think he's a progressive horse. He's won his last 3 Newmarket, 2 here at Meydan, and at Meydan he was very good in the handicap that he won 2 starts ago. And Dubai Millennium, he overcame a pace bias. He was stuck in behind. He had to come wide in what was a steadily run affair, but he came home really strongly. He has a fine turn of foot, finishing speed percentage in his last 2 races, well over 100.
Galen's a pretty good horse, but unfortunately his 2 runs here at Meydan, he's come up well short.
Yeah, he was unlucky a bit, I think. That was behind Arabian Light in the Lord Glitters handicap last time. He got shuffled back, turning in, had to sit and wait for a gap. He never really got able to open up and never really gathered any momentum in the home straight. To be honest, that's been the story of his career. He's often unlucky because he's a hold-up horse.
Here's a horse that run a couple of really good races here behind Poker Face and Romantic Warrior. Holloway Boy, I think he's going to be a big player tonight.
A good horse, isn't he, for Carl Burke, who's done well with him. He won on debut at Royal Ascot as a 2-year-old. You don't often say that about a horse. And he put up a really big time figure when he won the Superior Mile at Haydock back in the UK in September. And his 2 Meydan runs have been really good. He was in behind Romantic Warrior and the Jebel Hatter last time.
Remember, he won the Chesham at Royal Ascot on his debut. First time up. Incredible performance from Holloway Boy on that occasion. Hasn't quite gone on in the manner that a few of us thought he would do, because he's a big, strong horse, but he's still achieved a high level of form, and his 2 runs here at Meydan this season suggests he's got a big part to play. Here's the 6-year-old Nation's Pride. He's been a great international competitor for Charlie Appleby and Godolphin.
He's the class act in the race. He's the best horse on official figures, and rightfully so. He's won 4 Grade 1s in the United States of America. He took the Dubai Millennium in 2023 and 3rd in the Dubai Turf that year as well. But the big problem is that he's been disappointing in his last 2 runs, but he has had a break.
We spoke to Safi Osborne earlier on our show. She was talking about Sean not being quite good enough for the equivalent pattern company in the UK, but he actually ran really well last time behind Arabian Light.
Yeah, he keeps good company. That was again the Lord Glitters handicap. It was a handicap off a mark of 102. He ran really well. He does need a strong pace. He's a strong traveller. He needs him to stop in front of him. And then Safi Osborne, there she is. She can go and take advantage in the latter stages of the race. It's fourth to measure time in the Al Rashidiyah as well. Got some good form to his name.
Well, Sean was ahead of this horse, Stormy Ocean, last time here at Meydan in a handicap.
The Lord Glitters, yeah. Stormy Ocean was third and Sean finished second. 1.5 lengths between them that day. There's no reason to think Stormy Ocean will necessarily turn that form around.
And here's Al Najm, hasn't really struck the right chord so far on that one run, obviously. And towards the back end of his career in the UK, he was also a little bit flat.
He was, yeah. His last run in the UK was the Balmoral handicap at Ascot. He didn't run too bad. He was fifth there. William Haggis used to train him. He was fifth to Creative Story, the Aviator handicap out here.
And there is Charlie Appleby already on the score sheet tonight. No wonder he's got a smile on his face. To be fair, Charlie's always pretty happy doing his selfies and whatever else. And of course, he trained Naval Power, Valiant Prince to win in the last couple of seasons. And likelihood is he'll probably be on the score sheet again. But look at the names on that list. Lord Glitters, Ben Battle, Dream Castle. And remember, True Story, James Doyle and Said bin Surad. One time, he was considered a live Derby hope by Kieran Fallon, amongst others. True Story. Good days. Now, this is the international market leader now. First conquest for Charlie Appleby and Mikel Barcelona.
Yeah, Mikel Barcelona, he often picks up rides for Charlie Appleby on second strings. He won on Naval Power last year. He took this race last year, and he can win, Mikel Barcelona, on the second strings for Charlie Appleby, and I think this might just be the best horse in the race at this moment, at this point in time. We know how good Nation's Pride's been in the past, but at this time, this fella has displayed a blinding turn of foot in his last two starts to get him out of trouble. Dubai Millennium, and he did so in his handicap prior to that. Here he is, catching Cairo. Look where Cairo is, up the front, just hitting the front now. First conquest out wide, and now about to quicken up in this Dubai Millennium. And just over 11 seconds for his final 2 furlongs as he quickens up and runs down Cairo towards the outside. If anything, he was even more impressive with a sub-11 second furlong when he won his handicap prior to this. And I think he's very interesting. Tactically, though, he's in stall 1. He can be keen. Barcelona will want to get him dropped in and settled. And that provides him with a little bit of a problem in terms of getting a run. At some point, he's going to want to angle out and find some running room. So that's a fascinating tactical angle when, in particular, you've got Cairo and Nation's Pride ahead of you, potentially getting a run on you. If you don't, they do that while you're stuck, that's a problem.
Who do you think might make the running here?
Well, there might not be a lot of pace.
That's what I was worried about.
I think you're absolutely spot on. William Buick could. Nation's Pride has he's been pretty effective over 12 furlongs. But we're nearly ready here, Reece. Romantic Warrior set the track record in the Jebel Hatta, 1:45.1.
Here's Pat with a call.
To field and set to go. 8 to do battle. And away. First conquest was slow out of the gates as well. He's going to have to head back to the end here. Cairo shows pace in the early part along with Nation's Pride working through Gallen. And Holloway Boy is going to find himself up in the first half of the field. And now Al Najm next, wide without cover, followed by First Conquest, who works back to the inside. Second to last in running was Sean, and Stormy Ocean is now the tail ender. It's Cairo for Alice Haynes, making their way down the back here in search of the 1,300 metre peg in the Singspiel Stakes, out by a length. Nation's Pride second, third was Gallen, who's getting a nice spot on the fence here under McMonagle. Then came Holloway Boy from Al Najm, First Conquest now sixth, followed by Sean, and Stormy Ocean is still last and has got about 8 lengths on the leader here, where it is Cairo who works to the back turn, the leader. Inside the 1,000 they travel, 1.5 lengths now in advance of Nation's Pride. Gallen sticks to the fence like glue. Holloway Boy's found the 1-1 and he's in a nice spot here for Tudhope. Al Najm's in the cheap seats out out wider, followed by Sean, who's now up to 6th position, followed by First Conquest, and then came Stormy Ocean, who's out to the end. They're about to swing in for home here and make the run for the judge in the Group 2 Singspiel Stakes, and it's Cairo who's the one to chase. Has a length of an advantage of half a length on Nation's Pride, who now presents up with a run. Gallen comes off looking for room. Holloway Boy starting to work through his gears out wider, given plenty of clear air here. First Conquest also working into the contest now as well, as First Conquest now starts to try and run down Nation's Pride and Holloway Boy. Nation's Pride, Holloway Boy trying with every stride, but Nation's Pride is going to hold him at bay. Nation's Pride in the Singspiel by a length and a tail. Holloway Boy second over. First Conquest recovered to run third. Gallen fourth over from Sean. Cairo dropped away to 6th. Then came Al Najm, who got the most unkindly run in the trip. And the last one home, Stormy Ocean. He saw them all the entire way.
Never doubt the old favourites. Nation's Pride, the 6-year-old, under William Buick for Charlie Appleby, wins the Singspiel Stakes, beats off Holloway Boy. First Conquest, who was bottled up down on the rail, eventually back in third. I think Sean and Galen in a photo for fourth. But Nation's Pride, who's travelled around the world, has been a wonderful performer for the Godolphin team. Fought off Holloway Boy bravely in the run to the line.
Yeah, 1:47.24 your final time. It's quite a long way off Romantic Warrior's track record of 1:45.1, 2.14 off that track record. But nonetheless, Nation's Pride off a layoff has put behind him those 2 poor efforts and has won nicely here from Holloway Boy. He was a bit keen in the run, Holloway Boy, and I don't think they went too slow. I think they went quite an even gallop here. Sub 12-second furlongs for most of the race. Quite even though, and Nation's Pride was in a good place to attack. First Conquest was a bit too far back. He was bottled up down on the inside. That was a worry from stall number 1. Once he got out though, that electric turn of foot wasn't in evidence really.
Wasn't quite there tonight for First Conquest, but fair dues to him. He stuck to it well, and eventually he's just finished behind 2 horses who have had a better run through the race as much as anything else. But Nation's Pride, who's been a wonderful horse, I mentioned back in his 3-year-old career, he was supplemented for the Derby in the UK off the back of a very good start to the season here, and when he won at Newmarket, and he looked like he might take very high rank over 1.5 miles. In the UK and in Europe, it didn't quite happen for him, but he went stateside, Angus, and over the last few seasons, he's been a terrific horse.
Absolutely fantastic, yeah. Arlington Million winner, Colonial Dance, and some really good runs out there. 4 Grade 1s he's won out there. He's a terrific horse in North American. Credit to Charlie Appleby. He's got him back here off those 2 moderate efforts. His last couple of starts, he's had a little bit of a layoff, he's had a break. Good ride from William Buick, not too far off the pace set by Cairo, who weakened out of it quite tamely in the end. So like I said, I don't think they've gone steady here. They've certainly gone even. Sean getting some trouble in running under Safi Osborne out the back. He didn't really run on. Holloway Boy, another great run from him, Rishi.
Some may look at the run of Holloway Boy and say, did he want to go past? But I'm pretty certain he was too keen through the entire race, and I think he was just running out of steam in that last furlong and a half, as Nation's Pride, who travelled much kinder for William Buick, has just found a little bit too much in the closing stages. And in fairness, William Buick, we asked the question earlier, was he on the right horse? The answer, yes, he was.
Double on the night for William Buick, first win in the Singspiel Stakes on an international grade racehorse. He really is, isn't he?
Yeah, he really is, and he just got lost the last twice he ran, and it was really for no apparent reason. Obviously, Gulfstream, possibly the track didn't suit him, and all of that. But he's an ultra consistent horse and so uncomplicated. So I love him. He's always turns up. And the team have done a great job to get him back here. So, you know, he's been in quite a lot of countries this winter. So to come off the plane and run like that is very good.
It gets him that automatic buy for the Dubai Turf, Romantic Warrior and co. Wait in 5 weeks. He's been placed in the race before. Is he as good as ever based on that?
I think he'll step forward from this. Yeah. We all know how good Romantic Warrior is, and. He's never an easy task, but this was Nation's Pride was third in the race a couple of years ago, so everything is, the track's perfect, the trip's perfect, so why not?
I'll tell you what, lastly, I talked about difficult decisions with the upwardly mobile first conquest. Was this as difficult as it got on the day?
Yeah, it was really, but you know, like I always say, it's obviously Charlie has a lot of input in the final say, and so have the team. So it's always a team effort, and you choose wrong, or you ride the one that doesn't win. But ultimately, it's a team effort, and you know, you can be as selfish as you want about it, but it's always a big team behind it all.
Well done.
Back in the winners' enclosure, winner of the Singspiel Stakes.
Super fan of Godolphin and indeed of William Buick, actually about 2 meters from us. He does make a lot of noise, and it's incredible how it echoes around this huge auditorium here at Meydan. But delighted for all connections involved with Nation's Pride. He is a lovely horse. He's been such a commendable athlete for the team for such a long period of time now. And as Angus said before the race, a couple of disappointing runs at the back end of last season, but all due credit to Charlie Appleby and his team for getting him back to his best, or close to his best, for his return this season here at Meydan. And he's come through to hold off Holloway Boy and beat stable companion First Conquest. A second win tonight for Charlie Appleby, for William Buick and Godolphin. And Angus, obviously there is the Dubai turf next. I mean, hopefully Romantic Warrior will still go for the World Cup, but the reality is that's the race that he's going for. I mean, he hangs over everyone else like the sword of Damocles, Romantic Warrior, because you think about him in comparison to an excellent horse like Nation's Pride, and there's a huge gulf.
I think there's a massive gulf between them. Yeah, this horse couldn't get anywhere near Romantic Warrior's track record today in a race that was conducive to producing a decent time. So he's just not as good as Romantic Warrior, but he's a very good horse. He was third in the turf before. He's an Arlington Million winner. He's a multiple Grade 1 winner in the United States of America. He stays further than this as well. He's won over much further. He's won over 12 furlongs as well in the past. So he's very versatile. He goes well here. His record here is excellent. He really does like Meydan.
Very handsome individual, the horse. And William Buick, obviously. Well, I don't want William to think I didn't think that. But he may have more winners coming his way tonight. And so Angus has referred to the fact that this race was run conducive to producing a quick enough time. Yeah. How does Nation's Pride's performance stack up in that context?
I think it's a really good performance off a layoff. Charlie Appleby can often get horses who perform poorly elsewhere. They come to Dubai, they have a bit of a break, and then they almost are back to their best. And I think he wasn't too far off his best here. I think they ran quite evenly here. Cairo took them along at a fair gallop. William Buick wasn't far off that gallop. His efficiency here, 103.22%, courtesy of Race IQ. So he's 3.22% quicker in the final 400 metres than he was in the rest of the race. And they fired along with sub 12-second furlongs throughout that contest, and he just found a little bit of a turn of pace in the closing stages that the others couldn't manage. And that turn of pace represented by his final 400 metres of 22.96. So he has quickened to go and get to Cairo and go past him. He's finished off quite strongly. Holloway Boy likewise, who was a bit keen in the race, as you said. He couldn't finish as strongly as Nation's Pride, and in behind First Conquest was unable to show the turn of foot that he had done in the Dubai Millennium. So evenly run overall, with winner the only horse able to quicken up in the final 400 metres.
Result is official. We'll look back at the race from the start. And the thing to point out about Holloway Boy, who's in stall 3, is you'll notice Danny Tudhope's hands, the position of them. Normally when he's travelling on a horse travelling kindly, his hands are down on the withers and they're comfortable. All the way through the race, his hands are off the horse's head, neck and withers.
And that's off sub 12-second furlongs as well, so they're not they're going really steady, and horses pulling off a steady gallop. There's your stalls. The winner comes from stall number 5, jumps very well indeed. First Conquest didn't jump particularly well down on the inside, and we talked about this before the race, about if he takes back or if he jumps tardily, that he's going to be in a spot, and he did find himself in a bit of a spot down on the inside, whereas William Buick is going to go forward here, Rish. He can go forward and he can sit quite handy.
And have a look at those hands.
Well, let's just highlight that. It's a good point. Danny Tudhope, hands right up off the withers. Holloway boy not relaxing, not dropping his head. Danny wants to put his hands down and let him relax, but he won't. The horse won't do that. Let's see how he gets on through the rest of the race. Look at his head, side to side. Holloway boy, he's not relaxing, and Danny's taking him back. And this allows William Buick to slide forward on Nation's Pride to take Holloway boy's position. And now, A1 spot. He's inherited that position because Danny Tudhope had to take back on Holloway boy to get him to relax. Meanwhile, the horse who finished third, he is still bottled up down on the inside. Holloway boy's going to have a clean run at it. Nations is going to have a clean run of it. What's this fella going to do?
Trapped.
He's trapped. Yeah, and he can't grow wings. He can't become a helicopter. Once he did get out, though, I thought his finishing effort was a little bit disappointing, to be honest, from First Conquest. Cairo rolling along now, 11.7, 11.81, 11.64, and 11.4, just off the bend when he started to pick up. But William Buick's got dead aim in a perfect spot.
Look at Holloway boy's head still. He still hasn't settled at this juncture of the race. He's still doing a fraction too much.
Yeah, he has done a little bit too much, hasn't he? And he's not finished off as well as Nation's Pride. I'm surprised that First Conquest couldn't get past him, to be honest, given how keen Holloway boy had been in the race. And now look at this. Dead aim for William Buick. Perfect, absolutely perfect there. He can go and get to Cairo. There's your second Holloway boy, and there's your third. He's still bottled in down on the inside, but he'll get out, and I think he gets out in reasonable time. He too had been a little bit keen. Now Mikel Barcelona looks for room in behind, but William Buick's off. He's going now. He's chasing Cairo. He knows he can run that one down. Mikel Barcelona looking for a bit of room. He's just had to wait to deliver his challenge down the outside. He just had to take a little bit of a pull and sit in and wait, but now he didn't deliver.
I thought he was coming with a big run here,
yeah.
But that surge that you pointed out in the 2 runs and the handicap and the Dubai Millennium missing tonight.
Yeah, there's old Sean running on. He got trouble in running again. Loves a bit of trouble in running, Sean, and he got it again on this occasion, and he ran on all right latterly. It's a well-judged ride from William Buick, but that early part was crucial, wasn't it? Inheriting Holloway's boy's position to get a nice slot in behind the leader off an even tempo.
All right, let's confirm the result of this year's Singspiel Stakes, sponsored by Emirates Airline. This Group 2 race won by Charlie Appleby's Nation's Pride. Second, Holloway boy. Third, First Conquest, and Sean was back in fourth.
Presentation time then for the Singspiel Stakes, sponsored by Emirates Airline. Please welcome to the stage to make the presentation Adil Al-Gaith, who is the Senior Vice President Commercial Operations. Our thanks to Adil. Presented an award already, and we'll see him for the rest of the evening. He'll be presenting 3 awards to the winning connections of Nation's Pride. First of all, please welcome to the stage, collecting on behalf of the winning owners, Godolphin. Please welcome once again, Hugh Anderson. Well done to Godolphin, a second winner of the night for them. And now please welcome the winning trainer, with accompanying him an artist, Domingo Zapata, and his family. Please welcome Charlie Appleby. And Charlie will accept that award for Nation's Pride with Domingo Zapata and his family. Our thanks to them. And now please welcome for the second time tonight, the winning rider, William Buick. Well done to Will. Another couple of live chances later on as well. Everyone can come back together for the group shot. Charlie Appleby, Hugh Anderson representing Godolphin, Domingos Zapata, his family with Adil Al Gaith. A reminder that this Singspiel Stakes, sponsored by Emirates Airline, a win and you're in for the Dubai turf with a $500,000 bonus on offer for Nation's Pride.
So 5 races down. Charlie Appleby, William Buick and Godolphin have won 2 of those races, and we did say earlier on, maybe the best is still to come. The beautiful Burj Al Khalifa lit up in the Dubai skyline, standing out like a beacon here, as is Meydan Racecourse. When the lights are on here at Meydan, it is a beautiful setting in the desert. And so far tonight, we've enjoyed some wonderful racing on Emirates Super Saturday. We've had 5 races so far, 4 more still to go. And Angus, we understand that, as is often the case here, Charlie Appleby doing very well. Mountain Breeze, a straightforward win. Nation's Pride, a little bit harder work in terms of the horse, what he's been through, his last couple of runs back on the comeback trail.
Yeah, it was a little bit harder for him. I think he could possibly be sharper for the run. That'll put him spot on for the duty-free. And I don't think he's finished yet. Charlie Appleby, is he? He's got Silver Knot coming up. Arabian Crown's in the same race as well. And then he's got Ruling Court in the last. I think I'd like to just introduce my caveat about Ruling Court in the last, if I may.
Go on.
He's been a long time off the track since winning at Sandown and then running in the Acomb Stakes. Don't think that suited him. A fast 7 on quick ground, totally different to 7 furlongs at Sandown, up the hill with a little bit of ease in the ground. Don't think it suited him, but he ran well. But he was off. He's been off ever since then. And now he wears a tongue tie. First time tongue tie for him on just his 3rd start. I wonder if the gap, the reason we didn't see him after the Acomb at York, something to do with his wins. Something of an issue there, which they've sorted out, but now he wears a tongue tie. That might be the clue as to why there was that long gap. That's a slight concern for me, but he looked really good, both in the Acomb, where he got tired in the latter stages of the race, and particularly good at Sandown.
Well, if you're a fan of Ruling Court, that would have given you a few jitters, what Angus has had to say about him.
I think rightly so as well, yeah.
Something to bear in mind. Okay, the most valuable race of the night is next here at Meydan. It is the Al Maktoum Classic, sponsored by Emirates Airline. This is a Group 2 race over 2,000 metres on the dirt. It's worth 1.7 million dirhams, and the field is headed by Artorius, a runner here for Bupat Sima in the colours of Judmont. And Pat Cosgrave will take the ride on the 6-year-old son of former Dubai World Cup winner Arrogant. 2 is Crown Estate, Bernardo Pinheiro. 3 is Desert Wisdom, Asheen Murphy. 4, El Yabri, Danny Tudhope. 5, First Constitution, Royston French. 6 is Generous Tipper, James Doyle. 7, the Korean challenger Global Hit, Haisun Kim. 8 is Go Soldier Go, Callum Shepherd. 9, Guns and Glory, Richard Mullen. 10, Homo Deus Doesn't Go. 11, Imperial Emperor, Tygo Shea. 12, Kabir Khan, the favourite for last year's World Cup, Pat Dobbs. 13 is King Gold, Adria de Vries is not riding, obviously, he's been replaced. 14 is Majestic Pride, Mikhail Barcelona. At 15, Olzakan, Connor Beasley. And 16, Carib for Silvestre de Souza. And here is at number 1, Artorius is a big, strong individual, Angus. I was expecting a little bit better on his last run, though it wasn't too bad.
It wasn't, no. Plenty's been expected of him because he wears the Laurel River colours. He's with Bhupat Seema and he's joined them this season. He hasn't quite delivered yet. He's only had 2 runs, though. We all know that Bhupat takes his time and they come good for him eventually. He was 2nd in the Maktoum Mile and 4th in the Firebreak.
Here's Crown Estate, who ran pretty well behind Carib last time at Jebel Ali.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, that was a good effort from him. Here at Meydan, he's won a handicap in the past. This is, I think, a tricky ask for him. He was 5th in the Firebreak.
Desert Wisdom has been a pretty decent horse over the years, but he hasn't shown much in his last couple of starts.
Now, he's got a wide draw as well, stall 13. He's been well beaten both starts this season. The Dubai Creek Mile, he was 6th. He loves that position. He was 6th again in the Al Maktoum Mile.
An improving horse is El Yabri, and I think he could have more to come.
Yeah, this is a step up in grade for El Yabri, after having won a couple of handicaps in his last 3 starts off the following marks, 89 and 92. He needs to step up, but he's in good nick. He's drawn in stall 10. In stall 1 is number 5, First Constitution. A lot to prove tonight. Yeah, he's quite an interesting horse, you know. He's a Grade 1 winner in Chile. Useful in the United States of America in 2022, but he's been pretty well beaten both of his starts this season. Drawn in stall 14 is Generous Tipper, beaten a long way in the 2nd round of this particular series of races. Yeah, Al Maktoum Challenge to Walk of Stars. He was well beaten by him. He was okay when he was in America with Kenny McPeak. He had some reasonable dirt form there. He's got to give more, and he's got stall 14, tough. And behind him on that occasion was Global Hit, who we'll see in a bit. And next is Go Soldier Go, who has got the most awkward of draws in 16. He really has, but he's always very slowly away. If you look through all of his runs, say his last 10, he's been slowly away every time. So missing it doesn't, being wide doesn't really matter, because he'll miss the break badly, get behind and hope there's a pace meltdown. Guns and Glory found a good opportunity to get back to the winning trail last time. Oh, this is an exciting horse, Rishi, Guns and Glory. Really exciting, a lovely pedigree for the dirt by a brilliant siring gun runner. Big improvement last time when he won 10 lengths. He's a very interesting runner. Here's 11, Imperial Emperor, who has progressed enormously well this season, ran really well behind Walker Stars. Yeah, the switch to the dirt has made this fella, yeah, he really likes the dirt. He's better on it than he is on the turf, and he's 2 out of 3 for Bhupat Seema. He was beaten by Walker Stars 2 3/4 lengths in the Al Maktoum Challenge. I think that's a pretty solid effort, and he travelled really well through that race. Do you still believe in Kabir Khan? Well, I don't know really. He had a very good season last season, and then he ran poorly in the Dubai World Cup when he was 8th, and he's been disappointing this season. There's no doubt about that. Behind Walk of Stars in the Al Maktoum Challenge, he ran poorly, and he does need to bounce back. But he won a handicap and the Grade 1 Al Maktoum Challenge last year, so the talent is there. What about horse 14, Majestic Pride, who's been running consistently at a lower level? Definitely a lower level. First try on the dirt here at Meydan, but he was 3rd in the Jebel Ali Mile. That's a Grade 3. He's got a wide draw in 12. He can be quite keen. I think he's quite talented, but I'm worried about the trip for him here. I think, if he's keen off a strong gallop, he's in trouble. Mikhail Barcelona climbing aboard. There is Ed Crisford helping him along. Here's 15, Olzakan, the son of Oxbow.
Obviously, he's just had the one run so far at Meydan.
Yeah, and he finished last, Rish. He was very disappointing. And that was for Doug Watson, and he's left the Doug Watson yard now. Don't know why. And there was no promise in that. He's got stall 11 as well.
I thought Karib might run okay. He's been really consistent. Looks like he's finding a little bit more with each run.
Look, he's got plenty of talent. Second in the Burj Nahaar to Laurel River last season, and he won the Jebel Ali Mile this season. He was always prominent. It was a race that paid to be prominent. He was, and he kept rolling out in front. He's a good performer. He's got a chance.
Yeah, I think he's quite a tough horse as well, and this will be an attritional race. And you've been putting your analytical skills to the test to help us identify some of these, the big players and how the race might play out.
Yeah, I had a look at King Gold and the Laurel River race, and this is the fire break. Laurel River, you remember, he went really hard out in front and weakened. He set blinding fractions down the back and he stopped. And King Gold inherited the lead, really. Cagliostero ran on quite well in the closing stages. Look at the finishing speed percentages of all of these horses. They're all absolutely legless in the closing stages. 96.56 for King Gold, 90.76 Laurel River. He was out on his feet. 95.37 Cagliostro. Artorias 93.86, Crown Estate 93.78, and held up the winner King Gold, despite only coming home slower than he ran the rest of the race. He was able to get his head in front where it mattered on his first start on dirt. What point am I making? Well, I'm making the point that this was a very attritional race. It was really hard work for Cagliostro, for Artorias, for King Gold. And Cagliostro disappointed earlier on this evening, never really going. He might have bounced out of that. It's a possibility that others might recoil as well. Such was the attritional nature of that race, with those finishing speed percentages of the whole field well under 100.
When you look back at some of the past winners of this particular race, you will note that some of them had to come through some attritional races to win. There have been easy winners, the likes of Frosted, but you know that the likes of Thunder Snow, he was a tough horse. North America made most of the running when he won in 2019. We thought Ben Battle might be a possible Dubai World Cup horse. That didn't pan out. And the Salute the Soldier, Hot Rod Charlie back in 2022. When Algiers won it in 23, I thought we'd seen the Dubai World Cup, when in fact, pretty much until the last 50 yards of the Dubai World Cup in 2023, I thought Algiers was the winner. But Military Law is probably atypical of this sort of race. It needs a horse that's tough, that can grind, and Military Law was that type of individual.
Yeah, he was. And in America, having a hard race, such as the race we saw King Gold win at the fire break, they wouldn't be worried about it. They call it seasoning and conditioning. These horses are getting battle hardened. They're learning how to run through the pain barrier, and they're learning how to grind it out and become proper dirt horses. It's just a question of, if this race comes a bit too soon after that, whether these horses have been able to recover from what was a very tough race, and we'll find out.
Okay. You have seen, though, that this race can, on occasions, be a big pointer to the Dubai World Cup itself. Thunder Snow, of course, won that. Won here on World Cup night as well, and the only horse to win the Dubai World Cup twice. Algiers, we also mentioned, had a fabulous season in 2023 and very nearly won the Dubai World Cup itself. So it's a good guide. I think it's fair to say that King Gold is a horse that could be potentially a horse that could run in the Dubai World Cup itself. Whether he's going to be good enough, I'm not
potentially,
sure.
Yeah. I mean, he won because everything stopped in front, and he, to be honest, he didn't really pick up, but he just kept going a little bit better than the rest. He's got pretensions to it. Imperial Emperor's definitely got a chance of laying down a marker. He's drawn wide there. That's my only worry. And I know for a fact they want to go forward with him. They don't want to drop him out into the kickback. They want to go forward. So I think he's a big player, but he'll have to get a trip from that wide draw.
The interesting horse, if you think back to how last season went, Angus, it's got to be Kabir Khan. Obviously, Tom Stanley and Nick Lightfoot chatting away earlier saying, is it Kabir Khan or Kabir Can't?
Well, it's Kabir Can't at the moment, isn't it? Because that was a poor comeback run. You know, it's been a poor effort from him. He's got his form last year was good. He looked like a star in the making, didn't he? before disappointing in the Dubai World Cup. The Al Maktoum Challenge that he won was a Grade 1, but it wasn't very strong. That's all I would say. He's got kind of a turf style of racing. He's got a high cruising speed. He likes to sit just off the pace, sit wide out the kickback, cruise round, and then pick up in the home straight. I think he likes things just to go his own way. Last time here at Meydan, he was a bit marooned on the inside. He's a bit stuck on the inside, copped a load of kickback, and that was game over. So I just think he needs things to pan out perfectly for him. Stall 9 gives him a chance of a better trip.
He's just hidden behind that outrider.
Looking horses.
He's a very attractive individual. There he is, his big white face. Of course, he's got the white socks as well, and he's a flashy chestnut. There is part of me that says I trust in Doug Watson to get him back.
I mean, Doug we trust.
Well, Doug actually said that he felt this horse had benefited from a trip to America after he ran in the World Cup. Now, I think I'm prepared to give him one bad run. I'd say, listen, he's had one bad run this season, but obviously it was his comeback run. He didn't have a great draw, and perhaps things didn't quite work out on that occasion, and he got a bit muddled up in the position and through the race. So I think I'll be prepared to give him one more chance. But another horse that I mentioned Kareem. I liked El Yabri. I think he's an improver.
Yeah.
I thought he'll run okay.
I think he will run right. I think he will run absolutely fine. Danny had tud out for Musab Al Mahari. Beat book review last time up. He's largely pretty consistent on the dirt. I want to make one more point about Kabir Khan because he's in shot, if I may, and it's the jockey switch. Now Pat Dobbs rode him, knows him, won on him, got a good tune out of him, had loads of faith in him last year. Christian Jumeirah got on board last time. Good jockey, really good jockey. But Pat's back now, and Pat knows this horse. He's got faith in him, understands him. I think that's a pretty big plus.
Dobbs and Doug. We trust in Dobbs and Doug.
They love Dobbs.
The double D.
For the Godolphin Mile. I used to love them in the Godolphin.
Absolutely. Okay. There's El Yabri just going forward. So how do you see the race being run, Angus? We talked about the Burj Nahaar being an attritional race earlier on. Similar story here?
I think we're going to get much the same. I'm looking for Guns and Glory to get loose on the lead from stall number 6. I think that makes him very dangerous. He's got to step up. This is a tougher race than the one he won last time. But it's a pretty good dirt horse, you know. He's got some good dirt form. If he gets loose from stall 6, he'll take a bit of pegging back. Richie Mullins on board. No luck on the favourite in the Purebred Arabian race earlier on. He'll be hoping for a better ride here.
Yeah.
I think he's just an interesting sort of outlier, really. Horse has shown sort of freakish ability at times. I wonder whether he can show it in this sort of company. Track record, we should tell everyone. 2 minutes 1.38. The Great Thunder Snow and Super Sumi. And that was in 2018, so a good while ago.
All right. Artorias, another one that you could include in your calculations. Likely to carry on improving. He's a big, strong individual. And Angus talking about pedigrees. He's by Dubai World Cup winner, British Cup Classic winner, Pegasus winner, Arrogate, out of a multiple Grade 1 winning mare, Paula's Silver Lining. He's a high-class horse, potentially still for this team. And I say potentially, even though he's 6, because you know how good the Bhupat Seema team at just squeezing a little bit more out of these horses as they get older. The most valuable race of the night. Yeah. Who's going to win?
Who's going to win? I think Imperial will win for Bhupat Seema. I can see Bhupat having a 1-2 here. Imperial Emperor to beat Guns and Glory, to run Guns and Glory down. Anything near 2 minutes is world class for this trip. Anything near 2 minutes, because it means they've carved out 10 successive 12-second furlongs. Do the maths.
It's a last roll of the dice for horses with Dubai World Cup hopes. It's the Al Maktoum Classic 2025. One just playing up, El Yabri just on his toes. And there is the Korean challenger. Global hit going forward. Lots to make up on that run last time out. Good record in his home country. Kabir Khan will be the last one to go forward. We wish him the best of luck. Just hearing that El Yabri has continued playing up. But Kabir Khan is now going forward. There is a stall handler in there. Let's join Pat Comerford for the call.
Line cleared from the front, ready now. They're racing. Away they go in the Al Maktoum Classic. Global Hit ridden with vigour on the inside from Guns and Glory, who's finding a nice position. Desert Wisdom tries to work across. Imperial Emperor, he's got a few to his inside here as well. Will have to work to improve. Up on the inside, Crown Estate uses the gate to find potentially the box seat in running. First Constitution, 3 back the inside. From Artorius, Kabir Khan and Olza Khan in the Kazakhstani colours, they sit wide and will be forced to improve from that spot. Generous Tipper next, followed by Majestic Pride, Al Yabri second to last, and out to the end is Go Soldier Go. They work onto the back. In the Group 2, Al Maktoum Classic, and it is Global Hit for Korea, out by a length and a half on Crown Estate in second. Third up on the outside was Guns and Glory, followed by Karib, who works up deeper. Imperial Emperor's caught out very deep on the course. Artorius next from First Constitution, tucked away. Then came Olza Khan, followed by Kabir Khan, who's wide with a tad little bit of cover for this moment. Then came King Gold from Desert Wisdom, Generous Tipper. Up on the inside, Majestic Pride. Then came El Yabri, and now reattaching to the rest of the field, Go Soldier Go. Global Hit's going to try and do it from barrier to box under Hoo-Sun Kim. The only ride for the night for the Korean jockey, and she's got it under a stranglehold. Imperial Emperor comes up to the outside to challenge, but has worked to get there. Karib next from Artorius, who boxes on out wider. Then came Guns and Glory. King Gold works on from the back. Kabir Khan's been out deeper. Majestic Pride tries to shoulder for a path clear. Imperial Emperor hits the lead here, goes a little bit inwards here. He cut off Global Hit for a run, who tries to rally again, but up to the inside now. Imperial Emperor coming clear here for a very, very classy victory. 100 metres left to go, puts it beyond any doubt in the Al Maktoum Classic. Where to next? But we'll see you on Dubai World Cup night. Imperial Emperor by 8 lengths. Global Hit second over, a brave run to rally again. Artorius third, followed by Karib, Go Soldier Go, First Constitution. Next over El Yabri from King Gold, who didn't run on. Guns and Glory followed from Kabir Khan. Majestic Pride, Olza Khan, Generous Tipper, one of the last ones to cross over, along with the two who tailed off in Desert Wisdom and Crown Estate.
That is a huge performance from Imperial Emperor from stall 15 over this distance here at Meydan. That's incredible. Quite often horses from that position struggle to get a good position and struggle to get in the race. My goodness, he has won really impressively, and he is a live Dubai World Cup contender. Tiago O'Shea won the Dubai World Cup last year on Laurel River. Well, he knows what it takes. It'll be interesting to hear his thoughts. Angus, your first reaction?
This horse needs to book his place now in the Dubai World Cup. That was a tremendous performance from a terrible draw. Mahab Al Shimaal, absolutely delighted. And don't forget, he's got Walk of Stars, who beat this horse last time. And, oh yes, Laurel River as well. What a performance from that outside gate, driven to get prominent. And then they went pretty hard, and he just sat in thereafter. Tad O'Shea on board, Tad realising he can't get across, and he's just got to fashion a trip. 1-2 for Mahab Al Shimaal. Artorius, he's gradually getting there, isn't he, Artorius, with Global Hit back in third spot. They went hard early on. They went very hard. 10.85, 10.79, 11.69 before steadying down the back a bit, and then Imperial Emperor was away and gone in the home straight.
What a huge run from the Korean challenger, Global Hit. Hye-Sun Kim producing a really classy ride on this horse. I thought once this horse had got past, he might drop away, but in fairness, he stuck on well, Global Hit. But this was really impressive from Imperial Emperor when you consider how much running he's had to do in the early part of the race, and then to produce this effort in the closing stages.
I think this is a really good effort. This is a magnificent performance from this horse. He's definitely booked his place in the Dubai World Cup. His final time is good. I said anywhere around 2 minutes means the winner's carved out even 12 seconds. And to do that, the further you go, to keep doing 12-second furlongs, the harder it gets. And he's gone 2 minutes 3.76. The record with Thunder Snow is at 2 minutes 1.38. So he's 2.38 outside the record. But it's still a good time, this. We see lots of races over 2,000 metres here where they're 2.6, 2.7. He's not. He's Not too far off the 2-minute mark at 2 minutes 3.76, and he's annihilated them. Rishi, this is good. This is a really good performance. He needs marking up as well for overcoming that draw.
Artorius, as you said, ran really well to grab second spot. He was off the bridle some way out, but stuck well to the task. There's Karib. He's run okay back. I think he might have finished in 4th. First Constitution actually ran a really big race as well, but it's all about Imperial Emperor.
The division that Tiger Shea, Mahab Shimaal seem to have, well, the stranglehold on this division. There was me thinking it was all cut and dry, but in 5 weeks' time, have you got some decisions to make?
Yeah, look, listen, it's a great position to be in. The horses are in terrific form, and look, you know, obviously, it looks like now we'll have 3 in the main race with obviously the big boy Laurel River. Walk of Stars was disappointed, but he had his excuses in Saudi. He didn't scope good after the race, and obviously this fella will aim there now. But yeah, look, it's a great position to be in, and very privileged.
He's rising up the ranks very fast. Now, drawing in 15, the tripper question as well. That is an emphatic way to answer both questions, isn't it?
Look, I found it very hard to get off him the last day, believe it or not. It's just the fate I had in Walk of Stars. I just thought he had beaten better horses in his earlier campaign, but this horse, as you say, is on the up. And look, I've only thrown my leg across him 3 times now, and he's won all 3. And to be honest with you, that was probably a career best there tonight. It was no hiding place. It was a true run race, but he's very, very genuine, you know. And I had to be positive out of the gates. We drew out a wide gate. We were originally 15 and dropped into 14 with the non-runner, but look, horses like this make my job very easy.
You could do with the Dubai World Cup being split into 3 divisions, really, couldn't you?
That'd be lovely, but look, all being well, Laurel River's back going, and he's the horse they all have something to aim at and improve towards, but look, it's a great position to be in.
There's your headline. Tiger, well done.
Thank you.
Well, we know that Tiger Shea can talk forever.
He can.
But you're allowed to when you're riding these horses and when you can be this excited about what's to come. As he points out, Laurel River, Walk of Stars, and this horse is right in the mix now for the Dubai World Cup.
He is. He and Nick Lightfoot could have had a much longer conversation, but they didn't on this occasion, because Tag has to get into that winner's enclosure and celebrate with Mahab Al Shimaal and connections. What a strong hand he's looking to have now in the Dubai World Cup. And Nick's first question was pertinent, wasn't it? You've got some decisions to make now, Tag, and he has, hasn't he?
Can't desert a Dubai World Cup winner, can he?
No, he won't, will he? You wouldn't, would you, if you'd ridden?
Well, I'm a very loyal human being.
I know, I've noticed. Yeah,
I keep saying, can I have Angus back?
Do you?
Yeah.
Probably the only reason I didn't come back.
Well done, though, to all the people involved with Diva Racing who are part of this success story that is Imperial Emperor. And the progression he's shown from the start of this season to now has been quite remarkable.
That's a really good point, Rishi, because he's new to dirt racing. He's new to this discipline. He raced on turf for a long part of his career. This is only his 4th start on dirt, and he's getting better and better and better with racing on this surface. And this was a very good performance.
The interesting thing about him, as you say, he's really bred for turf, this horse, but he's proving absolutely brilliant on the dirt. And because he's progressing the way he has this season, who knows? There might still be more to come from Imperial Emperor. And so because it's a race on the dirt over this sort of distance, and because it's one of the big races tonight, we predicted it was going to be a fiercely run race.
Yeah.
Did we get that right?
We got that much right, Rishi. We did. Yeah, we got that absolutely spot on. They went very hard in the early part of the contest. And let's remember that Imperial Emperor was part of that early-ish pace scenario. He wasn't too far off the lead. Listen to these early sectionals. 12.68, that's out of the stalls from a standing start. Then 10.85, 10.79, 11.69. So they went very hard to establish their positions. They went that hard because all of the jockeys are trying to get there and get where they want to go, and that pushes the pace on. Imperial Emperor was part of that. It then steadied a bit down the back before Imperial Emperor kicked on in the home straight. So what that meant is that overall, we got a finishing speed percentage you might guess is well under 100% because he's slowing down in the closing stages because he's had to run very hard from his wide draw to get handy, go hard down the back, and therefore he's tired, 96.39%. So he's slower in the final 400 meters than he was in the rest of the race. But that's dirt racing for you. That's what dirt racing's about. Going hard early, getting a position, kicking dirt in other horses' faces. They get outpaced, they don't fancy it anymore, and you're up there and you're already rolling. And if you can keep on rolling like he did, then you can win good races like this. So it was a good performance from him. 25.55 his final 400 meters. So not quite 12-second furlong for the last two. Not bad at all, given what he had to do early in the race.
The result is official for the Al Maktoum Classic, but let's look back at the race again from the start, and not only the performance of Imperial Emperor from out wide, but also Global Hit under a brilliant ride from Hyson Kim.
Yeah, it was a brilliant ride from stall number 4. Yeah, he's almost in your pocket, isn't he, Riche, over there?
Take him
the
out.
Winner. He's just right there. There he is. 15, 7, 4 stall numbers for the...
Go Soldier Go, sleeping.
Sleepy, he's always sleepy in the stalls, and unless you get a complete and utter pace meltdown, he doesn't get involved. Look at Tal O'Shea now, look, he wants to go forward. I think he's half thinking, shall I make the running here? Shall I go on and cut across? But he can't, because Global Hit's going quite hard on the inside. He's the one that sets those fractions I referred to, 1085, 1079, 1169. It would have been suicide for Tal O'Shea to have decided to gun his horse and try and get to the lead when he's 5 wide and the leader is going as quickly as he is. That would have been a really poor move, and it would have meant he was softened up in the closing stages and probably would have been beaten. He shuffled back a little bit here into 6th place. He's right upside stable companion Artorias as Global Hit rolls along in front and now takes a bit of a pull. So I mentioned those first 4 furlongs that were quick, then slowed down to a 12.21, 12.13 and 13.03. So the pace did steady down the back, and you can see Taylor Chase just anxious to make up a little bit of ground on the outside now. He's in a good spot, he's out of kickback, but he's anxious to not get too far back in the run. And just begins to sidle forward now off this very fierce gallop. Kabir Khan, big white face on the outside. Ooh, disappointing again. I think he got a trip that he used to get last season, but he didn't cruise into it like he did last season, and certainly didn't pick up in the home straight. Just pick up Artorias. He looked to be going nowhere when he was in the kickback. Once he got out of it, he's run on quite well towards the outside of the field. And Imperial Emperor now, it's all his. He's running down a horse who's gone hard early and is paying for that in the closing stages. And now all he's got to do is just keep going. Just keep going as fast as he can, which is not as fast as he's gone in the early part of the race. But he won this race in the first 400 meters, not the last, by getting a good position from his wide draw. And now he's run on a lot stronger than the rest of them. They're all getting very tired in behind. I fancy finishing speed percentages of Global Hit, Artorias, and the others were 92, 93, thereabouts, getting really tired and slowing down. And slowing down a lot quicker than the winner was. He's a proper dirt horse. Dirt racing is for him. He's better on the brown stuff than the green stuff.
Let's confirm the result of this year's Al Maktoum Classic, sponsored by Emirates Airline. This Group 2 race won by a live Dubai World Cup contender in Imperial Emperor. Second, Artorias, both the first and second trained by Bhupat Simar. A fabulous run from the Korean challenger Global Hit back in 3rd, and the honest Karib finishing in 4th.
Well, there was Tiger O'Shea lifting a Dubai World Cup. I don't know, maybe he could do on this horse. If he rides him, he's got a headache, but nice problems to have after Imperial Emperor took out the Al Maktoum Classic, sponsored by Emirates Airline. To make the presentation, please once again welcome the Senior Vice President Commercial Operations, Adil Al-Gaith. And Adil will be presenting 3 awards. He knows how to do it. He'll be presenting to Diva Racing, Bhupat Simar and Tiger O'Shea. Thank you to Adil. And we've got a host of happy owners going up now, because this is what it's all about. a syndicate like this having a live Dubai World Cup contender. Genuinely, it could happen, but they should enjoy this first of all. Please put your hands together. The winning owners of Imperial Emperor, Diva Racing. Well done to Diva Racing. Someone's got to take the trophy. Diva Racing, ladies and gents. Well done to them. And please put your hands together for this man. He's taken a key trial en route to the Dubai World Cup, and a host of chances he's got when we get there. Please put your hands together for winning trainer, Mahab Shimaal. And now the winning rider, last year's Dubai World Cup winner, multiple champion jockey in the UAE, Tiger Shea. Well done to Tig, and I say we'll all come back together, but we might need a wider lens. Anyway, everyone can try. In you go. Thanks to Adil, well done to Diva Racing, to Tiger Shea, Mahab Shimaal, $1.2 million bonus if this horse takes out the Dubai World Cup. Well, he's in it because it's a win and you're in. Imperial Emperor.
What an exciting prospect for Diva Racing. World Cup night, Imperial Emperor in the big one itself, the Dubai World Cup. But the gentleman sitting to my right will also be here, we assume, on World Cup night with a potential sprinting superstar. We'll chat to him after the break. Welcome back to Meydan and to Emirates Super Saturday. Angus Renee and I joined now by George Scott, already a winner tonight, courtesy of Westacre. Let's get your thoughts on that, George. That was outstanding. Before the race, Angus was talking about that brilliant turn of foot he showed to win last time out. But I felt that he showed a different part of his character tonight to go and fetch Pontos.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it was a relief, you know, as we were talking about slightly off camera, about the pressure of coming to Super Saturday with pretty much a 2-to-1 on shot. He was so dynamic the other day. You know, I was just hoping that he was able to back that up. And yeah, as you said, like he showed an amazing attitude, and you know, it's typical of his stallion, sire Memas. And it was a new dimension to his game, which was one that we'd love to see, to be honest.
Did you think you were in trouble a furlong and a half out?
Yeah, I did a little bit, just because actually in the last week or two we've had a couple of odds-on shots beaten. I was thinking, right, not again.
Yeah.
But you know, as I said, like
in the gold cap in second.
What's interesting here is he's had to beat the horses around him and then go after Pontos, who's really sort of a couple of lengths away from him. So he's shown an amazing attitude, because horses, they generally want to race against what's upside them. So he's had to leave the horses upside them and then go across and beat Pontos, who blazed the trail as he always does.
And it was interesting hearing what Callum had to say straight after the race, that he felt that going back up to 6 for the Alquoz would really suit him.
Yeah, I mean, there's no question the horse is unbeaten over 5 furlongs. He's clearly a 5 furlong, a horse that relishes that speed in a 5 furlong race. But what's interesting, as you say, is both times after the line, he's galloped out incredibly strong. And both times Callum has said, he's got off the horse, he said, honestly, this horse is going to have no issue going another furlong. But, you know, there's going to be people that are going to want to see him go another furlong, because he's been so unique out here over 5.
Yeah. If that's the case, then can I ask you what he couldn't get past Symbol of Honour, could he?
But
so what happened there then?
Yeah,
that was over 1,200 metres. So I sort of took that he didn't quite see it out. But what was your take on that?
Well, I'm finding more and more the more we travel horses that off the plane, it's very hard to get them cherry ripe.
Yeah.
They're coming from a completely different environment, cold England. And then they are asking them to adapt very quickly and run their best races. And I'm finding more and more how difficult it is. In Saudi the other day, there were a bunch of English horses that came out of England, and none of them ran well. And I think it takes time sometimes for a horse to acclimatise. Now, you might well be right. You know, 6 might prove a new test for him, but I'd say he's improved a hell of a lot since that first run. That would be my opinion.
Fair
anyway.
enough. Yeah.
And just thinking about where he sits at this time of the year, because he's a 3-year-old.
Yeah.
And it's quite exciting to have a 3-year-old that can do what he's doing already. And I said to Angus, trying to work out just how much does he belong in the top draw of sprinters. You see him at home, you've seen how he's progressed so far. What sort of horse do you think we're talking about? Are we talking about an Alquoz winner?
Well, I'm not going to sit here and say that, but I am going to say we're all looking forward to the Alquoz. You know, he's certainly going to be one of the fancied horses. There's no doubt about that. It's only his 6th start.
Exactly.
It's his third start on the grass. You know, you know, his rate of improvement is quite phenomenal. So, you know, I'm not going to sit here and say the world is his oyster at all, but I do think that he's got I do believe that he's a Group 1 horse in the making.
And a bit about your teaming up with Callum, obviously, so much success. I said just after the race, Callum has had his ups and downs in the last 12 months, losing a prominent ride, particularly on Ambiente Friendly, but the response has been incredible. And you and he obviously teamed up with Isle of Jura at Royal Ascot last year, and it seems like it's just gone from strength to strength.
Well, I'm really enjoying doing it with Callum. You know, it's new for both of us. It's a great journey for both of us. I've got a huge amount of belief in him. I wouldn't swap him.
Why? What does he do that gives you that?
He has a gift on a horse that can't be taught. He gets horses to relax, and he's fearless. Yeah. He comes out into the paddock the biggest nights, the biggest days, and honestly, it'd be like he's riding at Lingfield. He's got the right mindset for it. And, you know, to do it with him, I've got every confidence in him. I would never, ever change it. You know, I believe that he is the best man for my horses, and he knows I trust him. Funnily enough, we do have a bit of a joke, because, you know, I can be a bit of a control freak at times, but now I pick the phone up to him before a race, I just put it back down. I just try not to overcomplicate it. So I trust the process with him, and my instructions always to him are go out and ride the way you like to ride. You go and express yourself. I have a form guy, and we do a lot of work on track positioning and draw and things, and I talk to him, and I relay a little bit of that to Callum, but not too much, and I let him ride the race that he sees in front of him. I think he's an exceptional rider, I really do.
He's a good judge of pace, I think.
He is.
I really believe that, yeah.
And what's the story with Isle of Jura?
Yeah, I mean, he's back cantering now. He obviously had a setback after Royal Ascot. You know, we hope that he's going to be, we're confident that he's going to make a full recovery, and obviously the King George would be a race that I'd love to be involved with. You know, he beat the King George winner last year.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that that's necessarily the trajectory he's going to be on straight away, but he is a very special racehorse to us. So we're hoping that he's going to make a full recovery.
I know you've got to go, but I just want to ask you one more question, George, if that's okay. Because everyone goes through their trials and tribulations. You yourself.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember coming to see you when you had James Garfield and talking about what the season might hold for him back in the day, and he was a real superstar. It's fair to say that your career didn't exactly go the way you thought it would do.
No.
How proud are you of George Scott, are you, of the way that you've roared back with the last 12 to 18 months?
Yeah, no, I am delighted with it, and sort of without it's a cliche, there's a lot of good people around me. You know, my family, my assistant, the vets who are great friends with at the yard, and my staff, and I have amazing friends as well. But you do go through your ups and downs in life, don't you? And I certainly did to a degree. There were people a lot worse off than me. I'm not stringing a violin or anything, but you know, I'm pleased to be back here. I really believe that we would be back here, and I'm grateful to everyone. And you know, I knew you at the beginning. You were always very kind, and a lot of people stayed very loyal through that period. And yeah, we're back here, sat here, Super Saturday. I love Super Saturday.
Great, isn't it?
Love Super Saturday, and it's a pinch me moment, really. So yeah, I'm delighted, and I'm very grateful to everyone that's put me back in this position.
Well, you love Super Saturday.
Can I just say, well done with Westacre. Wherever you run, make sure Pontos is in the field to set it up for you.
Yeah. He's a lovely horse. He's a great old horse.
Well, you have a word. What a pacemaker he'd be. Take him to the UK.
I'm staying in my lane. I don't think they like that. He's a star.
So if you love Super Saturday, wait till you're here and Westacre wins on World Cup night.
Exactly.
I think you'd love that as well. Thank you very much to George Scott, and best of luck for when Westacre turns up in the Alcoz on World Cup night. The runners are in the paddock for our next race. We'll be chatting about that after the break. What a race we had ahead of us. The Dubai City of Gold, sponsored by Emirates Airline. This Group 2 race over 2,410 metres on the turf, worth 1.4 million dirhams in the field, headed by Al Madar. Drawn in 4, ridden by Danny Tudhope. 2 is Highway Robber in 5 for Oisin Murphy and Charles Hills. 3 is One Smooth Operator, Conor Beasley riding for Brian Ellison. 4, Passion and Glory for Side Bin Saror, Dylan Brown McMonagle. 5 is C Hector, Safi Osborne running for her dad Jamie. 6 is Silver Knot, the choice of William Buick and Charlie Appleby's other runner, Arabian Crown, ridden by James Doyle. And there is the horse spurned by William Buick, Arabian Crown. Now, Angus, the last time he was in action was in the UK in a classic trial for the Derby at Epsom. He put everything to the sword that day, and he was made favourite to win the world's greatest classic, some would say.
Yeah, he impressed a lot of people, including me. He was very good that day. It was in April of 2024. He took that classic trial, he made all, and he was very impressive. That was over 10 furlongs. He's bred to get this trip, there's no doubt about that. I think he wants this sort of trip, and that's why he was made favourite for the Derby on the back of Sandown. His dam, Dubai Rose, was a winner over 12 furlongs, so there's plenty to come from this fella, but will he need the run? Here is the effort. It's a long time ago now, isn't it? April 2024, the Bet 365.
He's so uncomplicated, isn't he?
He's just very straightforward, yeah. He rolled along in front here. He didn't go very fast out in front, but he picked up nicely up the hill, stayed on strongly, straight and true all the way to the line. An impressive performance, and he was backed and fancied for the Derby after this, and no reason not to think that he's going to make up into a very useful horse this year. But he's shunned by William Buick, who prefers Silver Knot, who's an international campaigner of some repute, and I'm sure we'll see William Buick on Arabian Crown in the near future, but not today. That was a good effort, but as I said, he's had a long layoff, and it'll just be interesting to see how he shapes up after that long break.
William Buick is not on Arabian Crown because he's on Silver Knot, who, like Nation's Pride earlier on, has been an admirable international traveller for Godolphin and Charlie Appleby.
Brilliant, really good. He's just like Nation's Pride. He's a very useful Grade 2 and Grade 1 performer in America. He was third in the Grade 1 Sword Dancer at Aqueduct on his latest start. I think he found the ground a bit easy that day. He kicked into the home straight. He went clear and he got caught in the ground. He didn't quite see it out. He's got a sharp turn of foot for a horse that stays this far. And we must remember that he's won 3 Group 2s in the United States of America. He's a really good performer, this fella.
Oh, another good performer stateside, Highway Robber, now with Charlie Hills and Oisin Murphy taking the ride.
Yeah, he's interesting, isn't he? He's a listed and Grade 3 winner in America. And now Charlie's got him. It's his first for Charlie. This horse was last seen in October last year at Keeneland, winning a Grade 3. All of his races in his career have been on ground described as firm, would you believe it? So that seems to really suit him. By all accounts, the ground is just riding good here tonight. We've got times that have been nowhere near track record, so it might not be as fast as it was on Festive Friday. So it'll be interesting to see how he handles conditions today.
Of course, the last time he ran, he did beat Bold Act, who's a pretty good performer for the Godolphin team, so they might have an idea there. Angus, what's the likeliest winner for you?
Oh, I think it's got to be Silver Knot today, but I'm very interested in watching Arabian Crown. Equinox got the track record, 2:25.65.
That unlikely to be in danger.
Yeah.
Looking forward to seeing what happens in this year's Dubai City of Gold with Pat.
7 ready for the Dubai City of Gold, Group 2, 1.4 million. And away they go. Breaking cleanly, Silver Knot. He was the clear best out as well, and he shot a length clear here as they start to get fully into stride. Highway Robber works up into second position from Passion and Glory, who, as Silver Knot works over, McMonagle's going to be very happy to take the box seat here. Buick's going to control it though, past the 2100 on Silver Knot from Highway Robber, Passion and Glory. Caught out a little wide here, Arabian Crown in fourth from One Smooth Operator, Al Madha, and the last one in running was C Hector. It's Silver Knot at a leisurely tempo. Working out onto the back here by a length and a half from Highway Robber in second. It was 3/4 of a length of it back to Passion and Glory in third. Getting closer now up on the outside, Arabian Crown. From One Smooth Operator, then came Al Mudhar, and out to the NC Hector. Arabian Crown, whether he took an awkward stride or not, I'm not too sure, but James Doyle heading back to the end of the field. Maybe he just wanted to get back in with some cover as they work down the back here. 12.22, 12.27, 12.54. So Buick's been able to back it off slightly, ever so slightly. A length in advance of Highway Robber, who now sits to his outside under Oisin Murphy. It is Passion and Glory third. One Smooth Operator in the 1-1 with a nice spot with cover. Then came Al Mudhar, followed by into second to last now Arabian Crown, and C Hector has been last throughout the entire journey so far. They're past halfway. Down the back they travel up to the top turn here, and in search of the 1,000-metre peg, Silver Knot leads them, and he injects a little bit more tempo now, Buick, as he extends away by a length and a half. Highway Robber asked to pick up the pace here under Oisin Murphy from Passion and Glory. Then came One Smooth Operator, who angles out into a bit more clear room. Al Mudhar's got a little cluttered up on the inside. He wants to go better and quicker than the field will allow him. Then came Arabian Crown, who's shuffled along, and C Hector is going to have to come past all of his other 6 rivals here. 550 left to go in the Group 2 Dubai City of Gold, thanks to Emirates Airline, and it's Silver Knot who leads them into the straight here by 2.5 lengths. Passion and Glory asked to respond, but not picking up at the moment. One Smooth Operator, then came Al Mudhar, followed by Arabian Crown, but they look like they might be fighting it out for minor placings here. Silver Knot getting further in front, and at 100 metres left to go, he has the Dubai City of Gold parcelled up. Silver Knot goes on to win by 2 lengths. Passion and Glory second over. C Hector's run on into the placings. Wonderful there for Mali El Basti. Then came Arabian Crown, 4th over, followed by One Smooth Operator. Al Mudhar dropped away as the pace increased, and Highway Robber, the last one home. He'll take plenty from that in his UAE debut.
William Buick has tied up his rivals in silver knots in the Dubai City of Gold. Easy as 1, 2, 3, gets an easy lead, and he totally dictates at his own pace, Angus.
He's totally dominated this race. The Americans would say he was walking the dog out in front, just doing whatever he wanted, going as fast or as slow as he wanted, dictating steady fractions, and then suddenly, whoosh, quickening up in the final 2 furlongs. Every furlong above 12 seconds until the final 2, when he quickened up and went away from his rivals. Final time, 5 seconds off the track record, nowhere near it, because that man, William Buick, has ridden them to sleep.
Silver Knot, you heard from Pat Comerford, when they came out the gates, he got a length jump on them all, and nothing really gave him too much of a fright along the way. Nothing tested him, and when he turned into the straight, plenty of horse underneath him, and he has romped home. Arabian Crown was the other horse that a lot of people were talking about before the race. Very rusty effort from him.
Yeah, very rusty indeed, yeah. He did come home reasonably well. There was just one point, and we'll highlight in analysis, one point where Oisin Murphy threatened to be a bit of a nuisance to Silver Knot on Highway Robber when he went up sides, and William just had to just go on half a stride just to see off Highway Robber earlier than perhaps he'd wanted to. Didn't matter though, because he still was able thereafter to just dictate a steady pace, save energy for a fast finish. And when a horse is quickening in front of you, as this fella did, and you've given him a head start, you've let him save energy, you're not going to peg him back.
Side Binter Rawls, Passion and Glory has run a hugely creditable race to finish second.
Yeah.
One Smooth Operator came there to have every chance. C Hector also ran with a fair bit of credit. I thought there was a moment that Arabian Crown was coming to try and get involved, but obviously having been on the course for a little bit and not having a clean run, not a hugely encouraging comeback by first accounts.
No, not really. Not really. It was a bit disappointing from him. I know that he might have needed the run. I mean, we highlighted, we haven't seen him since April, but he was a bit disappointing. The winners was tremendous on the day, wasn't he? But you know, you just can't give William Buick, on a horse as talented as this, as easy a lead as he got here. Suspect he'd have won however the race had been run, but you know, you've said, off you go, William. Do what you want. You win the race.
William Buick coming back in aboard the hero of the hour, Silver Knot. That makes it 3 wins on the night. for Godolphin's main rider, and that is 5 wins in the last 8 years in the Dubai City of Gold. William, well done indeed. Charlie Appleby said pre-race, this fella doesn't run bad races, and I think we can see why.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think last season when he spent most of the year in the States, we learned that he's very effective from the front, so you know, he was very happy there, and look, he was a very decisive winner, so he's incredibly professional, and he's got a good level to go with it, so look, he's running some good races in his career, and he's always shown a good level of ability, so I was delighted with that, and you know, he was very, very comfortable in front there, and hopefully he can improve from it.
That gives him the bye to the Sheba Classic in 5 weeks' time. Now we know who the title holder is, your great friend Rebels Romance. It might be obvious to say, but does that alter the pecking order at all for you, or is Rebels Romance very much the one to shoot at?
Oh, yeah, look, Rebels, he's a legend. He is. You know, he's a heavyweight champion, undisputed, all of that. But this Silver Knot, he's a solid horse, and he deserves to take his chance. Look, he's slightly a bit younger, so it's going to be interesting.
Well done.
Thank you.
What a night for William Buick, Charlie Appleby and Godolphin. We kept asking those questions, Angus. Did William Buick make the right decisions in the races where he had the choices? Emphatic, yeah.
Oh, absolutely. He's got it spot on. Nation's Pride, now this fella, Silver Knot. They both won well in different styles, of course. This horse didn't have to work as hard as Nation's Pride for his success in the Singspiel. He's made all the running, though, Silver Knot. And he had plenty of energy left for a fast finish here. And the others, well, they never threatened. They never looked like getting near him.
And I'll say it again, I think it might be the 4th time I'm saying this tonight. I still think when you're talking about the Appleby, Buick, Godolphin horses, the best is still to come. Ruling court. I know that there's a caveat that you have.
A little bit, yeah. Not much of a caveat, but just something for people to think about.
He's so exciting, that was so exciting. But of course, he's a new star. Silver Knot is an old warrior. He's been around the world with this team before. Do you remember the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf that he nearly won? He was a little bit unlucky on that occasion.
He was unlucky, definitely unlucky in that. Yeah, there's Charlie Appleby, man of the moment with 3 winners today, and Will Buick as well. Mountain Breeze, Nation's Pride, now this fella, all in the winners' enclosure, dominating the turf races tonight.
Time for a little photo for the team. Silver Knot and William Buick in his 10th year now. It's 10 years. 2015 was the year that William Buick signed as retained rider, #1 for the Godolphin team. And he has had a fabulous career in these silks. And the likelihood is, as long as he stays injury-free, he's got some exciting horses to come. I'm talking about ruling court as a 3-year-old. There's Shadow of Light, there's Ancient Truth. So many good horses for him to ride. And so, William Buick once again in the winner's enclosure after one of the big races tonight, and this time courtesy of a horse who is so reliable, Silver Knot. And we said as soon as they crossed the line, Angus, this was pretty easy for William because he had things his own way.
Yeah, it was dead easy for him, a simple ride for him out in front. And sometimes the data that we use just backs up what you've seen with your eye. William Buick getting an easy lead, quickening from the front, race over quite a long way out. And that was definitely the case here. His finishing speed percentage, as you might imagine, is well over 100, 107.16. So let's just reiterate what that means. He's 7.16% quicker in the final 400 metres than the rest of the race. Basically, he has bought lengths when they were cheap, and he's sold them when they were expensive in the closing stages. His final splits, 23.33. We'll take it from the start. Rishi, not a lot changes in this race. I have to warn everyone. He goes to the front and he dominates. And if you look at the individual fractions that he has run through the furlongs in this race, he's not gone even 12s. He's gone much slower than 12 seconds. 12.22, 12.27.
This is what you want to see if you've got a horse in front. Look at how relaxed. Look at where his hands are. Look at his ears.
I love that. I love that.
The lugs
never lie.
Of course they don't.
He's rolling along, having a look around, enjoying himself, not having to run hard at all. Steady away.
Silver Knot can't believe it.
No, he thinks, is this a horse race? 12.49, 12.54, 12.61. You're getting the idea. Well over 12 seconds for each of these furlongs. And one of the most important things in horse racing is it's an unpressured lead. So he's not being eyeballed by anything. Oisin Murphy, I think, is conscious of the pace scenario, begins to just edge up towards the outside of William Buick, and a little bit later on in the race he will just pressure him, and that causes William to just have to increase the pace a little bit. So I think Oisin was quite aware of what was going on, and I think he possibly just wanted to push William on a bit here, so he gets to the girth of the winner, Silver Knot, and it's a little bit closer to him as well in another furlong or so. And I think that threatened to spoil the party a bit for William Buick, because if those two had got racing a long way out, they'd have softened up for something coming from some way further back. But it didn't really materialise like that. One Smooth Operator's run quite well. Big White Face, he wants a strong gallop to go out. He wants to be held up off a really strong gallop, and he just didn't get it here at all. Oisin Murphy's in a bit of trouble now, and William Buick has decided to just let out a reef and just go a length or so clear of that one.
In a slowly run race, the horse who's currently in last spot, C. Hector, does end up finishing third. I guess in the context of that, it's another very highly creditable run here at Meydan.
Had no chance of winning the way the race was run. Look in there in the white colours, sat in last place. You've got a horse dawdling along in front and then suddenly turning on the turbo and sprinting through the final 400 metres in 23.33. So what you've got to do if you're going to win is you're going to have to make up 10, 12 lengths and then go faster than 23.33 in the last 400 metres. Impossible, but he's run pretty well. Arabian Light towards the outside, the Godolphin horse in the white cap. I thought he was very one-paced, Rishi, to be honest.
He ran like he was very tired in the closing stage.
He might just have needed this. It might have been a case of him very much needing the run, and will be better for it. He's
run okay.
Stopped, has he? He's kept on going through the line, so he's run okay. But yeah, it was a bit of promise, but not a lot. Silver Knot's just got all his own way out there.
I suppose if we're looking at the form through a strict line of Passion and Glory and C. Hector, you think it's a very creditable performance. It's probably not going to have a huge bearing on the Sheba Classic.
I don't think so, not given how this race was run. This was just a Silver Knot benefit.
And Silver Knot, no doubt, will be competing on the international stage again in 2025. Let's confirm the result of the Dubai City of Gold, sponsored by Emirates Airline. This Group 2 race won by Charlie Appleby, Godolphin and William Buick, courtesy of Silver Knot. Passion and Glory second, C. Hector, fine run in third, and Arabian Crown, enough encouragement, back in fourth.
Right, it's presentation time for our 8th contest. And, sorry, for our 7th contest. Getting ahead of myself. I've got 2 more to go off the back of this. Dubai City of Gold, Group 2, sponsored by Emirates Airline, and won by Silver Knot. To make the presentation, please welcome Adil Al-Gaith once again. Adil, thank you, the Senior Vice President, Commercial Operations at Emirates Airline. 3 awards to collect. We are working on the big screen for you, I assure you. We are doing our utmost to get that back on for you. And Adil will be presenting the first of the awards to, once again, collecting on behalf of Godolphin. Please welcome Mr. Hugh Anderson. Hugh setting solid fractions, making his way up onto the stage. I think he's gone quicker early than Silver Knot. Well done to Hugh. And he takes home the big gold trophy for the Dubai City of Gold. Even quicker fractions from the winning trainer on his way up. Please welcome Charlie Appleby. And now the winning rider for the third time this evening. Put your hands together for William Buick. Well done to Will. Got a good chance of ruling court in the last, as well as does Charlie Appleby. Of course, once again, everyone will come back together for Team Godolphin. This is a win and you in for the Sheba Classic, $600,000 US dollar bonus as well. If he were to go there and take that, we'll see if he does. But the winners were the Dubai City of Gold, sponsored by Emirates Airlines, Silver Knot.
And they've won 3 races so far. That's a lot of trophies to take home in their cars tonight for Hugh Anderson from Godolphin, Charlie Appleby and William Buick. There's a chance they might be taking home more trophies courtesy of ruling court in the last race. But when we come back after a break, we'll be talking about the Dubai World Cup itself. Welcome back to Meydan. Now, before the break, I promised that we'll be talking about the Dubai World Cup, and we're going to go that direction via the Al Maktoum Classic, which took place tonight on Emirates Super Saturday, and it produced an outstanding performance from Imperial Emperor. Angus McNay alongside me, as he has been all evening. How good a performance was this, according to the numbers that you have crunched, Angus?
Yeah, well, the early speed is quite interesting. First to 30 kilometres now. He was only 8th. That's because they were going so hard inside him. And bear in mind, he's racing from stall 15 out wide. Tadashe got as far forward as he could and went as hard as he could without using up too much. I think he did a good job there. The top speed through the race, he got to 66.84 kilometres per hour. So he was the 3rd fastest in the race in terms of reaching a top speed at any singular point through the race. His finishing speed's what's important. Having attended quite a strong gallop and not been far off it, he's finished in 25.64, the fastest in the race. Nothing could finish better. His average speed through the race was best, and his finishing speed percentage, 95.19. He was tired. That means he really was slowing down, but the others were slowing down more than him. They couldn't cope with the attritional nature of the race, and he could. All that in the context of a bad draw in stall 15.
I think that's exactly the crucial point. The draw that he had made it so awkward that to produce those numbers and that performance meant that that was a very special performance from Imperial Emperor. And of course, Imperial Emperor races in the colours of Diva Racing. And this gentleman sitting to my right, Ryan Tung, has been representing Diva Racing. How long have you been doing that? Is that
Nearly 6 years in May now, yeah?
6 years, wow,
Yeah,
my goodness. Yeah. You don't look old enough to be doing it for that long.
29, Rishi.
Wow, we're almost the same age.
Yeah.
Incredible. But Ryan, as a former rider yourself, you understand all that goes into trying to get a horse to win a race. But from the very early on in this season, there seemed to be a real belief that this horse was going to turn into something special. Can you quite believe it?
Wow, I can't believe it, to be absolutely honest. I've never had a group horse. Diva have never had a group horse as well. So one day, though, I got a phone call from Bupat, probably around November, and he said to me, "You've got a very nice horse here. It's working very, very well." And that was it. And he produced it its first, second, and third start, and then coming second behind Walker Stars. But tonight, from stall 15, and I truly believe there was a few unknowns there going that extra furlong. I thought that might have been a concern, but he's truly, as Angus said, he's truly demolished them, really.
The switch to dirt seems to have transformed him, doesn't it? Why do you think that is? Did Bupat discover that early on?
Bupat said to me he loves Dubawis for dirt, and he and by a Group 1 dam, took over. He was a mile to a mile 4. Yeah. I thought then there's plenty of stamina there, but Bupat's the key to dirt, and he's very, very good with his dirt horses. And he always said with the first day when he took him on to the dirt track at Meydan, because they've moved stables over summer last year. And he does all his work here now, and he was always doing it very, very well. So, yeah, he's watching it now, it's great.
Just picking it up, taking the lead. What did Bupat say about stall 15? Did he have huge concerns before the race?
We came out and we wanted to sit in the first 5. We didn't want to be any further back. And as long as we're in the first 5, we can then take a pull, turning down the back straight for the first time. And that's what he did, and he gave him a breather, and suddenly you just saw on the screen, and he's then going, and I'm like, crikey, this horse is very good.
You mentioned the pedigree. Obviously on the dam side, his dam, Zukova, is a half-sister to Gaya, who, as you mentioned, mile-and-a-half horse, and obviously a terrific turf horse. But this horse has been absolutely fabulous, and the progression that he's shown so far is the exciting thing for me, because it's another step up on what he did last time. So it's possible there might be even more to come.
Well, when we got beat by Walker Stars, he's a year older, and we thought, well, we're a year younger. This is our first year with him, and we thought, well, next year he's going to be a better horse. And Bupat always swears that this horse, by Dubawi, and Dubawis, they progress with age, and that's what he believes.
How many people out here to watch him?
14 owners in total in Imperial Emperor, and 75% of them are here, so and they were, as you saw probably on the TV, they were going wild, and I think a couple of them have cancelled their flights already for tomorrow.
They've been going wild at the Meydan Hotel all week anyway, so.
Well, yeah, that's it. But they've enjoyed themselves, and I can't wait to get a few more horses for us. So.
How many horses race for Diva Racing?
We've got 24 in total. 22 in the UK, one with Wesley Ward, which we're really lucky to own with John Magnier, and then and we've got this one. Amazing horse in Dubai, so yeah.
I suspect 100% will be here on World Cup night.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
And there's no doubt about it, he goes to the World Cup now.
Oh, yeah, I'll speak to Bupat, but we should do, the bonus incentive of from here to the World Cup, plus Laurel River, very, very good horse. I think the one to beat would be Forever Young if he takes his place, but yeah.
And any thoughts of who might ride? I'm presuming.
If Tiger don't ride, it'd definitely be Richie Mullin, because he helped me buy this horse, so.
Okay. Loyalty. Excellent, excellent. Yeah. Ryan, thank you so much, and congratulations, Diva Racing. I think you might have a runner at Southall.
It probably just ran now. Yeah,
okay,
so,
in the UK. So we'll hopefully, what an international double that would be if you landed it.
It's fantastic.
But well done to Diva Racing. It's so good to see some of the fresh faces from Diva Racing enjoying success here on Emirates Super Saturday. We'll take a break when we come back. Still top class racing coming your way. Welcome back to Emirates Super Saturday. Still 2 more races to go on what has already been a quite fabulous night of racing. And up next, the Mahab Al Shimaal is worth 1.2 million dirhams. And it's over 1,200 metres on the dirt. And it features the defending champion in this year's Dubai Golden Shaheen. The field headed by number 1, Al Shibli, Silvestre de Souza riding. 2 is Cats by 5, James Doyle for Doug Watson. 3, Colour Up, Pat Dobbs for Doug Watson. 4 is Drew's Gold, Mikel Barcelona riding for Julio Olazquaga. 5 is Eastern World, Connor Beasley and Ahmad bin Hamash. 6 is Al Nasib, Musab Al Mahir and Danny Tudhope. 7 is Yamatal, drawn in 8 for Ray Dawson and Michael Costa. 8 is Major Cinnamon, Sandro Paiva riding for Marwan Al Badhai. 9 is Morning for Bupat Seema and Richie Mullen. 10, Tori Vega, Bernardo Pinero, Salim bin Gadaya. 11 is the Mighty Tuz for Bupat Seema and Taigo Shea. And 12, the Japanese Challenger American Stage, Yoshito Yahagi, fresh off a win in the Saudi Cup, and Oisin Murphy in the saddle. Here is number 1, Al Shibli, beaten a long way in the big sprint at Jebel Ali last time.
Yeah, he was. He likes Jebel Ali. He's won there a couple of times, Rish, in the past. He won the prep for the big race there, but he was only 12th in the sprint proper. He's got 1 good run to his name here in a modest handicap. He's inconsistent.
There's number 2, Cats by 5, who was a pretty consistent, useful performer stateside.
Yeah, he's drawn in stall 11, which isn't great, but he has got some good form in allowance and grade 3 company in the States for the Steve Asmussen team. Lightly raced, he's only had 7 starts today. Could be more to come.
Okay, next we'll be seeing a horse who's having a pretty consistent season. That's number 3, Colour Up, although last time out at Jebel Ali wasn't quite as good as his previous runs.
Yeah, I think that's probably fair. He's been runner-up all 3 starts to Tuz at Meydan this season, and he was 5th in that race you referred to, the Jebel Ali sprint behind Royal Commando. I think it's a very useful horse. He ranked pretty well in the Al Shindaga sprint here behind Tuz. He travelled really well in that race, and he's only beaten 3 1/4 lengths, so he's quite a talented racehorse.
If he's backed his best, I think he could be involved.
Yes.
Here's number 4, Drew's Gold, who's got a good draw and didn't run too badly on his first start here at Meydan, ex-American horse.
Yeah, Julio Olazquaga's got this horse. Now used to be with James Chapman on the east coast of America, and he was 3rd to Tuz and Colour Up in the Al Shindaga sprint.
Nice attractive individual, son of violence. That's number 4, Drew's Gold, drawn in stall 1. Mikel Barcelona might be trying to utilise that position. Here's 5, Eastern World. Again, another horse who's been comfortably held by Tuz.
Yeah, he has. Do you know what he's got on his CV? A defeat of Tuz. He managed to beat him at Sharjah in November 2023. I'm taking you back a long way, Rish. He was being well beaten in the Jubawi Stakes, the Al Shindaga sprint this year. However, he's well below his best.
It's a very talented horse, Angus. Number 6, Al Nasib. He's shown his versatility with a good run last time on turf, and he was progressive before that on the dirt regardless.
Yeah, he's won twice here at Meydan on the dirt, and he's did so very easily as well, November 23 and December 24.
7 is Mayatal, who disappointed after a comeback run here, having won in January.
Yeah, he was 7th to Tuz at the Al Shindaga sprint. He's beaten, over 10 lengths. He looked full of promise as a 2-year-old. That's in 2023 when he was a 14-length Jebel Ali winner, but he hasn't gone on.
8 is Major Cinnamon. Again, another one beaten by Tuz.
Indeed, yeah. Yeah, we're going to say that quite a lot, aren't we, I think. He's a Meydan maiden winner back in 2021. He's a 3 times Jebel Ali winner. He likes it up the hill there.
And here's another horse that's been behind Tuz. That's his stable companion, Morning.
He was 3rd in this last year. You remember Leading Spirit won this last year. He was 3rd in it. He's a late headway horse. He wants him to go hard and stop. Al Shindaga sprint, late headway in that. He ran on into 5th. He was 9th in the Jebel Ali sprint. He'll be better back here.
Tori Vega won at Jebel Ali back in December, but best form leaves this gelding a bit to find.
Yeah, he's a horse who's won at Jebel Ali on the dirt. First start for Salim bin Gadaya. He's got pretty useful turf form. He's bred for the turf, really. He was with Sheila Lavery in Ireland. Not
12
sure
is American Stage.
Well. Sorry.
12 is American Stage, who's drawn, sadly for him, in 12, which makes his task much harder.
Yeah, he's an interesting horse though. Yoshita Yahagi trains him. He's won his last 3. He's won in quick times, won 10.7 on his last start. That's rapid. He's a fast horse.
He is a fast horse, and seemingly the drop down to 6 has been the key to him. He's had 6 starts, and he's won all 3 over 1,200 metres. Of course, Bhupat Sima won this race last year, and that was with Leading Spirit. He's got Tuz, he's got Morning as well. And Tuz is the standout horse here, Angus.
He is by a long chalk. Here he is in action with Morning behind him, Mayatel behind him, Major Cinnamon behind him. In what was the Al Shindaga Sprint Group 3 race, where you remember he just flicked the rail in the home straight as he lugged to his left a little bit. And he's run really well. Colour Up, this is one just about his best career effort. This is a really good effort from him. He got within 3 and a bit lengths in the end, but Tuz did just enough, dictated on the rail, and then when he looked in trouble, he immediately found more, and that really does say a lot about Tuz. Remember his Golden Shaheen win when he went to the front and it looked like he might drop away on the inside rail, and suddenly the turbo again kicked in and away he went.
A horse who's now 8 years old, Tuz, but arguably in the best form of his life, this son of Oxbow. It appears that American Stage is a live challenger, but he's a 3-year-old. However, he gets plenty of weight for the fact that he's still relatively inexperienced.
Yeah, he does. He's rated 106 officially. He gets 4.5 kilograms off Tuz, so that's a good chunk away from him. And he's a talented dirt performer. If you watch his latest win in his day to Japan, he'd be pretty impressed with what he does. And he's good on dirt as well. He's got good form on dirt.
He's a son of Intermischief, who we know is just quite simply an outstanding stallion. And American Stage is clearly a very talented individual. What's the story of this race? Tuz gets near the front and tries to do it all.
Gets near the front, he'll briefly look in trouble and then he'll find more. That's him, isn't it? Will he break the track record? It's a good one. It's set by Zenden, the ill-fated Zenden in March of 2021 in the Golden Shaheen. 1 minute 9.01.
Stand by for a display of speed. We expect it'll be Tuz. Here's Pat.
Group 3. 1.2 million. They're going to fly here. Ready, and away we go. Eastern World was away fast. Drew's Gold, his race is over and done with now. He's drawn out a long last here. Tuz goes and burns up from R. Shibley. Eastern World will take 3rd. Getting across to the 1-1 now with cover. American Stage. Found an okay spot from the draw. Then came next in running Mayatel from Colour Up. A gap to El Nasib. Cuts by 5, Torre Vega. Then came Morning, followed there by Drew's Gold with a lot to pick up. Major Cinnamon, the only one behind him. They are going rapid up in front here. And R. Shibley puts it to Tuz. They break away from American Stage, who's now starting to rally in behind. Then came Eastern World from Colour Up. Next was Mayatel, Morning, followed by Torre Vega. Cuts by 5, Drew's Gold, El Nasib and Major Cinnamon, but it's a one-act affair at the moment. Tuz the one to chase. American Stage getting down to work here. He's going to make it a real challenge here. Tuz trying to fight off American Stage, who looks like he's run his race now. Tuz coming clear here in the Mahab Al Shimaal, and the picket fence continues here in the Group 3. Another scalp for UAE's Dirt Sprint King. Tuz goes on to win by half a dozen. American Stage runs into 2nd, Eastern World 3rd, Colour Up 4th from Morning, who got going, did his best work in the final furlong. Then came Cuts by 5, Torre Vega. Next over, R. Shibley, followed by Drew's Gold. Race over and done with early. Mayatel next over. And the last 2 to cross over there in the final stages was El Nasib, along with Major Cinnamon.
When it comes to dirt sprinting in the desert, Tuz is quite simply the best. He has produced another outstanding display, and he's won with a fair bit in hand. American Stage has run terrific race for Japan in 2nd. Eastern World stuck well to the task in 3rd. I think Colour Up was back in 4th, but fantastic night, Angus, for Bhupat Sima and Tiger Shea again.
Yeah, what a tremendous racehorse he is. He's clocked 1:10.22 here. The track record's 1:9.01. He rolled along against the rail. He went hard early. 2nd furlong of 10.19. That's really quick, absolutely rapid. Then he was challenged on the outside. He was eyeballed by Al Shibley, but it didn't put him off. He kept rolling. That's what he does. And the try as American Stage did, couldn't get to Tuz, who wins 5.5 lengths. American stage doing well from stall 12 to be able to throw down the challenge under Oisin Murphy. But Tuz just doing Tuz things.
And doing it so well. He has firmly established himself at the top of the sprinting pecking order out here. And considering how good he was in the Golden Shaheen against international challengers, he is going to be a hard horse to beat come World Cup night when he defends his title.
Yeah, not much from anything in behind really was. I think that, you know, he really needs some international competition now because he's been beating up the local sprinters all season. He's miles better than them. Well, we had an international runner here for Yoshita Yahagi, who's second, but couldn't lay a glove on Tuz in the closing stages. So he's crying out for international competition to push him, and he's going to get it in about 5 weeks' time.
Al Shibli tried to make things a bit awkward for Tuz.
He did, yeah, he did.
But that really, he dusted him off, quite simply.
Yeah, that's what's quite impressive about it, because he pushed him, he eyeballed him. Tuz couldn't get an easy lead. Taylor wanted it, but he couldn't get it. He forced him through 10.19, 11.33, the second and the third furlong. So that 10.19 could have softened plenty of horses up, but not Tuz. In fact, what it did was Al Shibli went, oh no, I can't run that fast for that long. Yeah. And he's the one that backed out of it, and Tuz is the one that kept rolling.
Well, they'll have a number of big hopes on World Cup night, Tiger O'Shea and Bhupat Seema. And certainly Tuz is right up there with the very best of them.
He really is the sprint king. There are no races at this level on the dirt at this sprinter distance. He hasn't won now. He's done the lot. Ty, just talk about Tuz, eulogise.
Look, he's a horse that we all have to enjoy because he's a pleasure to have anything to do with, and you know, he's a machine of a racehorse. He has what every jockey wants. You know, he's straightforward. He hits the gates. You know, Sylvester was going along, cutting some big fractions, and you can't take back in these dirt sprints, you know. And I was happy to sit second, like everyone thinks that Tuz needs to make the running. A lot of people have tried different things to get him beat, but he's far superior, and this is his back garden, and roll on the Golden Shaheen.
And the nice thing is, given the calendar this year, it's allowed Super Saturday. There's 5 weeks between now and the big one. It's allowed Bhupat and yourself to campaign him boldly, aggressively, and just really enjoy him, as you said, as a racehorse.
Tuz is loving life, and you know, Saturday there today, he'll have a couple of easy days, and I promise you, you'll see him next Tuesday or Wednesday, and his rider does it remarkably well to stay on him every day. You know, he's just he's loads of enthusiasm, he's a ball of fire. But on race night, he's a push-button ride, and look, it's great that the gap is there, and he's got 5 weeks now and a proper freshen up. But he recovers so quick from his races. You know, as I said, he'll go home and have a couple of easy days, and he'll be back going on the track doing a light hat canter Tuesday or Wednesday. But he'll be coming off the track bucking and kicking. But he's a horse of a lifetime, and you know, roll on the Golden Shaheen.
Well done.
Well, at the start of this evening, I asked Angus McNay if there was one horse running tonight that we think might win on World Cup night. You said this was the horse. Nothing he has done tonight will have shaken that belief.
Nothing whatsoever, Rishi. He's a bit like you. Nothing bothers him. Nothing shakes him.
That is so true.
Whatever scenario he faces, he deals
Very
with.
true. Same weight as well.
Similar anyway, yeah.
Same physique.
Well, absolutely, Rishi.
Athletes.
Yeah, because he had faced a different scenario tonight because he didn't get his own way in front. And we'll look at that shortly in analysis, but he's done well. He can put up with any way a race is run. He really can. He's a very versatile sprinter.
Here's a question I have for you, Angus. I love throwing questions like this at you.
Do you?
The Seema team, if you go back through history, have had some outstanding sprinters. They won the race. These Switzerland a couple of years ago, they won the Dubai Gold Shaheen, Tuz, and of course,
the Wizard.
Ronaldo the Wizard. Who's the best of those three?
He's better because he's more durable, because he runs more.
I can't believe you're saying that about Ronaldo.
Didn't turn up enough times, did he?
He raced till he was 13.
I know he did. Yeah, well, doesn't make him better. This just because this horse keeps turning up. Basically.
He does keep turning up, and he keeps turning up and winning as well. He's had a fabulous season. Probably puts him into the leading contenders for horse of the season here in the UAE. Quite fabulous, and he looks unbeatable as well.
He does. He looks more than unbeatable. But the international competition will come calling on Dubai World Cup night.
They will come calling, but he will put up a very, very staunch defence of his Dubai Golden Shaheen title. And so Angus has teased everyone about the numbers that Tuz has put up to win tonight's big sprint here. And the question is, Angus, how much was he compromised by Al Shibli tickling him through the first few furlongs of this big sprint?
Well, it was more than a tickle, Rishi. He tried to lay a glove on him, and he did to an extent, and he softened him up just a little bit. When Tuz has won here on his last 2 starts, his finishing speed percentages have been around 100, just under 100. He's been able to just dole out even fractions and do his own thing. Here it's not. It's well under 100 because he was given a bit of a hard time by Al Shibli, which took energy out of him, so he couldn't produce the strong finish that he's done in his last 2 starts. So here's the numbers. He's around about 95 for his finishing speed percentage, so he's getting tired in the closing stages. 95.57. So he is slowing down in the closing stages, which he hasn't really done in his last 2 races. 24.29 his last 400 metres. He did jink a bit to his right the last 100 yards and slow down a bit. That might have just affected those numbers somewhat. So let's have a look at it here. With
Drew's
him
Golden
breaking
one, by the way, totally
5.
blows it. Drew's Golden one.
Yeah, ducked to his left, tried to duck out. No chance thereafter. Kickback's quite fierce tonight, isn't it? Immediately, Tad O'Shea says, I want that rail. And he has a little look, and he gets across Eastern World, and now he's dominating it. But this is the point I was making. He's not out there on his own because this horse, Al Shibli, is pestering him. It's making him go a bit faster than he wants to. And that faster than he wants to is 10.19 for the second furlong. Tad O'Shea would have happy to have gone 11.2, 11.3, but he's had to hold the inside, and to do so he's had to go 10.19, and that has softened him up a bit for quite a slow finish. It softened Al Shibli up a fair bit more because he went head-to-head and toe-to-toe with Tuz and cried enough.
He melted in the closing stage.
Yeah, well, that's what he's paid for trying to take Tuz on in the early part of the race. Here comes American Stage from his wide draw, running on quite well. Colour up down on the rail, running on Eastern World as well. Tuz is away and gone with just over 24 seconds for his final 400 metres. A bit slower in those final 400 metres than he was in the rest of the race, and that's because of that 1 furlong where he was compromised by Al Shibli, and he hasn't been compromised to such an extent early in a race so far this season. But why is he so versatile? Why is he such a good sprinter? Because he can cope with that sort of thing.
He's got a good mind, Tuz has.
He's tough, isn't he?
I think the second horse, American Stage, has run a fine race. Really, really talented horse. Young horse, having only the 7th run of his career, drawn in 12, as you say, and he made, Eugene Murphy made use of him in the early part of the race. He got a good position, and then he stuck well to the task as well. He's a good sprinter.
Yeah, he's a very good sprinter. As you say, he's only 3. He'd be open to plenty of improvement. Look at him in terms of stature compared to Tuz. Tuz is an absolute monster compared to him, but you think he might develop and become a much better sprinter in time. But for now, Tuz is king of the sprinters here in the UAE, and nothing can lay a glove on him. And we'll see how he gets on when the international boys come for Dubai World Cup night, but he dealt with them last year.
Come one, come all, he's ready to take them all on again. Tuz, the winner of this year's Mahab Al Shimaal, sponsored by Emirates.com. This Group 3 race going the way of Tuz for the Bhupat Simar team. Second was American Stage, a fine run from the Japanese challenger Eastern World back in 3rd, and Tuz's old rival Colour Up running with credit in 4th.
It's presentation time once again, and this for the Mahab Al Shimaal, sponsored by Emirates.com, the Mahab Al Shimaal. A bonus race and also a winning you're in for the Golden Shaheen. Well, we know this horse is going to go in there, and he also has a chance of winning a $200,000 bonus. To make the presentation for the Mahab Al Shimaal, we again welcome to the stage Adil Al-Gaith, the Senior Vice President of Commercial Operations. Adil, thank you ever so much. And he will be presenting 3 awards. Everyone welcome up on stage to present. Be lovely to have you. But Adil making his way up, and he's got company as well. Great to see. And he'll be presenting those 3 awards. First of all, as we let everyone come together, Adil will present that really impressive trophy to our winning connections. Collecting on behalf of the winning owners, Daki Stables, please welcome to the stage Caroline Joyce Seymour alongside Briona Hoban and Anna Seitz. Keep that and shiny, yeah, perfect. Well done.
And he wanted the blitz to get to the front. I didn't want him to front.
Well done to everyone involved. Debriefing there with Tygo Shea. We'll see him very shortly. And please welcome to the stage now the winning trainer who's going to make his way up alongside Shaila Seymour. Please welcome Bhupat Seymour. Well done to Bhupat Seymour. Another success this evening for him. What a series of horses and ammunition he's got to go forward to Dubai World Cup night. So is this guy. Please welcome the winning rider, Tygo Shea. So our thanks again to Adil Al-Gaith for presenting the last 4 awards, I think it is. And now, please, everyone will come together, winning connections of tours, and we'll see him back on World Cup night itself, where he'll line up in the Golden Shaheen and look to scoop the $200,000 bonus in the Golden Shaheen.
They're all the friends of mine collecting their prizes after the performance of Tuz in the Mahab Al Shimaal. As we said, we're going to see Tuz trying to defend his crown in the Dubai Golden Shaheen. Emirates Super Saturday has been brilliant so far, and it's not done yet. I've said it 4 times, I'm going to say it for a 5th time. The best is still to come, potentially ruling court in the Jumeirah 2000 Guineas. That's all still to come after the break. Welcome back to Emirates Super Saturday. We are now in the final furlong. We started the night with 9 races ahead of us. 8 are down. There's still 1 more to go. The Jumeirah 2000 Guineas featuring arguably one of the most exciting horses of the night in ruling court. Charlie Appleby, William Buick and Godolphin going for a 4th win this evening. But while we set ourselves up for that, let's take a moment to enjoy the best of tonight's action so far.
It's Mahab Al Shimaal race to lose here. A length and a half in advance of Tariq. Then came Mubid. Unleashed getting going now from Canale de Fost, who starts to pick up the pace here. Under a vigorous ride by Sandro Paiva, and best of the rest was Jafar. They straighten into the lane here in the Maktoum Challenge, and it is Mahab Al Shimaal swallowed up by Mubid on the outside, who presents with a big challenge. Mubid ranges up on the outside to Mahab Al Shimaal. Tariq trying to get into the margin here late, but Mubid has got them beat here. Mubid coming clear with 150 metres left to travel. It's up on the inside. Mahab Al Shimaal trying to rally again, but Mubid picks up another G1 here at Meydan for the season. Mubid goes on to win by 3 lengths. Tariq second over. Mahab Al Shimaal in a tighty there for 3rd. Out by a half a length now of La Senora, who gets a little closer. Now this has provided Mountain Breeze a little bit of a concern here. Plenty of time to let the race unfold, but the gap isn't going to appear as quickly as it did last time. She's up in cluttered room from Could She Be Magic, Rain Du Ciel, and Lakpa is last. Mountain Breeze now gets plenty of room to run, but it is the Spaniard she has to chase down in Octans, but doing so now, Mountain Breeze, coming up to the outside here, and the daughter of Lope de Vega goes past Octans, who is very game to stick on in the late stages. They've broken away from Lakpa, who's run on from last, but going from strength to strength is Mountain Breeze, a filly on the way up. Mountain Breeze way too good. Beats home Octans, who has won a really nice race in second. Lakpa 3rd over. Under Barcelona to take up the lead from the inside draw. New Kingdom shaken along, Oasis Boy the inside. Then came Castle Warden, Tio St. Denis is going backwards. Then came Fort Payne, Mendelssohn Bay, Rawi also dropping away. Cagliostro tries to improve but has got a fair bit of traffic in front of him. Local Dynasty, Made in Dubai takes the short way home again. It's Sound Money leading them here into the straight in the Burj Nahaar. Oasis Boy, the best turned out on the night, starting to present, showing a bit of the Oasis Boy of old. Fort Payne looking for another winner as well. It's Oasis Boy and Fort Payne, 2-horse race. Fort Payne coming up to the outside of Oasis Boy. A good tussle in the final 16th of a mile, but it is going to be Fort Payne who strikes gold once again in the Meydan season. There's your win for Nicola Cooley. Frosted Dawn on the back foot early into the back half dozen here, along with Bombay Bazaar, and they're going to split off now in the middle part. Westacre works through the middle of the pack from Rasas. Jackajaro now out to the end with King's Call top of bill. It's Pontos the one to chase here. A few of these now getting into their work. Dark Saffron, Westacre. Westacre still with 2.5 to pick up from Power Mode, who's running on just as well. It's Pontos all out up in front though, but still with enough at bay. Pontos from Westacre, who's getting there with every stride here in the Nat Al Sheba Trophy. It's going to be a tidy, but Westacre pulling out all the sticks late. A loyalist believe, but breathe a sigh of relief here. Westacre, the good thing of the night, gets home. They're about to swing in for home here and make the run for the judge in the Group 2 Singspiel Stakes, and it's Cairo who's the one to chase. Has a length of an advantage of half a length on Nation's Pride, who now presents up with a run. Gallen comes off looking for room. Holloway Boy starting to work through his gears out wider, given plenty of clear air here. First Conquest also working into the contest now as well, as First Conquest now starts to try and run down Nation's Pride and Holloway Boy. Nation's Pride, Holloway Boy trying with every stride, but Nation's Pride is going to hold him at bay. Nation's Pride in the Singspiel by a length and a tail. Holloway Boy second over. First Conquest recovered to run 3rd. Imperial Emperor comes up to the outside to challenge, but has worked to get there. Kareev next from Artorius, who boxes on out wider. Then came Guns and Glory. King Gold works on from the back. Kabir Khan's been out deeper. Majestic Pride tries to shoulder for a path clear. Imperial Emperor hits the lead here, goes a little bit inwards here. He cut off Global Hit for a run, who tries to rally again, but up to the inside now. Imperial Emperor coming clear here for a very, very classy victory. away. 100 metres left to go, puts it beyond any doubt in the Al Maktoum Classic. Where to next? But we'll see you on Dubai World Cup night. Imperial Emperor by 8 lengths. Global hit second over. A brave run to rally again. Artorius third. 550 left to go in the Group 2 Dubai City of Gold, thanks to Emirates Airline, and it's Silver Knot who leads them into the straight here by 2.5 lengths. Passion and Glory asked to respond, but not picking up at the moment. One smooth operator, then came Al Mudhar, followed by Arabian Crown, but they look like they might be fighting it out for minor placings here. Silver Knot getting further in front, and at 100 metres left to go, he has the Dubai City of Gold parcelled up. Silver Knot goes on to win by 2 lengths. Passion and Glory second over. See Hector's run on into the placings. They are going rapid up in front here, and Shibley puts it to Tours. They break away from American Stage, who's now starting to rally in behind. Then came Eastern World from Colour Up. Next was Maryatel, Morning, followed by Torre Vega. Tats by 5, Drew's Gold, Al Nassib and Major Cinnamon, but it's a one-act affair at the moment. Tours the one to chase. American Stage getting down to work here. He's going to make it a real challenge here. Tours trying to fight off American Stage, who looks like he's run his race now. Tours coming clear here in the Mahab Al Shimaal, and the picket fence continues here in the Group 3. Another scalp for UAE's Dirt Sprint King. Tours goes on to win by half a dozen. American Stage runs into second, Eastern World third.
Here is the Roll of Honour for Emirates Super Saturday 2025. Mubid winning the opening race for purebred Arabians. Mountain Breeze, 1 of 3 on the night for Charlie Appleby, William Buick and Godolphin. Silver Knot and Nation's Pride also fall into that category. Fort Payne, a winner for France in the third, the Burj Nahaar. The fourth, the Nadal Sheba Turf Sprint, going the way of Westacre for Britain. And then Imperial Emperor, the first leg of a double for Bhupat Seema and Tygo Shea, winning the Al Maktoum Classic and now firmly on course for the Dubai World Cup, as is Tuz. Dubai World Cup night, he'll defend his Dubai Golden Shaheen crown after winning the Mahab Al Shimaal this evening. One more race to go. The runners are already in the paddock for the Jumeirah 2000 Guineas, sponsored by Emirates Holidays. It's over 1,600 metres on the turf. It's worth 800,000 dirhams. And the field headed by Damis for Michael Costa and Ray Dawson. 2 is Glitterati for Wazim Alsan and Oisin Murphy. 3, Halassan, 1 of 2 in the race for Charlie Appleby. James Doyle rides. 4 is Nadawi for Rashid Boursley, Bernardo Pinheiro. 5 is Adai for Osama Rafai and Oscar Chavez. 6 is the international favourite, Ruling Court, William Buick riding for Charlie Appleby. 7, Sarhan, ridden by Saif Al-Balushi and trained by Rashid Boursley. 8, the Fingal Raven for Jamie and Safi Osborne. 9 is War Sox, Niels Peterson, Carlos Lopez. And 10, Whitegate, Ahmad Bin Amash and Connor Beasley teaming up. And let's start with Damis, who's had the one run on the turf at Abu Dhabi, and it was a winning one.
Yeah, already a winner. Damis for Michael Costa, Ray Dawson on board. 3/4 of a length, sorry, 3 1/4 lengths he won by at Abu Dhabi, over 7 furlongs on his debut. He was wearing a hood and a tongue tie that day, and he got the job done in good style. Still 9 for him today.
Horse number 2 is Glitterati. He's been a pretty consistent horse, and last time out behind a good horse of Godolphin's.
He was a good 2-year-old in the UK for Archie Watson. Windsor and Chepstow wins, 6 in the Redcar 2-year-old trophy. That's a really good race. He won at Qatar on his debut, and he was 3rd in the Al Rayyan Mile last time.
3 is Halassan, who beat Al Qudra last time out. Al Qudra, of course, was ahead of Glitterati last time.
Yeah, he's quite a nice horse, Halassan. He's by Pinatubo. And he's 2 out of 3 as a 2-year-old, 6 and 6.5 furlongs, but he's trying a mile for the first time today. I wonder whether he'll stake. He's sprint bred, really.
Seems to be improving, though, judged by his had 2 runs here at Meydan this season. 4 is Nadawi. He's had a couple of goes on dirt and turf.
Yeah, I think his best was second behind Sir Harmony, beaten 3 1/4 lengths last time up. He's still a maiden, but I think it was his best effort last time.
Odai has a bit to find on what we've seen so far in 3 runs.
Yeah, well beaten in Abu Dhabi Maiden last time up. 3 runs, 9th, 7th and 4th, but well beaten on all occasions.
He seems like he might struggle tonight to land a significant blow. And likely to get near the international market leader, who is number 6, ruling court. Cost a lot of money and very talented. We'll focus on him, Angus.
Stands head and shoulders above these on form. He was very good on his debut when he won at Sandown. He was a strong favourite on his debut. And the 3rd in that race was 2nd in the Emirates Autumn Stakes thereafter, a group race. So the form's worked out pretty well. And he was 3rd of 11 to the line in winter in the Acomb to York, a track that wouldn't have suited him on fast ground. It's a really fast track, that. He looked like quite a strong stayer at Sandown. And it's great to see him back, but he does have a tongue tie on for the first time. And he's had a long layoff too. Tongue tie, my only worry, something might not have been right.
Here's number 7, Sarhan, another for Rashid Balsley in this race. Hasn't really played much of a part in his 4 runs so far.
No, the Orange Army coming to town. Rashid Balsley team. Sarhan is a horse who was beaten a long way in all his 4 starts.
8 is the Fingal Raven. You heard from Safi Osborne earlier on. He's a talented individual, and I think he could be involved.
Yeah, 3rd to Halassan on his last run, and he didn't get the best of trips that day. He got no run turning into the straight. He's an all-weather winner at Kempton in the UK in September, and the blinkers are added to a hood.
Jimmy McCarthy, who's been a key part of Jamie Osborne's travelling contingent, just helping to lead up the Fingal Raven. 9 is Warsox. Niels Peterson has had a very enjoyable time with the filly Queen Azteca. This horse hasn't shown a great deal so far.
Not yet, no. Stall 3 today's a good draw. Well beaten. He's had a couple of starts here at Meydan. Beaten 10 lengths and 15.5 lengths on both of those.
And finally, Whitegate, bit better last time out at Abu Dhabi.
Yeah, this is quite a nice horse, I think. Ex-Paddy Toomey horse, promising debut in Ireland at Cork, and then was 2nd at Abu Dhabi in a maiden to Darmis, who's here again. 3.5 lengths between them. It's quite an expensive 2-year-old at 140,000 euros. Might be more to come.
So that's a look at the 10 runners for our closing race tonight here at Meydan. We'll take a short break when we come back. 1 more to go on Emirates Super Saturday. So the runners are down to the start for this Jumeirah 2000 Guineas, and Angus, all the attention has been on Ruling Court. He cost 2.3 million euros at the Ocana Breeze-Ups. He's got a lovely pedigree. He was very impressive first time out at Sandown. He beat a good horse back in third, a horse called Stanhope Gardens.
Yeah.
And he then ran behind arguably one of the best 2-year-olds around in the Lion Winter on his second start.
Lion Winter favourite for the 2,000 guineas at Newmarket in May. So, you know, there's a lot to like about this fella. He's got very sweaty between his legs. He really has got a little bit worked up. That's a slight worry. He wears a tongue tie for the first time. That's my worry. And he's had a long layoff since York in the summer of 24. One might suggest there's been an issue with his wind. That's why he's got a tongue tie on. And he's getting a little bit worked up, but Charlie's happy enough.
Yeah, less concerned about sweating is Charlie Appleby, because he's also got Halassan, who's got a great chance as well.
He's a player, definitely. He's up to a mile. He stepped up to a mile for his win at Meydan in January, and he's got a speedy pedigree though. He's pinned a tube out of a Bahamian Bounty mare. Might be better, a little bit shorter, but plenty of speed, whereas Ruling Court has shaped as if he might be a stayer. So interesting to see the contrasting styles.
All right. There is Ruling Court going forward along with Sarhan. The last one just about go in. That'll be the to go in. That's the Fingal Raven. And then we're all set. Our final race on Emirates Super Saturday. Pat Comfort, take it away.
On Emirates Super Saturday. Ready, and away we go. Nadawi broke cleanly. White Gate. Halassan works his way up into the first three. William Buick going to let the race unfold here on Ruling Court. He's in the back division now. In front of him, Glitterati from Sarhan, Darmiss and Warsox the fence. Ruling Court spots the leaders about 7 or 8 lengths early, running a nice race on the short price elect, followed by back in the field as they work down the back part of the course, O'Dye along with the Fingal Raven. So they make their way to the 1,000-metre marker here, and it is Nadawi who takes over the lead, leading from next in running Halassan from White Gate, and on the inside Warsox 4th. Glitterati 5th, 6th Sarhan, 7th Ruling Court in a precarious position here from Darmiss, the Fingal Raven, and O'Dye is out to the end. Nadawi has been able to back it off here. 11.37, 11.70, and the rest of the field following suit. Halassan second, White Gate now up to third from Warsox, who tries to improve through. Ruling Court bolting, he's now got his clear run. Glitterati forced outwards, then came the Fingal Raven from Darmiss, out to the end, Sarhan along with O'Dye. Nadawi gives a kick up in front, leading the way by a length here. Now Ruling Court getting down to work here from Halassan, the Fingal Raven picking up late here, but he is living up to all the expectations here. Ruling Court coming clear, and that is a quartet to remember for His Highness on Emirates Super Saturday. Ruling Court wraps it up in style. 5 lengths on the line from the Fingal Raven, Warsox and Darmiss 4th over from Nadawi. Then came Halassan from Glitterati, Sarhan, Whitegate, and O'Dye, the last one home. Probably the easiest winner of the night.
I think Vanessa Williams summed it up best of all. You went and saved the best for last. Ruling Court is a superstar. He looked very good last year, and my goodness, he has returned with such a smooth performance. I think it's fair to say he was in a slightly awkward position turning in, Angus, but what he did from the home turn to the line has only served to excite us even more.
Wow, he has lit this place up at the end of 9 races. What a performance. He's over 3 seconds faster than Mountain Breeze at 1:35.52. And, well, the track record's 1:34.28. So that's Master of the Seas. That's an older horse track record. So this is a very good performance. He's beaten the Fingal Raven and Warsox. Second place, Halassan sat handy, had no kick. This horse, Ruling Court, wow. He has swept through on the outside of the field, and he has just gone further and further and further clear. We're in a privileged position here to see him gallop past us, and he's got a long, raking stride. He's a big horse with a huge stride, and he's bolted up 1:35.52. Mountain Breeze 1:38.06. He'd have thrashed her if he'd been up against her. This is a tremendous performance.
I loved when William Buick just balanced him, leveled him off, and asked him for near maximum effort without having to go to the depths of his ability. And his turn of foot in the straight was very impressive. Now, let's take into account the Fingal Raven is a horse rated, what, in the low 90s, so mid 90s? And he has breezed past all these horses with the minimum of effort.
Yeah, it's wildly impressive, it really is. I mean, we had some fears. He was sweating between his legs. He's in a tongue tie for the first time. He's coming off a layoff. There were negatives, but the ability that he'd shown as a 2-year-old suggested that he would eat these up and spit them out, and that's exactly what he's done. And wow, does this frank the form of the new lion in the Maktoum Stakes. He must be a very good horse, but up to a mile has suited this fella, and he's going to stay further. There's the stamina in his pedigree. He'll get further, and if he's to stay a mile and a half, he'll be a live Derby contender.
Well, Angus referred to that run in the Maktoum at York, the Lion in Winter, the winner. Clearly, Aidan O'Brien thinks a lot of him. The second horse on that occasion, Wimbledon Hawkeye, went on to win the Royal Lodge Stakes and is a live contender for the Derby himself, trained by James Owen. And this guy was behind them in third. He is also a live contender for the Derby, no doubt. But I wonder, would a 2,000 guineas be on the agenda? I don't know. We will try and find out a bit more. But William Buick has had an incredible night. He's had 4 winners. Charlie Appleby's had 4 winners. Godolphin had 4 winners. But I dare to say that this is the one that excites them the most. Ruling Court cost 2.3 million euros at the Arcana Breezer. He is such an exciting individual. Gorgeous to look at. Outstanding pedigree. And when he moves through the gears on a racecourse, he can most certainly shift it.
Absolutely sizzling. 4 in the night for William Buick, in a week where we saw Opera Ballo, the 3-year-old in the UK. There's another 3-year-old of serious note. Will, just talk us through that performance.
Yeah, he was superb there. I couldn't have asked for a better effort from him. You know, Charlie was very keen to let him learn a little bit along the way and bring him forward. You know, plenty there, but his acceleration was instant, and he's got a huge amount of talent, and I was very, very pleased with him. He's a very, very exciting horse.
Just give him some space. It's only the 3rd start of his career. He came out of that red-hot Maktoum. Gut reaction on feel, on pedigree, on everything that goes with that. Are we talking 1600 or further?
I think I'm pretty confident get him on the quarter.
Okay.
I love the way he switched off when he was in there. And then when you ask him, he's there for you immediately. So he's a much stronger horse this year, naturally. So I think I would have him as a minor, staying minor quarter now, and then beyond that, I wouldn't be so sure.
And after what happened at Kempston on Wednesday, that the future feels quite bright, doesn't it, for the boys in blue?
Yeah, look, it's exciting. It's always an exciting time of year, although it is early. You know, there's a long season ahead. But Opera Ballo at Kempton, obviously he's by hugely exciting Gaia. He has so many good horses running for him now, and he couldn't have done any better himself. So and then this lad tonight. So no, it's very exciting.
4 on the night. Well done.
Thank you.
They have got some outstanding 3-year-olds for the 2025 season. Not only Ruling Court, the winner tonight, Opera Ballo, who's 2 from 2, that William Buick references, won on the all-weather following the notable speech route. They've got Shadow of Light, who managed to win both the Dewhurst and the middle part, which was a rare double. Exciting times, Angus, as long as they all stay injury-free. Very exciting.
It's incredibly exciting for Godolphin, for Charlie Appleby and William Buick, but it's not often that I get a feeling that I've seen something as special as this. I think he could be a superstar, this horse.
Well, there is a lot to like about Ruling Court, and you could tell from that interview that William has just done with Nick that he is trying to keep a lid on it, because you could tell he's so excited about what that horse did tonight as much as anything else.
Well, yeah, he had a wry grin on his face when he was coming in, didn't he? This horse has really delivered today. He looked like an outstanding 2-year-old at Sandown. Things didn't suit him at York. The Maktoum on fast 7 furlongs at York, where it's all about speed. Well, that wasn't what he wanted. But tonight he has shown what he really can do. We have interlopers, Rishi.
I think everybody around the paddock delighted to get a glimpse of a superstar, and that's what they're seeing now. Ruling court. I'm pretty certain. Okay, he's 2 from 3. He's won the Jumeirah 2000 Guineas. He'll have bigger targets, but the likelihood is he's going to play a big part in some major races in 2025. It'll be interesting to know William Buick's deep thoughts on who is top of his 3-year-old list for 2025. Regardless, it's been another incredible night for his team. Charlie Appleby, Godolphin, and William Buick. And so, with Angus suggesting just a few seconds ago that this is a performance that excites him, normally he's quite a curmudgeon. So the fact that
That's a bit unfair.
Oh, it takes something extraordinary to tickle your fancy. So I'm looking forward to hearing what Ruling Court did to tickle you tonight.
Sometimes when you go racing, you see good performances. As he surged past with his long raking strides, and we're about the 2 furlong pole where we were watching him, it was quite a sight to behold as he flew past us. And the data has backed up what we've seen with our eyes. This was a tremendous performance. I mentioned that he was over 3 seconds quicker than Mountain Breeze. Mountain Breeze race was run at a crawl. She was marginally quicker than him in the final 4 furlongs, but only marginally. And he's been able to go just about as fast as her in the final 4 furlongs off a much stronger gallop. So he's much better than her for a start, and he's just very good. Look at these numbers, 105.47, his finishing speed percentage, so 5.47. Quicker in the final 400 metres than the rest of the race, 22.5 off a strongish gallop. He's quickened up like a wild horse in the closing stages. Let's review this again and see what happens.
I like that he was relaxed tonight through the early part of the race.
I was worried that William wasn't in a great spot, you know, but they went quite strong. Nadawi took them along in the orange colours. He went forward. Halassan went forward as well, the other Godolphin horse in the white cap, and the fractions were solid. 11.22 the second furlong, 11.37, 11.7, and then they steadied it a little bit round the bend, 12.67, 12.04. But the early sectionals were enough to sap the energy of horses in this race, but it didn't sap this fella. It didn't sap his energy at all. There he is. He's in a spot of bother there. He's down in behind horses towards the rail. What's William Buick going to do? He's going to have to try and find an out. I love the way he settled. I love the way he relaxed. And he seeded his stable companion, 5 lengths at this stage. There's no panic from William, though, is there? I think he knows what he's on. He's just sitting nice and quiet, and then he's going to launch this beast inside the final 400 metres, and this horse responds in spades. It really is a cracking good performance. Now, look, he's faced better horses than these already in his career, in both of his runs, but he performed very creditably, as we've already talked about, in both of those efforts at Sandown and at York. And here he goes now. This is where he's so impressive. He's still on the bridle. Williams just asking him to go. His cadence increases, and he quickens away, 22.5 for that final 400 metres. Only Mountain Breeze quicker tonight in the final 400 metres, but that's because they crawled in her race, and he's eased down by the line to win. Good looking. He is bred, and this is the most exciting part really, he's bred to stay 1.5 miles. He's by Justify, sire of City of Troy. He's out of a High Chaparral mare. High Chaparral, a really good Derby winner. So this horse is going to stay 1.5 miles, and he relaxes and he settles. Stays 1.5 miles, which I think he will on pedigree.
With speed like
with the speed he's got. He's a Derby horse, make no mistake.
So, would you run this winner, Ruling Court, in the 2000 Guineas first, or would you look at a Derby trial in the UK?
I don't know. I think I might just do the Derby route. They've got Guineas horses, haven't they? Godolphin, Sheikh Mohammed, they've got horses for the 2000 Guineas. They might be tempted, though, because he showed so much speed here. You know, he was wildly impressive. They might well be tempted. I'll be very fascinated to get Charlie Appleby's thoughts and to see what he thinks. But the Derby could be the race for him, I think.
And let's confirm the result of the Jumeirah 2000 Guineas, won by the brilliant Ruling Court. This race sponsored by Emirates Holidays. Second was the Fingal Raven, a fine run. Once again, another good run for a Jamie Osborne runner tonight. Back in third was Warsox, and Darmis on just his second start has run with a fair amount of credit back in fourth.
Right, time for the presentation for our 9th and final race. A really light up the night performance from Ruling Court. We've had some brilliant ones as well. Tuz on the dirt and the like, Imperial Emperor, but Ruling Court brilliant on the turf for William Buick and Charlie Appleby. To make the presentation and the 9th and final presentation of the night, please welcome up Bob Cabley, the Senior Vice President of Online Sales. Winner of the Jumeirah 2000 Guineas, sponsored by Emirates Holidays, was Ruling Court, and we'll meet their connections again very shortly, including for the 4th time tonight, collecting on behalf of the winning Team Godolphin. Please welcome to the stage Hugh Anderson. And now please welcome up the winning trainer of Ruling Court. Another win tonight on Emirates Super Saturday for Charlie Appleby. Great night for Charlie and for Godolphin and for this man as well, the winning rider, William Buick. Well done to Will, 4th winner of the evening for him. And everyone can come back together for the final shot. Ruling Court taking out the Jumeirah 2000 Guineas, sponsored by Emirates Holidays. Our thanks to all of our representatives for their presentations this evening. Well done to the winning connections of Ruling Court.
Another great night for Charlie Appleby, William Buick and Godolphin. We'll take a break, and when we come back, reflect on a fabulous night of racing at Meydan. it's been a terrific night of racing here at Meydan, and of course we've just seen a terrific performance from Ruling Court, a 4th winner for Charlie Appleby, William Buick and Godolphin on the night. But let's reflect on some of the other performances we've seen. Angus, you said at the start of the night one of the races you were particularly interested about was the Singspiel Stakes.
Yeah.
With Nation's Pride up against First Conquest. William Buick had chosen Nation's Pride. First Conquest didn't quite deliver, but a horse that's been pretty reliable for a long time is Nation's Pride.
Yeah, he knuckled down really well, didn't he, having raced prominently to see off Holloway Boy. He was too keen. He ran really well for Carl Burke team, and he's had a good time out here in the UAE. But Nation's Pride, a very good horse in North America, a Grade 1 winner there, was a tremendous winner for the Buick team, and
we've got to get a glimpse of Mountain Breeze in there as well.
World Cup night for him, you'd have thought, wouldn't you know? Dubai Turf?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's worth a go. Something might have to take on Romantic Warrior. Why not?
Yes.
A reliable horse like Nation's Pride. Now, Imperial Emperor has put quite a significant marker down for the Dubai World Cup after his win in the Al Maktoum Classic.
Shown what a strong hand Bupat Simar has got, and what decisions await Tad O'Shea as well, because he was very good from the wide gate in stall 15. He was able to track a very strong pace, and then he cleared away from his rivals to beat them good looking. He won easily, and it'll be straight to the Dubai World Cup for him. There's Walk of Stars in the stable. There's last year's winner Laurel River as well. But, what a nice problem for Tad O'Shea to have.
An interesting hearing from Diva Racing, of course, that if Tiger O'Shea does stick with Laurel River, which probably would be the case,
I'd say
Richie
so.
Mullen would get the ride on Imperial Emperor.
Yeah.
He was the person who helped them buy that Imperial Emperor, so it's nice to hear that. And then at the start of the evening, another thing you said was, if we're going to see a horse that will win tonight and win on World Cup night, you said it will be this fella.
Tuz, yeah, the best sprinter here in the UAE by some way. He keeps demolishing his rivals. He was compromised a little bit today by Al Shibli, who took him on through the second furlong, but he saw that horse off, who paid for trying to go with Tuz, and then he ran out a good winner. He won nicely, won easily. Tad O'Shea, yet again, he knows his horse inside out. Golden Shaheen is next up.
Yeah, and he'll take some stopping trying to defend his crown again. Let's just remind you of the winners on Emirates Super Saturday. Started off with a win for Mahab in the purebred Arabian Group 1 race, race 1. And then the first of 4 winners for the Appleby Godolphin Buick combination, Mountain Breeze. They also had Nation's Pride, Silver Knot and Ruling Court in the last. A win for France, courtesy of Fort Payne on the dirt in the Burj Nahaar. West Acre for Britain, Callum Shepherd and George Scott winning the Nad Al Sheba Sprint. Of course, Imperial Emperor, one of 2 wins for Bupat Simar and Tiger O'Shea. Tuz, the other.
Deeper out in the Ballydoyle purple, and Ballydoyle are on the board early. What a win! Tuz for the locals goes on to win by 5 lengths.
Meydan history awaits.
Photo finish, not much in that, a nose either side. Rebels romance for Godolphin in the Sheba Classic.
Grand Theft Equine from William Buick.
This is an absolute romp in the Dubai World Cup. Laurel River, Tiger O'Shea, take a bow.
Tonight has whetted the appetite for what's to come in 5 weeks' time. Saturday, the 5th of April. Book this date in your diary. The Kahela Classic will kick things off. $30.5 million on offer. And of course, it all builds up to the 2025 renewal of the Dubai World Cup. In between the Sheba Classic and the Dubai World Cup, Angus, we are likely to see, and the turf, some outstanding horses. Romantic Warrior, Forever Young, and some of the horses we saw tonight. How much are you looking forward to it?
I can't wait. It's going to be absolutely tremendous. We saw Tuz win tonight. We saw Imperial Emperor win tonight. Saw West Acre win tonight. They'll all turn up on World Cup night. And we saw one horse in the last who might be turning up at Epsom in June.
He could be an absolute superstar. Your favourite horse of the night?
It's him. It's him in the last. I thought he was sensational. I know he didn't beat a great field, but he did it in such style, and the data backs up what we saw with our eyes. Really impressive.
It's been a fabulous atmosphere here at Meydan this evening. Angus, thank you so much for your company. Thank you to everyone who's been part of the show, the crew behind the scenes. And to you at home, thank you for traveling with us on this Emirates Airlines Super Saturday. We hope you've enjoyed the in-flight entertainment. Next stop for all of us, Dubai World Cup night in 5 weeks' time. Bye-bye.